love the chase and the hunt, and I set the pace when I'm running. I always take what I want and I always give it 100. Don't need a bank, no I'm funded. Play the game like it's nothing. I'm always thankful for something. Don't take for granted, stay humble. Now wake up! It's time to look at the enemy. Look in the mirror if he is no friend to me. It's not working out, maybe it's the chemistry. It's time to break up so I can make a better me. Better believe in your mind, cause it's everything. You can mold, shape, find almost anything. All it takes is some time and some clarity to find your identity. It's mind over everything. I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be scared. Back. I won't stop, I'ma fight until there's nothing left. It's so on, you're gonna be hurting bad, cause I've been to hell and back. You don't wanna make me mad, I stay strong, you will never see me crack. And if you get in my way, you're gonna feel the wrath. Gotta say it to my face while he's looking back. Mirror breaks after math, when I hate, I attack. I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. When I feel like this, I'm immortal. Don't be scared. Just give me up. Don't be scared. Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. Make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb. I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up. Cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
We hope your weekend is cleared, that you have some snacks ready, and most importantly, that you are excited here because the AFDC is back and it is better than ever. And things are gonna get real spicy today.
2.3, 2.2, oh my god, the Holy Talent might have this for our 29
Look at that! Bro, put your finger back on that release spirit! Put that back on there! You release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Go and take out the mobs! Wait a minute, hold on, I have doubted again. 1 second. They timed it just. Oh my gosh! 0 seconds!
Goodness.
Literally 0 seconds!
I've never seen a 0-second clutch before.
Yeah, they got the +2, they've got the +2.
Gosh.
The Marines are, oh no!
No!
They might still have this stuff. They might still have this stuff.
Oh, it's him, he's at 1%. We expected to see more priests than we have. See, we got the Resto Shaman now. We've got another team running the Resto Druid. We've got Paladin in the mix. There's a lot of fun and flavor.
You know, I cannot believe everything we've been seeing. From the Navy to the Marines, or to the Army, this is insane. The Coast Guard has been doing insane. Everybody's been doing insane.
Feels satisfying to bring home #1.
They have it in the bag. They're doing doing a DPS a second. 1% of health a second. Koromar is bouncing around all over the place. But the Marines at the last 10 seconds plus 2. This 25 iron dots. You're no longer racing against the haywire, but you're racing against the potential for a +3.
Go, 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 Pop Lust. Use everything you have. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't think they're gonna make it. No!
Coast Guard just barely missed it.
This was the most amazing Keystone event in recent history.
Hello, everyone, and welcome. Happy Easter, by the way, to the Armed Forces Dungeon League. My name is Sam Talks. Joining me is Lithy. Lithy, hey, first of all, welcome, buddy. This is the first time that you get to experience the excitement that is the Armed Forces Dungeon League. How are you feeling going into this weekend?
I am feeling great, man. I've had a fantastic week. It's Easter, so I didn't even have to work today. All right. Sorry. Wrong game. Let me just get these two in, and then we're good. No, man, I'm excited for some keys. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait to get this on the road, because we got some really cool teams lined up and an amazing show for all of you guys. So you have a whole slew of entertainment for the next 3 days.
I'm glad you brought up the teams, by the way, Lithy, because there are some familiar faces amongst these groups that are going to be playing. So first off, we have the U.S. Army, the U.S. Coast Guard, U.S. Air Force, and the U.S. Marines. So the Marines getting to take home the title from the last AFDL that we did. First place, right, Lithy? That's always a very coveted title to be able to hold on to, and something they're looking to defend going into this weekend.
Title defense is always a tricky topic. Especially if I heard that correctly, there's been a little bit of a shuffle around in terms of players. A lot that has happened since the last time we were here for this tournament. So I'm really curious if they can retain the title. It's definitely not going to be easy, but we're all here for it. And they have the whole weekend to build up enough of an advantage to take it home.
That they do. And then I want to take a quick look at the U.S. Army. Because the U.S. Army won the very first AFDL that happened all the way back in July. Now, that was with some celebrity players. And they had one of the best players in the entire game on their team, with that being Automatic Jack. And so, now we go into this. Yeah, right. Yeah, that's one of the best healers in the entire game. So we look at that and you think to yourself, okay, all right. They had a little bit of a rough time the last go around, where they ended up, I believe, in 4th place. And so looking to take back that title for themselves again. The U.S. Coast Guard has been the runner-up now twice, right? Twice. So they're looking to also claim this for themselves. And the U.S. Air Force, well, they've been having a fun time being the aspiring challenger to want to step up to the plate and, of course, show what they're made of here. Now, Lithy.
Quite honestly, not too surprised that the Coast Guard is underappreciated, and would love to see that they finally have a shot at the title. I mean, all in all, it's going to be incredible. I think the teams are very, very competitive.
I agree. Now, Lithy, we got, this is a Mythic Plus tournament, sort of a TGP style format, and so I think we're gonna bring in Marielia to help introduce the keys that these teams are going to be playing today. Hey, there she is. Marielia. Oh, I think you might be a little muted. Nope, that's me who's muted. I apologize. That's me.
All right, wonderful. As long as you can hear me, that's the most important thing. I'm so excited to be back. This is going to be a fantastic week. Dungeon announcement time. I've been keeping it a secret from everybody. Let's show them what they have to contend with this weekend. The standard rule set is in place. You get 3 dungeons revealed today, 1 tomorrow, and 1 on Sunday. Highest total key tally wins. Here we go. We've got Algathar, Shadow Moon, and Ruby life pools with an interesting mix of affixes. Algathar is going to be fortified, raging, and storming. Lithy, how does that make you feel?
I mean, I hate going back to school. I'm glad I left that behind me, but the raging is gonna be spicy in this dungeon, especially once you get to the higher keys. With Fortified, I'm just thinking about the lashers and the flies around the Ancient. It's not going to be an easy key, but hey, if any teams can do it, then it's these teams here.
They will have a chance to pick up what some would consider a slightly easier dungeon with Shadowmoon Burial Grounds. That's going to be running Tyrannical, Bolstering, and Explosive. Do you think that's really going to do them any favors, Sam?
Honestly, with the way that Shadow Moon works, it's kind of a gimme key, even with the affixes that they
This
have
one's
going on
free,
there.
man.
Yeah, it's gonna be free real estate the entire way through. Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is gonna be living up to its name because they are gonna be burying the mobs inside of it, the bosses, everything in there. There's not gonna be any issues whatsoever for these teams, I don't think.
I think I'm most looking forward to that one because if you remember from the last AFDC in October, we had Junkyard and that got pushed to a 31, a 33. It was incredible, but it made the difference to the tournament. We had a 33 that was not timed by seconds. And if something like that happens again here on Shadow Moon, the quote-unquote gimme key, it could make all the difference. So Ruby Life Pools is going to be where it's at for them to sustain, you know, a nice base score. We're kind of expecting everyone to line up, you know, probably by the end of day one with really even tallies across the board. Fortified, Bursting, and Volcanic.
Ruby Death Pools. I mean, do I need to say anything else about this dungeon? I think the affixes are fine. Fortified, of course, isn't fun, but then again, Tyrannical isn't much better in this dungeon. I mean, Volcanic is a freebie. The question is, how well are teams going to be able to manage explosive bursting? Maybe we'll see some pre-steals, maybe not, but all in all, I don't think it's even the worst affix you can get in this dungeon. I'm very happy for these teams that there's no Sanguine so far.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, right, about Ruby Death Pools. It doesn't matter the affix combination, right? Like, you're going to die regardless. This is a tough key. Ruby Life Pools is going to be a struggle for all of these teams, no matter how you cut it. Where we have the gimme key in Shadow Moon, then you have the banging your head against the wall. Why is this not working for us key in the form of Ruby Death Pools? Then you have Alcathar Academy, which I think we actually got some really interesting statistics coming out lately, I believe, from I saw this on Reddit talking about the depletion rates and the depletion keys. I think Ruby Life Pools and Alcathar Academy were some of the highest up there.
I mean, you know, I think at the end of the day, I'm just gonna straight up ask the teams what has been worse, basic training or the Ruby Life Pools.
I think
That might be an easier question to answer than I think our dramatic caster selves would like. But hey, we will have an interview with the winning team on day 3, so maybe that's one of your questions.
Oh, maybe. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'll write some down, definitely.
We'll slide that one in there for sure. And I mean, you know, we still have 2 more dungeons that need to be revealed.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be happening as the days progress. So we don't even know what Saturday or Sunday could be looking like. And that's also where the strategy and sort of the planning ahead part of these styles of tournaments are going to be coming into play.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's not...
We saw the Marines.
Go
Sorry,
ahead,
Lithy.
go ahead.
I was going to say, we saw the Marines in October of last year try a strategy that no one else was able to match. They were always in a dungeon that no one else was in, just assuming, okay, let's watch where everybody goes. If they can get a 20, we can probably go get a 20. We can just factor that into our time. Let's go do the stuff where we want to make some quick gains. And I'm curious to see if any of the other teams have learned from that.
It's an interesting take because it really revolves around the trade-off of you can watch other teams do what needs to be done or what works in these other dungeons while you are doing one dungeon yourself, but at the same time you kind of give the other teams that now got an additional dungeon to watch outside of the ones that are already ongoing. So it's a bit of a trade-off you have to go for. I like the strat, but it's a double-edged sword. Can go positive, can go negative very quickly.
Yeah, and I think that's...
Well, we don't have that much longer until the runs start. I'm going to say goodbye because I can see teams loading up. So I wanted to just get my 2 cents in here. I'll be dropping in over the course of the day with log details and interesting facts, but you guys have a great time casting.
I think
Thank
we
you so
will.
much.
And Mary Elia, thank you very much for joining us. Like she said, she's going to be joining every now and again, giving us the interesting statistics, the interesting facts. Guys, she got the spreadsheets upon spreadsheets, and that's why we love her to death, because that's information I'm never going to gather on my own. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, man, I'm past my log scouring days. That is not happening anymore. I'm just here, happy to yell at some dungeons at my screen in general, and especially spending some time with you, Sam. It's always such a vibe.
I know. We go from PvP. Now we're here in PvE. We're
Hell yeah.
getting the whole breadth and experience of World of Warcraft, and that's what makes this game so much fun and so amazing. So let's go ahead and start talking a little bit of strategy about what we might be expecting from our teams. I'm imagining in my head, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is probably going to be saved for later. You don't want to go into the easy key right off the bat. I feel maybe while you're fresh and you're feeling locked and loaded, you know, you got all the enthusiasm hasn't been stomped out of you yet. Maybe you go and attempt the Ruby Death Pools and the Algothar Academy.
And then again, do you really want to go back to school first thing in the morning, or into the Ruby Pool keys? I don't like it, man. I'd start out in Burial Grounds, just get it rolling nice and slow, get into a groove, and from there on out, take on the little bit harsher keys. But I think we'll see all 3 dungeons right off the bat. If we see all dungeons, Sam, which one would you want to watch first?
I would like to watch Ruby Life Pools first.
Okay.
With that being the hardest key, in my opinion, I feel like whichever team can get the step up, right, and actually be able to plant the flag and say, hey, we were able to do this, that's going to sort of set the precedence for the rest of the teams to have to meet that. And that's always the thing you got to remember in these TGP style tournaments. When you're going up against each other, you got to factor in your capabilities of what can we get out of these dungeons that we know we can do with the compositions that we have. And also, as a small note, these keys start at the keystone level of 15.
Yep.
So these are still pretty beefy keys. We are on the tournament realm, though, so they have a lot more advantages than they would be on live servers, like a lot of advantages.
Like, it's not only the gear, you can also fluently swap to other classes, other comps, without really losing any performance past what you personally can manage on those different classes, right? I have no idea how many of these guys are multi-classes, how well-versed they are in different classes, specs, or maybe even roles, but I'd be excited to see a little bit of swapping around, bringing different comps for different dungeons, just optimized to that level to try and, like, tickle out a little bit more performance. But it is, I think, really gonna be the high keys that we need to worry about, right? We're starting out on a 15. This shouldn't be, if everything goes smoothly, too much of an issue for any of these teams. So I think the first 2 or 3 runs from most, or if not all of these teams, are going to be some solid 3 chests and just blast it, and we'll get to the, I'd say to the plus 20s and above by hour 2, latest point, hour 3 today.
We're getting an interesting update from Mary Elia. One of the players from the Air Force is trying to get home, so they're having a last-minute roster swap. These are some of the interesting things that happen right here, right? You go into the day thinking in your head, all right, something might be happening here, but then disaster strikes at the very last second, and you're forced to adjust, which could potentially throw a wrench into the cogs of what the Air Force may have been planning. And we already talked about this a little bit with the Marines, how they've been having some difficulties with their roster going into the AFDL this weekend as well. We also want to let everyone know that teams have 7 players available each day to use from their 10-man roster. So having these backups are really important, because if you think about it too, Lithy, you might have someone who's better at a class then that would be better for this specific dungeon than what they already have.
Oh yeah, or you have the local rogue god that absolutely outperforms everyone on the Academy, for example, that you can just swap in. But all in all, look at that, Sam. We have some runs on the way. It looks like a triple Academy and a Ruby Life Pools kicking the day off. Of course, plus 15. It's gonna be good fun. I can't wait to get into this.
I wouldn't have expected any less from the Marines to want to take on Ruby life pools first, but these are some of the scary pools, especially ones that we're seeing out of the Air Force. Look at that, taking on all the lashers, the skitterers. There's so much damage that you have to deal with, but this is a 15, Lithy. Relatively easy for them to be able to handle, even on a fortified.
Prot Warrior doesn't even break a sweat, so it's all good, it's all done and dusted, and we're moving on into the first boss fight on the top right. Of course, bottom left is dealing with a little bit of a different route, and the arcane elementals, snakes, worms, whatever it is there, and of course some nasty books that you have to deal with. And the Ruby life pools now finally kicking off as well, so I'm very curious to see how well they get through this, and this is already a massive healer check as the Shaman goes down immediately, another DPS dropping right after, and they fulfill their title, their reputation immediately. The Ruby death pools claim their first 3 victims.
It is not even fair. Interesting adjustments to talk about with Alcathar Academy. 2 teams electing to go straight towards Veximus. Meanwhile, the Air Force once again taking on the overgrown Ancient. Looks like they're handling things pretty well. Doesn't seem like any of the Lashers have woken up. They've gone correctly in the clockwise direction. Here's the Ancient that you need to take down so that way the healing can come through. Get rid of the bleed dot on the tank. But so far, it's a clean execution here. An overgrown Ancient and the first boss being taken down by the Air Force.
Immediately blasting off towards the second boss. Of course, Kroth is gonna be on the table. What I'm also very curious about, Sam, and we've all seen the MDI, we've seen the shenanigans that are being done here with the Coast Guard top right. I'm curious if we'll see any of that come in, any skips, snaps, strats, and all the likes. But for now, well, there's a mini-boss. You have to dodge that big whirl, or you get knocked into a wall. If you misangle that a little bit, or are not a warrior that can just charge back in, this could easily kick you off the platform. Luckily for the tank on a 15, it's not one-shotting you. But I think, quite honestly, if we go with the Coast Guard for now, Sam, we'll have an exciting run on our hands, and
Lithy,
can
look
check
at the
in with
Coast
the
Guard
others later.
Look at the Coast Guard real quick.
Yeah.
4 DPS, 1 tank.
Oh, they're playing with... Oh, come on, guys. My healer heart is sinking. How could you do this to me? No, very, very fair choice to go with 4 DPS here. You have a Red Paladin in there. You have a Feral Druid there. There's some solid off-fields with all 3 DPS specs. And I mean, of course, Prot Warrior. I mean, it's Prot Warrior, right? So, it doesn't take any damage to begin with. All in all, solid run. Gonna give you some great times here on the plus 15. And you can immediately and very quickly move on to the higher tiers.
And the Coast Guard is having a really good moment for themselves. U.S. Army just managing to take down Veximus right now. I always love the strategies of what happens with the teams when they do go into Alcathar Academy, where they want to go. And with the way that U.S. Army and the Air Force were right now, U.S. Army edging out a little bit ahead of the Air Force, still kind of at around the same time. So maybe some margins of errors here that the Air Force can make up with. But you got to imagine that's got to be a good feeling, even if you aren't keeping an eye on it.
But also, both of those teams running with a healer, not 4 DPS. So the biggest strat difference really coming in from the Coast Guard here. And we already spoke about them, right? The runner up multiple times in a row now. Hey, if these guys are already in the market for 4 DPS comps, I don't know, man. This is looking pretty good.
I like this too because this Retribution Paladin, this is one of the first times that we get to see the Retribution Paladin in play with the new reworks that it had in 10.0.7. Even though it got hotfix nerfed, like literally in the middle of the day a couple of days ago, we're still seeing a massive amount of damage coming from Thick Tacos. What a name. 171k overall so far.
Well, it's not quite Tuesday, but on a Friday, tacos taste just as good. I mean, poor Red Paladins can't catch a break, but they're still really damn strong, as we can see here. Kroth, in the meantime, down to 37%. Sam, at this point, like, on this level, the affixes really, not much to mention. Raging, storming, coming through, and it's just easy going for the Coast Guard. I mean, quite honestly, if you're in the Coast Guard, then you're probably used to storms and stuff like that.
Storms, hurricanes, all different kinds of natural disasters.
Yeah.
But Croft just experienced a Coast Guard full force coming in, wanting to take home the first place title.
I'll be very honest. I probably should be careful with the Coast Guard or general duty references because I'm German and I actually have no clue what is going on.
You did good. You did. Yeah, I think you got the right references for that.
Well,
Right? So you.
chat's gonna tell me off if I don't, so cheers to that.
That's why we love chat. We love you, chat. We love you very much. These mobs right here, though, nothing really to talk about. The vicious lunge is the only annoying thing that happens from the big mana worm that you see.
Yeah.
For the most part, though, everything up until you get to like the battle axes are kind of annoying because they have an AOE, and this is kind of the
I hate
whole
the
bit.
books.
The books, the monotonous lectures that you have to interrupt. And that's kind of been the big thing about Dragonflight, right, Lithy, is the amount of interrupts that you need to do, but also AoE interrupts that you need to factor in as well.
And the swirlies, Sam.
And the
Lots of
swirlies.
swirlies.
Lots of swirlies, lots of whirlwinds, lots of pain.
Yeah, but like these guys really don't care about the pain right now. Look at it. They are just
'cause they're bringing the pain. That's what
blasting
happens when-
through all the packs.
That's what happens when you have 4
Whoa.
DPS.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Are we doing this?
My goodness.
Okay,
We're doing
done.
this.
We're not doing the whole platform, are we? That's incredibly dangerous. Thick Taco's down to 5%. Probably needed to bubble here. But for the moment, the tank is going to be stabilized. The off-field's coming through. There is a big Word of Glory coming in, and boom. Right on to the next pack as the first mobs fall. It is looking great here for the Coast Guard. 7 minutes and 50 seconds into this dungeon. They're already standing in front of the
monotonous
third
lecture.
boss.
Full monotonous lecture went off. A little bit of DPS gone there. I think it was on to Mirren. See their health dipping a little bit all over the place. And that's a very dangerous thing to do, especially when you have all of these swirlies on the ground that you need to contend with. Another monotonous lecture going up, and it looks like the interrupts are going to be good. A little bit of a problem when you have your Warlock who has a really long cooldown when it comes to their own interrupt. Having to make sure to keep an eye on that, and the communication a little bit more on point. To be fair, the monotonous lecture was a little bit out there, but still, you'd like to see. That's a DPS loss, and I can't let that go, Lithy.
What? DPS loss? In
Yeah,
my
DPS
keys?
loss.
Excuse me? Nah, man, that is such a minor thing on this key level. It's not really worth mentioning. Where it's gonna get absolutely murderous is the higher levels, basically. So we'll just have to wait and see that.
Look at Veximus.
What boss? I don't see a boss.
Yeah, I blinked. He had 100% HP, and now he's at 40%, 35%. Unbelievably fast key. And I'm wondering how far the Coast Guard are going to want to take this 4 DPS combination. You know, we've been seeing on Twitter, right? High keys are being completed. We've seen a certain druid out there in the world talking about how some of their high keys, like mid-20s, have been going with 4 DPS and how it's still accomplishable. The Coast Guard, if they want to keep pushing this, a complete and total possibility.
Oh yeah, no, this is looking great. I'm really wondering when they're gonna start bringing in the healer. I don't think it's gonna be on the +18, maybe on the 20.
I would imagine they'd want to try the 20, see how it goes, right? If they fail it, then maybe give it another try, and then if they fail that again, then go back, bring in the healer, and try it again. It's the most important thing.
That's kind of the thing, right? Do you really want to even attempt going with 4 DPS when you are not sure that you can time it? If you can just swap to a healer and be absolutely safe?
That's kind of the thing, right? You want to take that gamble. You want to see maybe it's possible for us to be able to do this. We also have to imagine that they've been practicing this on the live servers. And so they have an idea of how far they can take this. And then you throw in the tournament round gearing. Don't have to worry so much about making sure that you have the right gear, because you have the absolute best gear that you can possibly get, which is one of the big reasons why we're seeing how well this is working out. We're already seeing, and even through all of these mobs, like especially when you see here with the Algathar Knights, they do the big whirlwind, the actual whirlwind. That hurts a lot if you're in melee range of it, obviously, but Thick Tacos is going to tank a little bit of that in the face. Hodge is going to bring him out of it, back over towards that. Gone, eliminated, and sitting at the 91.78%. Take out these last couple of trash mobs in front of Echo of Dorgosa. This is going to be an easy key. Easy +3 for the Coast Guard.
Do you think they named her Dora Gosa because she guards the entry to the academy?
Look, it's too early for this. It's too early.
No, I was actually like seriously wondering that just now. One way or another, if we stay on topic with the 4 DPS a little bit, right? It's also a thing of why are you doing it? Normally it's for speed. You're just so much faster with 4 DPS. So where in a great push format tournament is speed really important? Well, you need to save time, but also 3 chesting keys. If you are able to 3 chest a +20 with 4 DPS that you're not able to 3 chest with a healer instead, then that's definitely worth it, because chesting that 22 and then chesting that 23 is probably gonna be a lot slower than 3 chesting the 20 and then chesting the 23.
Because so we've seen the MDI the past couple of weekends, and you want to have that speed on your side, because I'm looking at the rest of the teams right now, and it's looking like the U.S. Army, I believe, if I'm seeing this correctly, are only going to be +2ing this 15.
Well,
and so
we have the Coast Guard key done, Sam. That's the first dungeon of the AFDL completed with a +3. So why don't we take a look at the other teams?
The Army's gonna be fine.
Through. Yeah, no, Army is
fine.
looking great. They're already on the last boss. They're looking fancy as hell. On the bottom right, basically in the last pull of trash as well, the Air Force on a similar path to victory. But the Army definitely keeping that little few second advantage they were able to bust out at the first boss and just take it all the way through. And if we check in with the Marine Corps on the top left, well, those 3 deaths you saw at the start, we're staying at those, and that is a Ruby life pool. It's timed on a +3 as well.
Impressive from the Marines, especially for Ruby. I'm interested to see if they want to go back into that with that 18. They a little bit of obvious initial difficulties, but that was it. Once they got past that mistake, it was perfectly fine for them. Let's see if they decide to go for it once more. Yes, they are. Okay, so they are going to go for the 18 Ruby life pools. And it looks like we might have some adjustments from the Shaman talent-wise, looking to see if maybe there could be some minor min-maxing that they can use to really help.
You can already see
healing.
There's a little bit more healing on the move being packed into the kit now. A little bit support there. I mean, it is a dungeon where you have to be quick on your feet as the healer, especially the last boss is incredibly nasty. And, well, after that first run, I'm really curious how they will do on the +18 as we are heading into Ruby life pools. Fortified, explosive, and of course, volcanic. So why don't we full screen the Marine Corps for now and see what they are up to?
Yeah, I would definitely like to see the Marines. I think we've had enough of Alcathar. I want to take a look and see how Ruby Death Pulse is going to go. So this initial portion of the dungeon is what caused the Marines a lot of trouble here. And so let's see if the corrections can be made and preventing those deaths from happening.
Yeah, I think this time around, Bloodlust popped as well. Oh my god, these guys are going balls to the wall on this pole. Just everything getting ignited and annihilated. Caps totem stun is really well coordinated here. This is the point where a little bit of the group damage comes through, but it looks like our Shaman is ready for it this time around. Spirit Link still available, probably doesn't need to be thrown in here. Look at that, the Ascendance pump coming through. 90k HPS, looking good.
This is clean. Very, very clean. No deaths happening.
Yep. That's
If
the
this is
wall
able
key
to
done,
keep-
Sam.
If they're able to keep this momentum going throughout the rest of the dungeon, this plus 18, it's going to turn into that plus 21. It just gets better and better, pulling right into the mini boss. All right, I like that. This is looking good.
Bold. Very bold. But for the moment, it's going to work out fine. Of course, you got to dodge the charge here. The Defiler is not that much fun to stand in the way of. And all in all, it looks like, honestly, Bunny is having a good old time on his Prod Warrior here, just taking hits to the face and dishing them out as well, of course. And overall, I just realized that our healer here has 3 DPS meters open. With a 4th
Really
window
making-
for the deaths. That's impressive.
Really making... They're going to be yelling at the DPS. Why aren't we doing more? Meanwhile, looking at the healing done for the Prot Warrior, Liffy, 31.6k,
Yep.
just all for their little lonesome self.
Exactly. That's a good healer, man. That's why you run 2 healers in keys. But jokes
healers
aside,
out
I'm
there.
really just waiting for the buff uptime and debuff uptime windows as well, you know, just the complete command central to keep track of. One way or another, we are into the first boss, and it looks like Marine Corps is very well prepared for this dungeon. All in all, this first third of the whole trip is looking incredibly clean.
It is indeed. Meladrusa chill. She can be a little, can be kind of a rough moment, but I don't think she's anywhere near as tough as Kokia or Kairaka and Urquhart. They are, she's pretty simple with a lot of her mechanics. Just make sure you bring bring out the ice bombs, take away those swirly, and take care of the ads as they spawn, putting them on top of her to get that cleave. Look at the capacitator totem, stunning out the rest of the whelps. Just chilling out here for just a little bit longer, but the heat is going to be brought by the Marines to thaw them and send them back down. And Meladrusa had a health bar, but like what we saw from the Coast Guard, being melted away.
It is looking great, but of course, whenever these whelps spawn and the boss gets the shield, that is a little bit of a crispy situation for the healer. This is the spot where, latest point on the higher key levels, you will have your DPS pop personals. You bring in some healer CDs, and especially over the course of the fight being longer and longer on the higher key levels, you really need to start pre-planning when you pop what CD, because otherwise you're just gonna get overwhelmed by the damage. Luckily, this is fortified and not tyrannical, so this boss is only half as bad as she would be otherwise. And with that, she goes down, and we are moving up to Kokia Blazehoof and her repertoire of dragons and fire elementals.
Yeah, gotta go around the ring of the Ruby Death Pools, making sure to get rid of all the fire elementals before taking on Blazehoof. Still, I think a pretty good moment for the Marines with 4 minutes and 25 seconds already throughout this dungeon. Still has a massive time bank to be able to work with. I mean, for lack of a better word, Liffy, they blazed through the first boss, now getting up here onto this upper ring.
There's a dragon. Sam.
There is a dragon.
Pretty uncommon occurrence for this expansion, I have heard.
Dragons.
What are you thinking? What are
Dragonflight.
you thinking about this lightning dragon design? Sam?
I actually kind of like it. It's you know, mini
more like a bird,
Razzie
right?
Yeah, it's more like a bird, but still, I kind of like it. I dig it. Actually, I dig a lot of Dragonflight so far. With
Okay, what's your favorite of the dragon mounts then?
like, are we talking about the Dragon mounts or like dragons in total?
Oh, the dragonfly dragon mounts as Marine Corps? Oh
Sidewiper.
no, I think someone aggroed the Primalist on the side, the Thundercaster. Yep, that's an uncomfortable situation. Luckily, you've just wiped in a position where it's really easy and quick to get back to this point of progress. So you're just losing 25 seconds on the death timer, but other than that, it's really not worth mentioning.
Yeah, like I said, they have such a huge buffer to be able to work with. They still have 11 minutes and 40 seconds to go throughout the rest of the dungeon. Really, the long part is just taking care of this top ring. Getting rid of Blazehoof and then making your way towards Urquhart is relatively a short jaunt right there. But already, again, another wipe. That's going to be costly. Not much, but these are starting to add up.
Definitely. I mean, the goal here is to 3-chest this, right? You want to go through this as fast as possible, so repeated wipes can very, very quickly kind of dig into your time pillow that you have for this 3-chest. So if you're not careful, well, then you might have to restart the dungeon. Got some weak auras that need to be adjusted here as well.
Tazavesh. I saw the Tazavesh adjusting the weak auras while pulling the dragon. Rough times abound here for our team, but looking like they're taking the dragon this time away from that very dangerous fire elemental pack. That fire elemental pack causes a lot of damage. There's a lot of swirlies that you have to avoid. On top of that, making sure to get away from the frontal storm breath. Definitely not something that you want to do. And you can see even on an 18 how much trouble that is giving.
Oh yeah, it's not an easy spot to be in, but this time around this dragon is going to be cleared out with too much trouble. The dispels were on point, and of course dodging the storm breath is important. Now chaining that dragon into the next pack, another set of dispels coming through. The heals need to be in on our warlock though, and he is taking a lot of punishment right now from all the fire spells rolling through, but luckily shamans heal more the lower the target is, so he is looking mighty fine. Ascendance rolling and dealt with the pack perfectly.
So that's beautifully well done. Get rid of that Storm Dragon. That kind of a dicey situation there had you not been able to do it, right, Lithy? Because then you're going to have to deal with the rest of these on top of making sure that you're managing the bursting, which is not too big of a deal. But you can still see the amount of damage that happens. Got to make sure to interrupt the Cinder Bolts. That's the #1 most important thing, because those Cinder Bolts target a random player, and if those go off, a big chunk of your damage. And even on an 18, it's still going to hurt. You can see right there it went off. And once we start getting into the 20s and above, whew, watch out, you're going to get nuked.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be an interesting experience for our healer in this dungeon, but we'll be fine. So far the Marine Corps doing really well on this +18, of course. Still got another dragon to go and a few more packs before the next boss, and then of course the platform with Kiraka and Urquhart, which quite honestly almost feels like one of the hardest parts of the dungeon.
Agreed. Right now, everything up here is pretty much rinse and repeat, going through the same motions, interrupting the Cinder Bolt, messing around with the Living Bomb. The Living Bomb can be used to damage the enemies as well. You can see that our good friend Buck Boozled brought themselves in there to try and get as close as they could to make sure that they damage it, and so getting accurate adjustments are going to be very important, but yeah, it's a pretty good amount of damage that you can get out of that. Then once we have the burnout, make sure to get out of there. Ooh, going away from it, looking like they weren't quite confident in being able to make it to the other side. But better safe than dead.
Indeed, and everyone is alive, so on the tail end of these packs, running out in different direction isn't the worst case scenario ever. So once again, we're moving on to the next packs, and you can already see the next dragon flying around in the distance. So we are hitting up the next wave of elementals, and there's the fire dragon in the background. That's the nastier of the dragons, especially on fortified. That's gonna get incredibly spicy on the higher keys. On this 18, I don't think it's gonna be too much of an issue, but still something you have to watch out with.
Yeah, you really do have to make sure to keep an eye on it as well, since they patrol up in the air. You can see that's why they pulled them back up on top of this platform. Make sure that they don't accidentally aggro it and bring it down, raining fire from above. That's never any fun, Lithy. It's never fun to get toasted from a crisp before you're able to do anything. You can see Flame Gullet's going to take off. Looks like the group doesn't want to quite engage with it just yet, throwing down the totem, giving them the movement speed boost, push them up there, begin to fight the next pack before Flame Gullet makes their way back over.
Always depends, Sam, right? Because getting toasted is pretty great if you're a slice of bread, but yeah, I'll be very honest. I don't think bread is able to play World of Warcraft like these guys are.
Can we confirm that though? Like, is that
I mean,
has science tested that yet?
that's a scientific experiment waiting to happen, right? Can a loaf of bread time a plus 18 ruby life pools? That's a question.
Well,
Can 5 loaves of bread time a run ruby life pools? Well, I don't know about loaves of bread, but I know for a fact that the Marine Corps can, because these guys are looking great. 5 minutes left though, Sam, or rather 5.5 minutes on the +3. The question really is, do they reset if they don't get the +3?
I think if they... No, I don't think so. Not with how far you've gone. I'd still go for the +2. I'd still just have the 20. This is Ruby life pools. It's a tough key. And so there's also the other thing that we got to think about, right, Lithy, when it comes to these keys. Because you cannot lower the level of the keys.
Oh, yeah.
So when that happens, if you go into a 21 and you're already kind of struggling on an 18, maybe just would be smarter to take the 20, put that in your pocket, and then attempt to go from there. Rather than getting the 21 and then not being able to do anything with it. You're just having to force yourself through it.
No, that is very much true.
But it looks like, I mean,
I'm
it looks like the Marines
mesmerized,
are having...
Sam.
Yeah, I know, they're
boss
having
is
they're
melting.
They're having the time of their life. This is kind of the nice thing about Ruby Life Pools, not having to worry about Tyrannical. You're seeing how quickly the bosses are going down. And for especially Blazehoof, where she can be kind of bugged with the way that the boulders roll through, especially with some of the pathing and how it interacts with just like the ledges right there, can cause a lot of issues. But yeah, for this team, no issues to be found whatsoever. And I think this is still a very timeable key with 4 minutes left.
Oh, absolutely.
Plus three timeable, by the way.
Oh, yeah. No, there's no question that they will time this. When I brought up the timer, we were on 5.5. Now a minute later, well, almost 2 minutes later, we are past the next boss and almost have the next trash pack cleared out. It's going to be 2 more pulls, maybe 3 after this to pull the last boss. So if we give them a minute per, basically, which they're not going to need, then this key is more than done. So unless anything goes terribly wrong right now, this is very much on 3 chest course.
3 chest, easy peasy for an 18 Ruby Life Pools. This is kind of the nightmare scenario for me, Lithy. If one of my friends reached out to me and said, "Hey, Sam, do you want to do an 18?" I would have laughed in their faces and probably removed them and blocked them, ignored them. So. This, for the Marines to be able to accomplish such a feat is really impressive, especially on the first day, right? You get this hard key out of the way, then you get to look towards something like Shadow Moon, and you're like, oh, whatever, this is a walk in the park. Let's go ahead and plus 20 this.
Oh yeah, Shadow Moon is going to be wildly different, but I do think there's going to be a decent chunk of the 5 hours today that's going to be pumped into a specific key, as we already talked about, right? You have 5 hours per day to get to the highest levels in each respective dungeon. Tomorrow there's going to be another one added in, and of course an additional dungeon coming in on Sunday. So if you go out with a solid average in terms of key levels completed across all 3 dungeons, you're in a great spot. But if you manage to push one out to a very high level, that's going to be worth a lot of points.
It is. And that's what I think the strategy is right now. Let's get the hard keys done, and then turn our attention and spend all day inside of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Push that as far as we can, because then we got to think about the dungeons that are going to be happening tomorrow and the dungeons that are going to be happening on Sunday, and whatever we might potentially be getting out of there. Because the freebie key has already been basically given to the teams, in my opinion. Looking at the rest of the dungeons, I mean, if they're going to be particularly cruel and bring in Halls of Valor, which I gotta be honest, I hope they don't. That's a long key.
What is
no matter how you
worse,
got it.
tyrannical or fortified Halls of Valor, though, Sam?
Oh God, fortified. I'd have to say.
All right. No, I can get on board with that. Tyrannical also very rough with the wolf and of course Urgia. But for now, let's focus on the Ruby life pools for a moment on this plus 18 because we are still looking for the plus 3 finish and we have exactly 60 seconds to go on that timer. You really want to finish this off. We got the last few elementals funneled in, but now the boss fight kicking off. Bloodlust is available, will probably be popped momentarily because you want to burn this down as fast as possible. Lots of focus put on Kuraka, obviously. You want to kill the dragon as fast as possible, and especially with a Destro lock, you have a lot of opportunity to do that. The damage looking great here.
Looking good so far.
But 30
Pushing
seconds
around.
out. Boss
Yeah,
is not at
exactly.
50%.
This is a very scary moment, a very tight timer. One that could potentially end in heartbreak here where things are looking so good. But I think I'm going to be pretty confident in calling this one, Lithy, that the plus 3 is now out of reach. Especially with only 10 seconds and another big chunk of health to go through on both of these bosses. An admirable attempt from the Marines, but it turns out just those deaths that happened there on the clock are what cost them this. If those didn't happen, this would have been a plus 3.
We will have to see. There's the Bloodlust coming in as the boss enters phase 2. Now you just want to hammer it home. And we're keeping an eye on the timer here, Sam. 55 seconds plus were the thing. And it currently looks like that did not play too much of a role as they were a little bit too slow to finish it out. On the plus 3, it's still gonna be a plus 2, and we are going to a plus 20 next for these guys. Well done by the Marine Corps.
Well done indeed. Now let's go ahead and take a look at our other teams. It looks like
Academy.
Coast Guard already finished their Academy run, and the time it took for us to go through the Marines Ruby Life pools. U.S. Army and the Air Force are now, I believe, doing their Alcathar 18s. The U.S. Army is getting very close to finishing theirs, but it's not going to be plus 3. It's only going to be plus 2, and that is looking to be the same situation over here for the Air Force as well.
Yeah. Then
Oh, and the Marines are going back into the 20.
It looks like, yeah, plus 20 Ruby Life Pulse. That's going to be interesting. But I'm really curious to see how quickly the Coast Guard finished that plus 18 Academy. Also looks like with about 5 minutes left and Vexamis already on half HP, Air Force is still very much in the game to finish this on plus 3. I'm curious how well the Army is going to do on the plus 20. But for the moment,
Army's been having they've been having a little difficulties.
12 deaths on the board. It's a little bit of a rough run on this one, but they are on through to the last boss, so it's not much more to go. Bloodlust ready in a little bit. You know what I'd like to do, Sam? I want to see
What is that?
the Coast Guard, because jumping in at the end of these 2 keys probably not the most exciting thing. Would rather catch the end of their plus 20 or plus 21s if they're able to get them.
They're just chilling around right now.
Yep.
Maybe figuring out something that they want to do here. Obviously, they stuck with the 4 DPS composition, and wow, look at that! Look at a Warlock topping the DPS meters. Who would have thunk?
Oh,
Are they all? Look, they got another damage meter, another
that.
healing meter.
look at that.
Okay, they wanted the healing meter. Okay.
Hey, Coast Guard, if you're listening, if you're giving me an additional window for buff up time, that would be a great
You
move.
need this. Yeah, teams. Just do it.
I
Just do
really
it.
hope
Make
you
the
guys
casters
aren't
happy.
listening.
Okay, so we're gonna figure out what level this key is now. It's either gonna be the 20 or the 21. I'm anticipating.
This better be a
21,
21 with 4
yeah,
DPS.
with this 4 and the over 100k they did. Oh, it is
It's a
21. It is.
Let's go. Okay,
And they're
man.
still doing it with the 4 DPS too.
Yep. Coast Guard
Oh.
coming into play, man. Holy.
I wonder if that was the conversation they were having, Liffy.
Yeah.
Do we want to bring in a healer, or do we want to try it with a 4 DPS? I like the fact they're trying it with a 4 DPS, though. I really am.
Oh yeah, I'm all on board, and we're going to the Lashers immediately. Prepare for trouble, Sam.
Make it double.
Thank you. I was worried for a second you didn't catch that, but
Oh, come on.
I can
Listen,
always rely on you.
They ended the 25-year run, okay, with all of that, and it was such a formative part of my childhood. How could
Yeah.
I not? join you in
25
that?
years, and Ash is still only, what, like 14?
10. He's 10 years old.
God damn it.
10 years old with 25 years of experience. Every corporation's dream.
I love to see it. He is a hireable junior worker. That is perfect. What's also perfect
Look at this,
is
though.
how they are managing this pull with 4 DPS, man. Beautiful
Yeah,
baits.
enraging.
Lots of damage though on the tank right now. Big heals coming through. Everyone getting hit by the flies because these bounce all over the place. You gotta be really careful. And for the moment, especially the Warlock is gonna be fine. There's so much damage going out on these mobs and everything just cleaned out. Sam, this is
Look at
beautiful
that
to
damage
watch.
done. Liffy, look at the amount of damage done by the Paladin. Over
yeah.
500k at one point. That is disgusting. Ridiculous.
Someone
I'm
get
back to leveling up my Paladin now.
Someone get Psy in here because this Feral is looking spicy as well.
Sai, this has got to be like the best patch ever for Sai. Feral Druid got all of the love during the MDI. Now we're seeing it coming back in big form right now. And once again, you know, I want to bring up the MDI from what we've seen out of this. The Coast Guard is actually taking a little bit of the hints from the MDI and adapting it towards with the Rep Paladin how they've been doing lately, and obviously with some of the things that with the stones and with what we've been getting with the 4 DPS combinations.
I mean, gotta go with the times, right?
Yeah,
It's great.
the future is now, old man.
I'm not that old, Sam. Come on. Why would you do this to me?
Liffy, you look very good for your age.
Thanks, I guess.
You're welcome.
At
You're
least I'm
welcome.
getting married before 30.
At least, right? At least.
Yeah.
The Overgrown Ancients. Listen, we'll make a bench. That'll be my wedding gift from you, out of the Overgrown Ancient, a courtesy of the Coast Guard.
Did I invite you to my wedding? Wait.
I thought that was just assumed. I didn't get the
gotcha.
invite, but
Yeah,
I assumed,
no,
that I was
Yeah.
invited anyways.
I'd like a nice bench. I could put that on my balcony, Sam. It would be lovely. And with how quickly these guys are making work out of this old tree, well, might actually be ready for next month. One way or another, that's a boss done and dusted. And once again, we move on to Croth. I love how effective they are working with this quad DPS comp, man.
Yeah, I think Mirren is taking more of an off healer role, still hanging on to the DPS spec though. But it's working out beautifully for them. They're still pumping over 100k damage. Meanwhile, the other 3 DPS with the Red Paladin, Warlock, and the Feral Druid much closer in the overall damage meters. And we're gonna see the Paladin start falling behind when it comes to the single target, but in AoE situations, that's where I'm assuming they really wanted to bring in the Retribution Paladin to be able to have that AoE burst damage, which is really important in this fortified key.
Indeed. 60% left on the mini boss. All in all, this is going pretty smooth. So
That's
Sam,
always scary for me.
this is the point where, well, I'll bring up a little bit of a general meta discussion because I want to catch your thoughts on plus going on at the moment in general. How well versed do you think the meta is, especially if we're looking at the MDI? I think Makes posted a list of specs that we've seen, and I think there was only like a handful of specs missing from the MDI overall. It feels like the meta is incredibly versatile at the moment.
It is, and I think that's a testament to, first of all, Blizzard being very on point lately with getting things balanced as best they can. Also, the fact that we're playing on 10.0.7, right, Liffy? When I think we started making the plans for AFDL when I was reached out, we were still in 10.0. And in that time, we've had 10.0.5. Now we're on 10.0.7. Well, we've had a massive Retribution rework where it wasn't living up to the standards that I guess Blizz wanted. And so you can even look at it here on the AFDL, right? This team is running with the combination of 4 DPS. We've seen from the Marines, they have some adaptations of their own using a rogue, right, instead of a Retribution Paladin. Then we go over and take a look at, I believe it was the US Army. They have a Fury Warrior. They have a Beast Mastery Hunter. So there's a lot of different adaptations, and I think that's what makes this so interesting, is seeing just how the meta is changing constantly. It's this ever-evolving form here in Dragonflight, and that's what makes these tournaments so fun, even just week to week.
Absolutely. It's really, as you mentioned, right? Blizzard being absolutely on point, but also the pacing of the class balances, balance patches we've been getting has been incredible so far in Dragonflight. And people are kind of memeing it a little bit, but all in all, I think Dragonflight is slowly but surely working its way up as one of the best WoW expansions we've ever had, actually. So, at least, I mean, unless you ask the PvP community, then it's a bit of a problem, honestly. But and plus-wise, rate-wise, it's looking absolutely incredible.
I gotta agree, and you know, we're about to be entering into a whole new era of Dragonflight come May. 10.1 bringing with it season 2.
How do you feel about the new affixes, Sam? Oh no, that good, huh?
Yeah, right. I think they, you know what, I like the fact that Blizzard is trying something different, and I like the fact that Blizzard is doing. They're giving us updates on what they're planning with the affixes. Getting rid of the seasonal affix is definitely interesting to me, and I don't. I think it's whatever, right? With the cadence that they're going, I think it is going to be kind of difficult to make really good seasonal affixes all the time, and so I'd rather have quicker, like obviously a quicker cadence, rather than just having to wait for them to figure out the perfect seasonal affix or whatever. As for the other affixes, with the changes they make to explosive and obviously the corporeal stuff that we're getting in the snares and whatnot, I think they still need a little bit more tweaking. And then but I think the biggest thing that I'm interested in is the changes on how they're putting in the key affixes, right? So going from, I think it's 2.5.10 to 2.7.14, I think that's a really good change, actually, in my opinion.
Well, that's definitely interesting. So, gonna be curious. Just keep an eye on that. In the meantime, Coast Guard blasting through this dungeon so far. Crawled almost down 30% right now on this boss, and 10 minutes 40 seconds to go for a +3 on this 21. I think this is where the 4 DPS comp will really make or break this day for them, because I think this +21 is the limit of doing this safely. Once you go to a +24, if you hit that +3, then I think you're really starting to hit a cap of what you can do without a healer. But if you manage to +3 this 21, I don't think that is something every single team can do, especially if you're not running 4 DPS.
Agreed. I think it also comes down to the skill level of the teams themselves, whether or not they feel comfortable doing 24s. With the 4 DPS composition, maybe they're looking for more. Maybe they're looking for more throughput going into the next keys, because I think Alcathar Academy. I definitely think Shadow Moon Burial Ground you could probably get away with a 24 4 DPS. I think Alcathar might be where you start running your head into things, especially when you start getting into the Veximus sort of trash mobs that you have to deal with.
Yeah,
those are not going to be fun. And then the final mobs going into Doragosa.
Yeah, I don't think the group damage in general is going to be the biggest problem. It's more the tank damage, right? And once you don't have the externals available from a healer in terms of damage reduction, your tank is going to start to struggle even more on the higher keys. But I mean,
we all believe.
I can get on board with that thorough put, man. It's really nice.
We all believe in Prop Warriors supremacy and survivability especially, but even they have their own limits where things start getting a little scary for them. Regardless, though, I mean, the Coast Guard are having the time of their lives, and this is a team, Lithy, that you can feel the determination that they want to win. The way that they're playing right now, they're the only team to have been able to get the 21. The only team, whether it's in Ruby Life Pools or Alcathar Academy. So they've already set themselves up really well. If they take this key, if they time it, which they are 100% looking like they're going to be able to do, not only that, but it's looking very likely they're going to +3 it. They're going to be in the lead by by 1 point, but that 1 point is all you need sometimes.
It's not just that it's 1 point in the lead, it's a full dungeon run ahead of everyone else, right? Because everyone else needs to time a lower difficulty, or you get to time a higher difficulty and go on further into the day. So in the long run, well, one dungeon run can be the difference between finishing first or being runner-up once again, as the Coast Guard has been for the last few.
And the best part about this 4 DPS composition as well is they can blaze through the 15s fast, right?
Oh.
Where the Marines, sure, they may have been able to +3 it, but maybe the Coast Guard can get an extra minute or two off of that, and every single minute counts. And I also like the fact what we're seeing here from the Coast Guard. They're still making some of these bigger pulls, but where we saw them taking it almost immediately into the next pack, you can see they're working towards getting this pack a little bit lower before going into the next group.
Indeed, and here we are once again at Veximus and the trash surrounding it. You can see these guys are a little bit slower to go into the next pulls now, a little more careful. You already brought up the monotonous lecture that needs to be interrupted, and yeah, this was on point. But of course, we're at a difficulty now where one of those things going through might just cause a death, if not even worse.
You can see they got a little. The monotonous lecture went off, and I think Warrior got a little cheeky, wanted to put down a shockwave. Now we're just stunning them all out, preventing as much damage as we can. Real, honestly, when you get to these final mobs, not really, like, nothing really wrong with that, right? You can go ahead, put that out there, stun them up, get free DPS without taking any damage. Easy life. There's a Arcane Forger just just walking in. Oh, all right, came out of nowhere.
I mean, why not? Get some extra percent in.
Yeah.
Some grilled
chilling,
mana worm for breakfast, you know?
Yeah, just a nice little mana worm right before we take on Veximus. May as well do it during the RP anyways.
I mean,
you're not getting anything out of it just standing there.
some nice toasted bread, Sam, with some mana worm on there.
Is this gonna be the theme of this?
No,
this
no,
weekend?
no. I know exactly where you're going, and stop it. Stop it, Sam.
Putting a plug on that one before it gets out of the tube. Look
Yeah,
at Veximus though. Look at the damage.
What boss, Sam? I don't see a
Unreal.
boss. I see
there's
a
no boss.
target dummy.
Yeah, it is just a target dummy to practice the rotation on. A 21 plus 21 target dummy.
Yeah, that's a 26 million health target dummy. It's not much, but it's honest work, and so far, Coast Guard is doing very, very good at it. So, Maxim is now going into phase 2. This is where it gets a little bit spicier. We get a Thundering in as well, a little bit of a damage boost. You can pump on through. You can also see Scotty has to walk in a little bit, drop the orb, but of course, you gotta clear your Thundering as well, otherwise you will be stunned, and that's not fun on a 21, I can tell you that much. All in all, Examus down to 10%, and it's looking good.
Once again, Blizzard, it's not too late to take out Thundering. Just want to let you know. It's still a very real possibility.
Like, do you actually don't like this affix? Like, do you actually think it's a
Nah,
bad affix?
Thundering's not. Once you get used to it, it's not too bad. If you're in a pug, it can be kind of hellish, but coordinated groups like this should absolutely be able to take full advantage of the damage boost you get out of it while being able to clear it.
Oh, absolutely. Also, timing-wise, absolutely perfect here. As you go back to the bridge, the patrol just off to the side so you can pass without aggroing it. All in all, looking very, very squeaky clean here for the Coast Guard. One more trash pack into 2 more pulls into a last boss, Sam. And then we are already looking at a completed key. It's most likely going to be a +2. I don't see a +3 happening in the next 2 minutes. 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think it might just be a little bit too much. Even with the 4 DPS combination, this is just a lot of health that you have to chew through on a fortified key, and it is a lot to have to work with. But still, I think a +2, that's going to bring you to a 23 academy, and I would imagine at a 23 you'd still try out the 4 DPS combination. Just give it. I would give it at least one solid attempt before electing to jump off of that.
Exactly. 24 is gonna be where the fun really starts. So I'm really curious. What do you think in general, Sam? What's gonna be like the tail end of the weekend in terms of key levels, for example, for the academy?
For the academy, ooh, that's a good question actually. I am going to go. I think the peak is going to be 25 or 26. Because you can already see that even now we're starting to run into some delicate issues when it comes to having to get through the rest of the HP, even when you have the massive front loadedness of these 4 players. Yeah, I think 25 or 26 is just going to be the cap when it comes to Alcathar Academy. But I'm curious yourself, Lithy, what are you feeling?
Honestly, with tournament round going on, I do think we'll approach the higher limits of possible keys going on. Because if we, and honestly, Sam, I'll be very straight with you. I just straight up asked you this question first because your answer would give me time to look up the keys pushed on Raid.io in the meantime. So Alcathar sitting on mostly 27's time, then one single 28 time for the academy. That's pretty good, but it's also pretty difficult. So we might get to that 28. I'm not exactly sure though. But once we get to Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, there's 29s in time, there's 28s in time and mass. So that's very much possible. But this pack is spicy as hell, and this is what I mentioned earlier, right? If you get to this point on a higher level, you want to have a healer here because, oh my god, this tank is just going to flop over.
The tacos!
Yep, he is. That's looking spicy. That's a Shield of Vengeance, and I think the bubble burned for the moment. But they're on the tail end of this pull, Sam. It's looking great, and they should be able to clean this up without a death.
Maybe if they burn through Dorgosa fast enough. Do they have lust? No, they don't have lust. So there's that's not on the table anymore.
Yeah, I want to see these guys burn through a 21 fortified boss in 45 seconds, man. That is wild, especially without Bloodlust. That's on a 6-minute CD at the moment, but nonetheless, this is going to be over very quickly, just barely missing this +3 timer here on the 21 Academy.
Yeah, if they had the Bloodlust, I may have given them a fighting chance, but without that, yeah, you're seeing just even with the sheer amount of damage coming out. Not good. Not good. Warlock got a little excited. So there's 2 deaths on the board as well for the Coast Guard. So it's not the worst 21 in the world, obviously, still with them being able to +2 it. Maybe some opportunities to clean up things here and there, but I'm just gonna chalk those up to margin of errors. Just a little bit missteps here and there.
Oh yeah, absolutely happens, and it's gonna happen a lot more
Human error
this weekend. Yes, exactly. You can be really damn good at the game, but even if we look at the MDI, man, a team like Echo also makes mistakes, and ultimately, oh my god, throwback to the MDI, Echo almost getting eliminated and then winning the series, nonetheless on Academy, because she's wiped on the last boss.
Oh, I think this MDI has been like some of the best MDI content.
That was the best MDI I think we've seen ever, if not.
And now?
at least top 3.
And now we get to enjoy the AFDL, right? This
Yeah.
is like basically MDI. We're getting a taste of what the TGP is going to be looking like. If it's going to be as spicy as this, well, honestly, I think the Coast Guard should just apply for themselves. Go into the TGP with the way that they're playing right now.
That's the thing, right? You can just apply. Just always, if you think you can have some fun with your friends, go play in the MDI, go play in the TGP. Can't be that bad. If worst case, you'll just have some fun with your friends. And even though we have a second death coming in here for Kaboom Claws, it's still very much doable. They do have the battle reses available, they do have the mobility and the damage to finish this dungeon off. It's a +2. We're going to a 23 now for the Coast Guard. They're looking great.
They're looking great. They're looking on point. The 4 DPS combination obviously being a big boon to the speed of this team. And now the only team to say that they have a 21 in the pocket. And the other 3 still having to chew through their 20s before they can even take away the crown, the lead from the Coast Guard.
Well, and that's where we're gonna go now. We're gonna check in with the rest of the team, see what's up with our 4 cam, and these guys are going over to Ruby Life Pools. It really feels to me like, Sam, we will be watching the Coast Guard clear out as much as possible across all dungeons with this 4 DPS comp before they swap the healer in and start the push for real.
And also the Marines, our first Marine Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
Hell yeah, love to
attempt,
see
I believe.
it.
So
Oh.
I do love to see that.
Bottom right, Air Force actually pulled out the +3 on the 18 for the Academy and is now underway on a 21. So why don't we zoom in with the Air Force and stay on board with them a little longer?
Yeah, let's take a look at the Air Force. They have already taken down Veximus and Croft. The Overgrown Ancient is about to be started. They're still chewing through the mobs themselves. They're not doing the big giga pull that we saw either from the Coast Guard. They're wanting to take it a little bit slower. And for this now, they're not going to +3 it. I'm okay with this, right? Get the key done. That's the most important thing. And don't give up too much time and too much deaths in making that happen. So far, what we're seeing here, not as clean as the Coast Guard either. Already 6 deaths on the board. When I say already, right, we're about to get onto the 3rd boss. So still a pretty impressive amount of deaths to go into the Overgrown Ancient on a +21 Academy.
21 Academy is a spicy key. This is far from easy picking. So I'm not surprised that things just go wrong a little bit here and there. Like even the Coast Guard, we've just seen 2 deaths just on the last boss. So with 6 deaths, I think we're on a good path here for the Air Force. And with that, the Lashers should be cleaned out as well. They're about, I think, 1 boss fight behind the army on a lower key, or other way around. Air Force is on the higher key. What's up, Sam?
Lithy, the Air Force has a boomkin. Now,
I didn't want to bring
that's
it up.
going to impact?
Why?
I had
Why,
to.
Sam?
I
No.
had to. Because here's the important question: do you think this is going to impact them later on? Do you think this is going to be the detriment to the team?
My
later on
lawyer is
this
advising
weekend?
me not to comment.
Okay, that's a good idea. Good idea.
Yeah.
You don't want the oh gosh, you don't want the boomkins coming after you.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, imagine Tettles flaming you on Twitter.
Yeah, right.
No.
Wait a minute, is that
Jokes
boomkin
aside.
topping the meter? But I think they need a buff. Hold on.
Oh, no, man. Nerf boomkins. Definitely nerf boomkins. Jokes aside, no, it's great that we can see some boomies here as well. I mean, Owl brings a solid amount of burst and just AoE dotting in, which works really well on these big pulls with these lashes and, of course, Overgrown Ancient as a boss itself, right?
You seeing how
the
well the
ability to
Retribution
just
Paladin-
chill so much more on this fight.
Yeah, and we're seeing the power of the Ret Paladin.
Yeah.
Ret Paladin, even with the rework, still struggles in single target. But when you have like the Overgrown Ancient spawning all of those lashers, well, all of a sudden the Retribution Paladin is pumping over 200k, and we're gonna have that again when you pop those Divine Storms over and over. You have the consecrations from your Blade of Justice. There's a lot that leans itself in towards the Ret Paladin. You can tell that I've been playing a lot of Ret Paladin because I'm whipping out the words and the names and the abilities.
Have you ever played Red Pally, Sam?
Yeah, I've been playing it a lot lately. I've been leveling up one
Yeah, but are you no, okay, you're leveling up one, so you're Phantom reroller. Okay, I got you.
I guess it's not even Fodum at this point. It's like Fotpa reroller, flavor of the patch. At this rate.
I mean, okay, we are in April. Their run started in March, so that's fair. It's definitely fair.
Listen, after our the PvP event we did, I immediately started working on my paladin. It was just like that. But I'm also working on a Shadow Priest because the tier set for Shadow Priest is unbelievable.
Oh, I
how good it
saw
looks.
I saw you leveling. What was it? Sam Visions?
Sam Whispers.
Sam Whispers. Even worse. What if you play Disc Priest or Holy Sam? Have you thought about that?
Happen. It's never gonna happen. Me as a healer.
God.
Oh, God, rest in peace. Whatever group I'm gonna be healing. So
Right.
sorry.
Right.
I love the. By the way, can we talk about the weak aura showing off the cleave like that? That is like, that's beautiful.
Yeah. That's how you can spot the melee, main. Look for a Boomkin
I
with
need
such
that.
a weak aura. That's definitely not happening. Boomkin
Listen,
will just
that-
go in and die.
One of the things I've been learning about playing a range class in the form of a Shadow Priest is it's basically a cheat code
Oh,
for World of Warcraft.
Absolutely. Ranges are very privileged. And they still complain more than the melees. It is incredible. As a melee main at heart, I can not understand it, but who am I to judge, right? Who am I to judge? Speaking of judgment, my friend, this Red Paladin is looking really good. Driss doing a fantastic job on that class.
And I also know personally know Driss. They are a fantastic player of their own right, and making this Paladin sing for sure. But of course, you know the Boomkin has the top
That
tiers. It's just
explains so much more why you have a decent M+ score, Sam.
come on. I'm a caster, Lithy. I'm right. I'm a caster. Of course, I'm going to be carried.
No, that's good. Yeah. I've
this
gone
myself?
carried myself.
It's streamer privilege, caster privilege, whatever they say these days.
Oh yeah, no, I don't have streamer privilege. I don't stream.
That's a good idea. It's probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Hothead, do you have to out us like that on Twitter? Can't we just
Hothead.
Can we keep the banter for ourselves here, man? I don't want the Boomkins coming after me. That was a joke.
Yeah, it's too late.
Oh, God.
We're all. It's all over for us. So
It's all
this is
ogre
gonna
now.
be the last day for myself and Lithy. Thank you all. We're gonna enjoy the final 4 hours that we have left of life before we get boomkin.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, we don't need to
I mean, really, when I get-
scared of anything, right? They don't do damage? Oh wait, no, Leora is doing pretty decent damage. 60k on the meters at the moment. I mean, of course, if you are up against overpowered Red Paladin and a BM Hunter, which arguably is one of the best ranges in the game currently, I think, well, of course the Boomkin is not gonna look great, but all in all, it's still fantastic, and Doragosa is dropping pretty fast. There goes the Bloodlust, and that's gonna be the end of this run.
What kind of academy is this where you can die in it though? That's a messed up academy.
Basically Hogwarts at this point.
All right. Anyways, there goes the energy bomb. Yeah, less than 20%. We've entered into execution range for our lovely. We got the kill shot now. This is gonna be able to start throwing the hammers out big time. Big hammers, anyways. There you have it. Echo of Doragosa. This door has been ripped off his hinges. 21 Academy is gonna be +2'd here by the Air Force. Not quite as quick as what we saw from the Coast Guard, but hey, the Coast Guard is running that 4 DPS composition, powerful as always. Lithy, we have been going for about an hour now, and I think it's time for an update here from Marielia.
Oh boy, do we have some logs?
I think we got some logs.
Yes, yes.
Oh, there she is.
I have got information for you all.
Hell yeah.
So, I have been breaking everything down. This is what our current leaderboard looks like. Coast Guard is in the lead, having completed a 21, tied with the Air Force. Both of them have completed Algathar's Academy as their dungeon of choice. We know that the Marines have gone for Ruby Life Pools. They've managed to complete a 20 and are now progressing a 15 Shadow Moon. U.S. Army coming in a little bit slower. They got a 20 done with a +2, now progressing a 22. When they complete this key, it will launch them up into first place temporarily.
Nice.
Temporarily, I think, is the important key word there. Ruby Life Pools was started by the Coast Guard. Shadow Moon Burial, yeah, for the Marines, and Algathar, I think, being that interesting conversation point with the fact that both of the 21s have been completed, but the Coast Guard getting it done just that little bit faster has already put them inside of the Ruby Life Pools.
Yeah, it's made a really big difference, the strategies that we've seen. And I don't think any of us are terribly surprised. I do have a couple of interesting little tidbits for you as well. The Marines were the slowest to start their runs today. It took them a whole minute to get their first key in the keystone and going. Coast Guard finished their first dungeon well before anybody else, and they've had the most runs completed at this point. So really neck and neck. Air Force, a nice tight second. They are spending a little bit more time between dungeons than their counterparts, but I'll keep tracking all of these little info bits for you over the course of the week.
I mean, just going based off of this data that we have so far, Marielia, we're getting an idea that the Coast Guard are really hungry for this win.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just in the team chats we've got going on in production side, they said when we put out that tweet announcing them as the 2-time runner-up, you could feel the taunt that was to them. So I'm really excited to see what they can pull out.
I'm excited to see that as well. Liffy, the Coast Guard coming in swinging, but the Air Force too. They've been struggling these past couple of AFDLs to be able to find something of their own, being in 4th place both times. So I would say even for the Air Force, with the way that they're going, if they're able to pull out a 2nd place win, that's still a big victory. You just jumped up 2 spots.
The thing also is, right, the Air Force is already running with the healer, so they don't even have to go through the whole adaptation of bringing in a healer now instead of the 4th DPS. They're already practiced on the timings, the cooldowns, and everything going on there. So we'll have to stay curious to see how the Coast Guard is going to move forward, going into the other dungeons and going to the actual high keys where they will need a healer. But all in all, I think it's going pretty well. Look at... Can we quickly talk about the Marine Corps, how fast they're blasting this dungeon? Like, what the hell?
Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, the freebie of the weekend. Quick note, by the way, just a big thank you to Marielia for coming in and sharing all of that fantastic information. Really do appreciate it. I think it adds, getting that extra statistics and those extra tidbits are so very important to understanding that, like, getting the tidbit that the Marines started just a minute later than everyone else. Those minutes start adding up over the weekend, Lithy.
Oh yeah, but Marines are also really damn fast in their runs. Like, if you remember, they were a solid minute or 2 ahead of what the Air Force has been doing so far. But if we... sorry, no, I'm thinking of the Army. Marines have been doing pretty well for themselves, yeah. But this is also a +50 in Shadow Moon, so not the craziest dungeon.
Honestly, we wouldn't be expecting anything less, right, than a +3'd Shadow Moon Burial Ground. If the Marines are blazing through this as fast as they are, though, with the combination of DPS that they have, then you take a look at the Coast Guard. If they go home with the 4 DPS, I mean, blink, Shadow Moon Burial Grounds will be done. with how insane they've been playing.
Absolutely. I mean, it's two more packs after this, right? And then we're on to Nazul already. So I don't really think there's anything that's gonna go crazy here. So why don't we go on board with the Army for a bit? Because they are on a 22 academy right now, I think. And let's be real here for a second. We haven't checked in with these guys at all today, so
yeah, I want to get over to that
screen
Army
time a little bit here.
Exactly. I want to get to the Army, and I want to take a look at that 22. It seems like they've already taken down Veximus. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
And only one death suffered at this rate. And I also really want to take a look at the army as well, because the army is running with this interesting composition of a Havoc Demon Hunter, a Beast Mastery Hunter, a Fury Warrior. And this is... The Fury Warrior is the interesting one to me, because that hasn't entered into the topic of conversations very often. It's kind of been doing its own thing, right? It's not hasn't been the most powerful of classes, but I think still being able to find its footing here in this is kind of awesome. And it was like you said earlier with the makes, the specs that were played, Fury was actually one of those least played specs. It was not played during the MDI.
Yeah, because Fury does a very simple job. It just does damn. And if you don't bring anything to the party except for things like a Rallying Cry that you already have through the Prot Warrior tank in most cases, or other than in raiding, you don't necessarily need that badly in M+. It happens very quickly that if the only job you're good at, you're not even the best at, you're not being brought to the keys. And that is just a simple, sad fact for Fury Warriors. Still, it's looking very, very good here, and Lazy is pumping some numbers on these AoE pulls.
Yeah, they are. That's the beauty of the Fury Warrior. That is. I love Fury Warrior. It's one of my favorite classes because I can just roll my face across the keyboard and still do big damage. Kind of like a Demon Hunter as well, let's be real. But something about wielding two-handers brings a big smile to my face, and Fury Warriors bring that in spades. It was like you said, though, the utility of the Fury Warrior is just, even though they have that raw DPS output, you're missing a lot of that utility, right? Fury Warriors commanding shout, still pretty cool, but other than that, you're the battle shout generator.
Exactly. And if you look at this lineup, well, Battle Shout is nice, but it's not something that will make or break your key. So,
exactly.
Or at least, in this case, it's really damn good because of the BM Hunter and the Warrior and the Demon Hunter. But with the comps we usually see in M+, right? So, all in all, well, Fury Warrior has its place most definitely. And this mini-boss is dying very quickly.
This is actually just an interesting composition for the most part that we haven't seen from anything. Ooh, this mini-boss is putting the hurt on the army, though. This is the... Yep.
Do we have a res?
That we're going to be running into.
Do we have a res available? No one has a res available, it seems like. Super easy.
I think
needs to do some kiting. So far, it's looking pretty good. The pets are dead, though. That's a little bit of a problem, but luckily...
Gonna be able to revive.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Well done. And the tank is back just in time. Well, super easy, doing a great job at kiting, saving this pull, and quite honestly, that's a decent chunk of time you don't have to waste by resetting.
Oh no, they go down again!
No, what? Oh,
what
he just gets
there?
clapped. That's unfortunate. I mean, no healer around, and Paladin, it can be a bit squishy if you're not on the forefront of generating all the holy power you could use. That's a little bit of an unfortunate situation, but Easy is running and kiting.
Running for their life again.
Peton?
Peton?
Oh,
That's a
good
turtle.
turtle. Good turtle. That's some good reactions here, Sam. This man is on a mission and is looking great. Explosive shot coming in once again. Now he has a healer to support himself, as well as the Demon Hunter back in business, so you, in worst case, can do some taunt juggling. The tank is not too far out. Should be here any moment now. And with that... the boss coming awfully close, man. I don't know. There's the time dilation coming out, trying to keep the hunter safe, but for the moment it should be fine. And here comes the tank. Sorry, it's the tank. He is back. He is ready to taunt this.
It's the pet. I'm just kidding. No, the tank itself did come back, expelling the intruders. There, everything goes flying away, but the tornado spawns on top of our heroic hunter, who's been saving the day so much. But the winds of fate has changed it all. The sentry is still going to go down, but Lithy, with the way that this is going, this felt more like a boss than what's supposed to be a mini boss.
Well, it is fortified after all, and raging, so this guy hits like a damn pickup truck. So,
The tank goes
luckily,
in again.
Yeah, 10 goes down again. No,
No, they didn't. No, they
it's
didn't.
actually the warrior that's going down, but one way or another, this poll is cleaned up. A little bit of deaths farmed, 9 on the board in total now, but at least they get to recover and go on to Croth.
Okay, that was sketchy. That was dicey, but the recovery is the most important thing. 19 minutes to go through, 9 deaths. They're still going to time this 22 as long as nothing cataclysmic happens like that once more. Very, very scary times ahead with some of the later mobs that they're going to have to chew through. Croth, I don't think is going to give them too many issues, and they still had to take on the Overgrown Ancient as well. So having to take down the rest of those. I'm interested to see how they're going to decide to make those pull happen. It's definitely not going to be the giga-sized ones that we saw out of the Coast Guard or that we saw out of the Air Force.
One more death. Ibuku gets rezzed up though. For the moment the polls go on. A little bit of trouble here with the army. Sam, is this the we full screen you for the first time today, Jinx?
Yes, it is. We hit them with the old caster curse, but I mean it's a 22 though, right? So kind of excusable. It's not our fault. We wanted to see the excitement of a 22, and I have to say so far it's been pretty exciting, right?
I mean, exciting at the very least. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But I'm wondering, it does feel like Holybeard is exceptionally squishy. I mean, look at the ping-ponging of the health. You kind of expect that from a protection paladin, but this is scary. This is scary. And we also just got an update, Lithy.
Oh.
The Marines failed their Shadow Moon? What? Really?
Wait.
How do you... What? They had a +3. Unless they +3 that 15 and they failed their 18. That's what I'm thinking. That's what it has to be. Because there's no way they failed their 15.
Yeah, I was about to say, that seems highly unlikely that they entered the 15, but, well...
I guess anything's possible.
Anything is possible, absolutely. I mean, this is World of Warcraft after all, so... if Jaina can be a Dreadlord, you can deplete a 15 Shadow Moon. It's all possible.
It is all possible. It's all insane.
I mean, you do agree that Jaina is a Dreadlord, right?
Oh, of course. There's no other... It's the only reasonable explanation, in my opinion, Lithy.
Good. I'm glad. Otherwise, I probably couldn't trust you.
Would you have thought I was a Dreadlord then or something?
I mean, if you deny Jaina being a Dreadlord, you're one of them, right?
That's
how it goes.
Exactly. That's exactly how it happens. At least for the what's happening on screen, Croth is going relatively well for our U.S. Army.
Yep.
83%, some decent amount of damage. Obviously, the BM Hunter is having the time of their life on this single target. Lazy Warrior and Just Watts, the Fury Warrior and Havoc Demon Hunter, going toe-to-toe, but look at the output, the damage output from this BM Hunter.
It's just super easy, man. Both the character and the gameplay. Yeah, no, that wasn't
Wait a
funny,
minute.
sorry.
Wait, what?
Anyway, we got the orbs in. Got 2 stacks on the fire one. I'm not sure if they're gonna proc both at once. It looks more like one after the other. For the moment, we're gonna get the fire storm added in. Of course, the boss gets stunned up briefly. And now you have to dodge more swirlies if there wasn't enough in this dungeon already.
If those swirlies hit you, by the way, on this 22, you're dead. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. They hurt. And in this 22, it's going to be death. Actual death. That's going to be happening. And very, very important to make sure to watch your feet. Yeah. Which for the BM Hunter, they get to enjoy life.
Yup. What would you do if your shoes caught fire, Sam?
If my shoes caught fire, Lithy, I'd probably take off my shoes.
Interesting. What if they caught fire because you were standing on something hot? And you wouldn't want to take them off, right?
I guess it's kind of my own fault for standing on something hot, though. Right? Like, did I willingly step onto something hot, or?
I don't know. I don't think that's something that needs to be established to make this topic interesting, right? I mean, let's be real here. If you stepped on lava, then I think this whole discussion really doesn't have.
I think if I stepped on lava, then I have more issues than my shoes being on fire.
Exactly.
I think the rest of me would be on fire. Okay, so if I'm standing on something hot and my shoes are on fire, then I would get off the hot thing and then stop, drop, and roll. You gotta put out the fire.
Right. Remember, Sam, only you can prevent forest fires.
It is true.
That's not quite a U.S. Army or Coast Guard slogan, but I felt it was fitting here anyway.
Maybe we can twist the AFDL admins' arms to let the National Wildlife Association in on the next.
Get the park rangers through, man. I'd love that.
Yeah, we get the park rangers in here. Now, this is the poll I'm very interested in seeing how they're going to handle it. Especially with the issues that we saw on that mini boss.
Yeah.
But so far, I think the massive amounts of AoE damage is going to help them out big time. Especially, oh my gosh, this BM Hunter.
Dude, the flies are so dangerous. And, I mean, to be fair, park rangers would hate to see this pull and what happens after with the boss. But all in all, Holybeard is looking pretty good so far. You can see the big heals coming through every now and then. Dariev doing a good job on this Evoker. On the Preservation Evoker. Now Holybeard actually going down. Lazy War immediately
and we've walked
gets hit up and super easy. Finds another set of lashes. Luckily, doesn't aggro them onto the rest of his party. The question is, are they able to keep the pull alive until everyone else rejoins the party?
It's going to be tough. The Preservation Evoker is still alive. Still doing whatever they can. And it looks like they may have been able to regroup with the rest of the squad. Pulling in just one of the Skitterfly. There it is. The rest of them are coming. So the pool is still alive. The pool is still going. And somehow, against all odds, our Preservation Evoker was able to survive and keep the dream going.
Yep. The pets are back in as well. So all that you need to do is keep the tank alive. And Holybeard is taking a lot of damage. Nice rallying cry coming in. The Fury Warrior, sorry, bringing in some value. But look at the aggro hopping all over the place. Just Watts down to 20%. Give that man some heals. They're there. Press him. Holybeard going down. Lazy War as well. The mobs are just going rampage everywhere. Down goes the healer, or at least out of range. I cannot tell what is going on anymore. 2%. Down goes the hunter. Still, the pull is being kept alive, Sam. They could recover and possibly finish this one off.
That is... This is rough for the U.S. Army. Right in front of the boss.
Oh,
right at the toes of it.
It's
They're
still alive.
Still trying to make it work.
It's still alive.
Still going. But I think we had an interesting update that Marielia is going to inform us with.
Yeah,
on the
what's happening with that Shadow Moon Burial Grounds run?
Yes, so everybody hold on to your pants. We have an incredible misplay by the Marines. We did confirm they ran their Shadow Moon Burial Grounds and they walked out of the dungeon with only 98% trash.
They thought they had it?
They did not. Yep, they thought they had it, didn't double check, and that could be an incredible catch-up chance for one of these other teams.
Oh,
I mean,
wow.
even with how fast they did it, that's still 12 minutes lost. Can never get it back.
Yep.
That.
That's crazy.
Oh,
I will tell you, their logs show that run was 16 minutes.
That's clean.
16 minutes.
I'm in pain.
Well,
Also, the U.S. Army has just abandoned their 22.
There was
So
What is going on with teams and their just decisions to say, all right, it's day one, we're noping out of here, let's... I have no idea.
I honestly don't have any idea either. It's in my opinion, rough decision because the U.S. Army could have still been able to have timed that key. I think just reset. I think they should have reset it a long time ago and gone again, tried it again. But yeah, the decision to go ahead and jump out of there is very costly. Same for the Marines, though. Same for the Marines. These are the moments, right, where you have to really, really make sure that you're keeping an eye on everything. Because even just one little slip up like that has cost Marines 16 minutes. But Mary Elliott, thank you so much for that update on what is going on with the rest of our teams. Now,
And of course,
the Coast Guard, Lithy.
Yeah, Coast Guard is doing pretty well on the Ruby Life pools. I mean, that's a quote-unquote just a plus 18, so they'll push that forward. And in the meantime, Marine Corps went over to Academy, going to push that on a 15. Let's hope they remember their percentages this time around. The interesting pieces here really are going to be the Air Force going through their plus 18. I'm really curious how they will manage this Ruby Life pools, how quickly rather. And of course the US Army going back into their 22 Academy. So let's stick to the Army here again for this run, Sam, because I'm really curious if this is going to go a little bit smoother than the last attempt.
Hopefully it will. Hopefully it will. The U.S. Army, that was a very costly... That's a lot of time taken off of the board. Right, Lithy? It's over 20 minutes gone.
Yeah.
I'm
it
hurts.
Torn. It hurts, but I'm torn. Because I'm not sure how important that's going to be at the end of this weekend. Keep in mind, you got 15 hours total to push a total of, by the end of day 3, 5 dungeons to the absolute maximum. So I'm not exactly sure how much a time loss of 17 minutes because of a little mistake is going to change things for you.
I guess we're gonna find out. The only thing that enters into the equation is like how well the Coast Guard have been playing. They're on an 18 Ruby Life pools, clearly on track to being able to plus 3 this and turn it into a 21.
Coast Guard is on fire, man. These guys are.
They've also brought in a Unholy DK for
Yep.
Ruby Life pools.
Still rolling with the 4 DPS, but you can tell it's a little bit spicier now. If you look at the health bars there, they're bouncing a little bit lower than before. It takes a little bit longer to recover because you only have the Red Pally and the Shaman to go for the off healing. But all in all, still looking incredibly clean. Only 4 deaths so far on that run. Quite honestly, I think they're going to 3-chest this as well.
Yeah, I think so too. The 18 is where it stops with the 4 DPS, in my opinion. Because you got to factor in the bursting too. That's a lot to deal with, and I think that's why we're seeing them taking things very slowly because they're having to pace out their kills. So you're not able to get as much advantage out of the 4 DPS than you would be had you not had to deal with bursting.
Indeed. Talking about Ruby Death Pools, on the bottom right, we see the Air Force wiping it up and abandoning the plus 18. I think we're really hitting a little bit of this break point where teams are saying, okay, we either want to change something up to make this go cleaner, but at least we want to continue to push for this plus 3. So if you mess up at the start, maybe just go for a quick reset is not too much of a lost time situation. 2 or 3 minutes, I think you can definitely risk that for 1 or 2 attempts.
I agree. And it's getting that acknowledgement very quickly, right?
Yeah.
It's not wasting any time. You make the executive decision very, very quickly to go and make this happen. It's
better that you all go in on a bad call than not agreeing for a while and keeping discussing and losing more time on it.
And this is like the little micro plays that will start adding up over the weekend, right? It's these little decisions, seconds potentially, that then those seconds keep adding into minutes, and those minutes keep adding into hours, I guess. The next logical step. But being able to save yourself as much time, because even though we're in this TGP format, time is very important. Time is going to be your biggest enemy when it comes to whether you're going to be able to find that first place spot or not.
Indeed.
It's like we just had the Marines finishing up that 15, plus 3ing it as well.
Well, now they can go back to Shadowmoon. I'm gonna rub that in the whole weekend, man. I'll not stop. That's
No, I think it's
actually
fair.
hilarious. That is the first time I've seen that happen in a great push format tournament, that a team accidentally abandoned the key because they thought they had done it.
That they had the percentage correct, the right amount.
Yeah.
It's
But it's like, that's also something that only happens on Tournament Realm, right? Because you don't care about the loot, you don't care about seeing that chest and everything, and you immediately pour it out of the dungeon. That's not happening to you on live service.
yeah. See, here's the thing, right, Lithy? Because you're so concerned about making up for lost time that those mistakes start sneaking in. You want to go quick. You want to get out of the dungeon as quick as possible. You want to get set up for the next key as quick as possible. Speaking as quick as possible, the Coast Guard are as quick as possibly
That's
can be.
disgusting, man.
They
just,
still have 1 minute and 42 seconds on the clock.
yeah, they just plus 3 and 18 Ruby Death Pools with quad DPS. Wow.
I can't even begin to believe that. That is an insane level. And I'm glad we pulled them up. What is the decision going to be? I don't think they can do this with the 4 DPS combination anymore. Not if they want to go for the 21 Ruby Death Pools. Now I think it might be time for them to step into Shadow Moon.
We'll see it in a second here, Sam. We'll see it in a second. What is it going to be for...
Oh, they...
Oh, we're going
What an
back
insane
in, Sam. I need to see this.
What an insane play.
21
Coast Guard.
Ruby life pools without a healer. Are they swapping to a healer? Is Mirren swapping to healer?
They have to. There's no other option.
Nah, Sam. Coast Guard is on a different level.
Coast Guard is on a different level.
I see.
By the way,
just a little guide, yeah.
I do want to say real quick, I saw in chat asking, where's the Navy? The Navy are unfortunately not in this specific clash, this specific weekend, but we're going to be having more weekend events throughout the year, and so expect to see the Navy make their triumphant return once more. That's a great thing, right? We're going to be having more events.
Hell yeah. Love that.
Why are they doing it? What is the decision? We put the Warlock on healing duty. We make them give us all their lock rocks. Obviously, that's the decision.
Yeah, no, this is a quad DPS run, Sam.
Oh my god.
Mirren on
There's no
the
way.
answer.
There's no way. Okay. All right. This will be our a 21 Ruby life pools. Our first look at it happening with a quad DPS setup.
Did you see the quality joke in chat, Sam? They'll bring back the Navy for the Jade Temple because it's a place of worship. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. I am so angry, but it's a good one.
Oh god. Sir Sheepalot, thank you very much for that one. You're a good person.
You think he plays mage, or they play mage?
Nah. Yeah, I don't see what make you think that, Lippy.
I don't know either, man. I don't know either.
Yeah.
Look at these clean
they're giving
inventories,
4,000
by the
gold?
way.
What is going on there? They're giving away money?
Oh yeah.
Are they trying to bribe Mirren into going into heal spec? Maybe.
Nah, man. This is
Here's 4,000 gold. Please heal us. Nah, they're just doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think another interesting thing to note here as well, Lithy, is the racial choice, right? For our competitors, because we're looking at an all dwarf lineup.
Yep. Dwarf, best race, or rather, Black Iron or Dark Iron. Was it Dark Iron? Or
Yeah,
Black-
Dark Iron
Dark
dwarves.
Iron
Yep.
dwarves. The racial is just really good to remove debuffs, especially if you have the situation without a healer. There's a lot that you can do to just keep yourself a bit safer, a bit healthier, just stay alive in this whole situation than with other races. So
I agree. I think we should go back over to the quad view real quick while we wait for the Coast Guard to begin their pool. See how the rest of the teams are progressing throughout their own dungeons. We had a little bit of a sneak peek at the Air Force and their plus 18 Ruby Life pools. The U.S. Army attempting once more the 22 Alcathar Academy. It looks like they are doing pretty okay. I don't see any deaths on their timer. No, I see one death. Never mind. It was covered up by the timers, and now the second one has joined them. Vexim is proving to be a little bit of an issue. Now the Marines over there with their 18 Alcathar Academy doing that as well. Starting off on the first boss of Overgrown Ancient. Lithy, when you do your Alcathar runs, which direction do you like going first? Do you like going the Overgrown Ancient route or the Veximus route?
Very simple, Sam. I don't.
Okay, all right. Lithy just punches right through. He does both of them at the same time.
Quite honestly, I just go whatever route my tank wants to go, and I think for most Pugkeys, you hit up Veximus first because that's the part of the dungeon where the most things can go wrong very quickly. So once you go through that and you find out, well, okay, this group is good or this group is bad, you can act accordingly. So you don't waste 80% of the dungeon run on a group that's just not going to be able to get through it. But it looks like the army is hitting a little capstone at the moment on this 22. They're resetting once again. And in the meantime, well, let's head into the Coast Guard and their plus 21 no healer run of Ruby Life Pool, Sam.
They already took down the first mob pack.
Yep.
No deaths on the board. And a small reminder to everyone that the Marines stumbled a little bit when it came to this first poll on a 15. But here we are, Lithy, a plus 21. This looks rehearsed, casual. Like they have the muscle memory built up over hours of wanting to make this dungeon work and make this composition work. And it's beautiful. This is a feast for the eyes.
It is certainly great to see, and I'm impressed, honestly, so far. These first polls have been incredibly smooth, but of course, bringing in 4 DPS, it's not just that you're losing a healer, that you have less healing available to yourself. You also gain a DPS, and with that, a lot of additional CCs. I mean, yeah, most healers have kicks nowadays, but interrupts, more damage, the pulls live not as long, and all in all, you're kind of balancing things out. So losing a healer isn't actually as impactful as it first sounds. It's really all about the survivability, and as we can see, if you manage things well in terms of survivability and of course defensive cooldowns, then it's looking pretty solid. The big question is, what is it going to look like once we get to this first boss, because there is a lot of damage going in on the group.
Oh, there it is. Okay. They made their way through. The bursting management is the most important thing for this group. You can get them down quick. Having to make sure to take them one by one, a little bit here and there, is the most important thing. But this is a giga-huge pull. Even for teams that have a healer, this is still a very scary moment that could potentially go wrong. Unbelievable. They're still pulling.
Yep.
They brought in the Crusher.
It's still going.
The
Red Paladin is still living. It's ongoing, but 2 deaths is not the greatest position to be in. Another huge hit of damage as Foos goes down to 20%, and Scotty just gets charged by the mini-boss. You hate to see that, but you can still keep this going. If you run back, you can still clean house here, and of course, that means you have a little bit of extra percent. Maybe you can skip a pack later on, but Foos going down low. Mirren as well, once again, dead on the floor, and this is exactly where the missing healer is missing heavily. Then again, of course, this is not necessarily the pack you wanted in this fight, so it's a harder pull than they intended first.
I have to imagine that's how it's going to be. They didn't really see it coming.
Yep. How's Foos still alive, by the way? How is this
I
tank
don't know.
still
It's a protection.
kicking?
Prot Warrior.
Yeah, Prot Warrior things. Easy clap. Looking great for them. Scotty, though, get that man some heals. There it is. Big word of glory. Well done here by Thick Tacos. He's just saving his Warlock. What a bro. they're looking great, and they, of course, can clean up. Another Steel Barrage coming in. The tank is dealing with that nicely. The question is, can Scotty dodge the charge this time? The answer is yes, because it's not in him, and all in all, this pull is getting cleaned up. Sam.
Okay.
Situation handled, basically.
Situation handled, and maybe with this extra primal juggernaut that they pulled, could potentially skip one of the dragons up above. Something to look forward to, I guess. There goes the final mob. But now we go on to Meladrusa Chill Warn, which for how this team has been playing, I anticipate no issues whatsoever. Once again, fortified key, no worries about tyrannical health pools. and with the AoE DPS composition of these groups, the whelps will spawn and be gone almost just as quickly. You're seeing a quick adjustment from our Warlock to get over there and place down the swirling ice vortex of doom, destruction, and death. Expertly handled as always. The whelps are going to be awakened through, but of course having to burst through the little bit of the shielding that Meladrusa has when she activates the Frost Overload is going to be important. But you're on top of it. The situation is being handled. And we're seeing still, though, kind of scary with those low health pools. They're going to have to heal back up. Miran or Thick Taco is going to have to take up the mantle and healing the rest of the group. And it's looking like that's going to be Thick Tacos.
The thing is, that was only one shield. There's more to come, and it's not going to get easier from here on out. You're lower on defensive CDs. I'm not exactly sure how well this is going to go by. It's going to be tricky to say the very least, but so far, Coast Guard still kicking. The heals are coming in once again. Sacrificial Pact used by Scotties, though. That's a massive CD down for the count, but it's going to run long enough for the next whelps. And, of course, the shield to come in. Here is the Frost Overload, and this is where you need to pump. Nice AMZ coming through from our DK, but Rune going down in the process. They need to get him up and running, but for the moment, that's not possible. Scotty and Mirren down. It's only Thick Tacos and Foos left to fend for themselves. And the boss on 40%, 35. Sam, this is not a great position. Mirren, though, gets up with the Ankh. That's a little better, but can they get any other CRs out? Do they have an engineer? They have a res.
Yep.
Never mind. I'm dumb.
goes the
Pallies
Tacos.
have battle reses now.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about that. Look at me. Rat
Yeah,
main. There you
brand
go.
new. Well, you know, brand new addition to Dragonflight can be.
Yeah.
Still, though, this is not the ideal situation to be in, regardless, for the Coast Guard, with the way that they still have to chunk through the rest of this health. There's going to be another Frost Overload, and with only 2 DPS alive, they're not going to be able to survive through it. They're not going to have enough damage to get rid of the shield. Although I think they might actually be done with those phases. So
It's gonna get incredibly spicy if she gets another shield of 10% left to go. There's another whirlwind. That shouldn't be too much of a problem. Mirren able to top the whole group. Of course, Scotty might have another health stone ready. I think it is available for him, and for the moment, I do not see any whelps. Sam, you might be right. I think we're through.
Yeah, there's no
They're
whelps.
actually
Yeah, we're-
doing it. On a 21 with only 8 deaths, they get through the first boss, which quite honestly for this composition will be the hardest part.
and will be the hardest part. But now I'm concerned about what's going to be happening up above when you're dealing with Kokaya Blazehoof, and then when you have to take on Kairaka and Urquhart, because they also too still deal a lot of damage themselves. AoE speaking, not quite as intense as Meladrusa, but then you still have to chew through the rest of the mobs that are going to be up there. And that fortified health pool, add on to that with bursting, they had to stay alive just a little bit longer so you don't get bursted down into oblivion. Yeah, this is still going to be a dicey key, and one that's going to keep us at the edge of our seats.
Absolutely. And we wouldn't have it any other way, Sam.
You know, I agree. I wouldn't have it any other way either.
See?
Also, you asked me which of the Dragonflight dragons I liked. Oh no, they walked into the frontal. They walked into
The max
Oh,
range
no.
Storm Breath just sends him home. That's rough.
Oh no.
What a rude dragon.
What a rude dragon, I know. The Warlock finally walks up there. And gone. Deleted.
Yep. I mean, Warlocks kind of deserve it, but
Oh.
no,
Dang.
that wasn't fair to Warlocks. That's true. But
No, you're right though. But you know,
still, Thunderhead going down to 40%, and we're moving on further forward in this dungeon. As mentioned before, right? I really think the first boss was the trickiest part of running this under 21 without a healer. And now that they've cleared this, yes, some of this trash upcoming until Kokia Blazeuv is going to be a bit spicy, but I don't think it's going to be even close to as tough as the first boss was.
I agree. I think I'm going to change my statement on that now. With the if getting rid of Thunderhead like that is a pretty decent start to how the rest of this could potentially be looking. I think we should take a look at the quad view, however, see how the rest of our teams are doing. This is pretty cut and dry at this point. We can keep an eye on the Coast Guard once we get into something more spicy. The Air Force has an 18 Ruby Life pools that they are attempting. And once more, the U.S. Army, a 22, proving to be a barrier.
Yup. Then again, something that we also failed to mention so far, I think, is the fact that the army had to replace basically the entire group last minute. And as far as I understand it, most of these guys are playing off roles, classes other than their mains, and something they've had not too much practice on. So all in all, I think this is very much a team we'll have to look at over the course of the next day and especially Sunday to see where they will end up, because they need some time to get into a groove, get comfortable with each other, and of course find the right roles for everyone.
It's the most important thing, is finding the right roles. The U.S. Army's determination to want to get this 22 done, though, I think is very admirable. If they do get it done, then they'll have the highest Algothar Academy key in this first day, at the very least. So that'd be something really good for themselves to have. And I think once they do get that 22 done, take a break from Algothar and move on to a different key. You've done your damage, and now it's time to show the rest of the dungeons what you're going to be capable of. Just like the Marines are showing Veximus what they're very capable of. This 18 is looking very good for them. That's going to be the third boss taken down as well. So we get to go make their way to fight the door. Knock on the door. Okay, we can't. We're gonna get copyrighted.
You think we're that good?
Yes, I do. I think we're.
I like your
lyrical
confidence, Sam.
geniuses.
I like your confidence. Oh, it's good. It's good. I definitely can't trigger a DMCA with my voice, but hey, that's okay. In the meantime, Air Force still in that Ruby Death Pools with their Demon Hunter dead on the floor. They are... Oh, they pulled Meladrusa with the mini-boss. That's a bold decision to go for, and they're getting punished for it a little bit at the moment, as they have two members of their group down on the floor, but we've seen the Coast Guard manage that just fine before as well, so I don't think the Air Force is going to have too much trouble. Speaking of the Coast Guard, and let's get back to full screen with these guys now that we have checked in with everything again. Sam, 12 deaths. Honestly, still very much on path and timer for a +2.
Yeah, I don't. They obviously don't care about the +. I don't even think they really care about the +2 either. I think they just want to time the 21 and have a 21 Ruby Death Pools for the team. That's the most important thing that they're looking towards, is just getting it accomplished, because then you have to look at the rest of the groups. The 21 is still a very tough ask. With the way that... So here's the thing. With what we just saw out of the Air Force, okay, if they're able to get the +3 on that 18 and go to the 21, then that will give the Coast Guard a pause to think about. However, if in my opinion, the Air Force only +2 it, then Coast Guard, whether timing this, is going to be a big victory in their pocket, because then the Air Force will have to go through another Ruby Life Pool just to match the Coast Guard. Meanwhile, the Coast Guard could do the 22, or they could go off and have the time of their life in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
Someone get this man a spreadsheet.
I know, I need to.
Yeah.
That spreadsheet
No, well,
would probably
Sam,
be smart.
Sam, we don't bust out the spreadsheets on day one. That's not happening. Don't do this.
Yeah,
to
I'm
me.
not that prepared. Come on, I'm just doing this all in my little brain. Noggin.
I don't believe you, but okay. You get the benefit of the doubt for the moment. But what you can also see is the fact that our good friends on the Coast Guard here, they just skipped a pack because they, I don't know if it was accidentally or intentionally, pulled that extra set of mobs downstairs with the mini-boss. So they get to have a little bit less time spent on this trash upstairs here next to Miss Blazehoof. And she is gonna get sent packing in no time right now. Look at the boss HP bar disappearing.
Jaws dropping on the floor. The best part about Blazehoof is there's not a lot of AoE damage to worry about. So you can see our teams are, our players, very confident the Coast Guard is feeling and maintaining this dominance over her. Already 50% HP underneath that, are like basically 40% has been taken care of, done and dusted. You pull Blazehoof right on top of it. You get rid of the Blazebound Firestorm. A little bit of off healing here and there to make sure everyone is topped up and good to go. Burnout happens, readjust, make sure everything is appropriate. And yeah, Blazehoof, not even an issue. Not even a blip on the radar.
I mean, I have a blip on the radar, probably a little bit, right? But 20% to go. You're just blasting through like crazy. Like, the boss is already down to 10%. There is so much damage going in at this point. It's almost not worth even targeting the elemental instead of just nuking the boss. But you have so much cleave in this comp, it's just gonna die at the same time as the boss. We got 30 seconds left on the +3 and a bunch of minutes on the +2. Looks like the Coast Guard will be heading to a 23 Ruby life pools if they want to after this 40 PS run. Good lord.
Can you, like, even thinking about that, entertaining the notion of that was not on my bingo card for this weekend, Lithy. Oh yeah, the 21 Ruby life pools for DPS. Yeah, that didn't even enter into the equation. Now this is a very possible +2. They have 6 minutes left to go through. Yeah. I think it's more than this is an insane team. The Coast Guard. When I said they were hungry, I lied. They're not hungry. They're ravenous. They're starving for this win.
Yeah, no, wait, I'd better not say that. Never mind. Let's...
Now I gotta know. You tell me in break. You can tell me in break.
No, that would have been a canteen joke or something along the lines, you know? Airplane food and all, you know? But let's just move on to this last platform. Well, it's looking really damn good, to say the very least. I like this comp. The question really would be, if you want to run this higher than a 21, can you do it with 40 PS? If yes, are you still able to bring the DK? Because, quite honestly, everything except Meladrusa looks more than doable, even on a higher level.
It does. Maybe, I think getting a little bit, maybe specking towards some more healing-centric talents for, probably, I would have to say the Shaman, more than likely, would be good. You can still keep them DPS, but yeah, definitely have that more focus for the off-healing. Go into that, and Meladrusa should be pretty simple, because it was just the big part was having to burst through the shield and taking care of that AoE and getting the interrupt off in time. But as long as you, but the problem was it was starting to compound, right? It was compounding one after another, and then, yeah, that would create some issues that we saw eventually ended up in the couple of deaths that we had there.
Yeah, no, indeed. Because the DK also brings in stuff like AMCs, so it's not like the DK does nothing in terms of party utility, so to say. But all in all, impressive performance by the Coast Guard so far. We're moving on to the last trash pack of the dungeon. 94% count on the board, so this shouldn't be too much of an issue. The big problem here usually is these channelers channeling their spells, but especially that shield just got blown up in a heartbeat, like not even a second tick coming through. So overall, that takes Mirren. Heal yourself, bro, please.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're fine. Sam, no panic, no need to stress.
No panic.
This thing is going smooth as butter.
Smooth as butter. Mirren wanted to instead sacrifice themselves to make sure the Warlock survives. Of course, it's always for the Warlock. Gotta throw yourselves at the feet of them. But Mirren did get it off just in time. Now we're going through the second round. What's it gonna look like? Not even gonna worry about popping the AMZ. This is fine as can be. Just AMS it. You're good to go. That should be the final. That should be the final AOE attack that they have. Burn through the shield with the Tempest Storm. Hit the get that taken care of. 5% HP. Now we get to go on to Kairarka and Urquhart. 21 Ruby life pools, looking very, very plus +2able.
I mean, 2 minutes 30, probably 2 minutes until we actually get into the fight. No, never mind. Everything is cleared out. They're pulling the boss now on. Let's see, 2 minutes 18 seconds for the whole fight on a 21 fortified with 4 DPS and a prod warrior. Bloodlust, 4 minutes, no bloodlust for this, Sam, and that is the main thing that makes me wonder if this is gonna be enough. But look at this dragon melting 75% already. In the meantime, the main boss, Eckhart, is going down as well. 70% for him right now. Both bosses actually very even.
This is just horrendous. What they're doing to these bosses. This should be against some code here. Like, we're supposed to be the good guys, right? But the way that we're bursting through it is feeling like this is just unfair to these poor chumps. And this is a 21. We really do have to reiterate this. A 21 being done with 4 DPS. And as long as you're on top of getting away out of the mechanics, making sure that you survive through the lava pools, it's going to be perfectly fine. Now we've entered into phase 2, and Kairarka is about to be a roasted dragon on the ground.
Exactly. Oh, there's the big damage coming through, though, too, going down. We do have a Battle Res or 2 available still, but you gotta watch out with the wind. And, of course, the fire patches here. Mirren has an Ankh, the Shaman back on the board, and so is the Warlock, and Kairarka is about to go down. This really just leaves Eckhart on the map, and this guy is harmless at the best. I mean, he's an enhancement shaman. No offense, Mirren, by the way, who's topping the meters right now. So, this one done and dusted, Sam. 20 seconds for 20%, and the tank is dead. Wait, they don't have a... Oh, they have a battle rest there. Basically, almost wiping this one up, but Foos gets up in time. But thanks to these 3 deaths, 4 seconds, 3. Oh my God! No way! It actually happened. +2 on a 21 without a healer. Man, that key was gone. That key was completely gone on the +2.
I think they died on purpose, right, to reset the Grief Torch.
No. It was not the Grief Torch saving this, Sam. No. You cannot tell me that was a strategic tank death.
Strategic tank death. Because it happened and then they immediately came back up. Like it was planned all along.
No, I don't. I refuse. I refuse to believe that. These guys are not that bad.
Lithy, we've gone through 2 hours now, and I think that was the most exciting possible moment that could have happened out of the 2 hours that we've had. I want to get your thoughts, though, on what we've been feeling about what we've gone through in this initial day 1 of the AFDL.
It's wild. It is wild so far. I thought we would be chilling for like the first 2.5 hours until we get out of the lower key levels, man. But, whew, get some spice in here early.
Got some big time spice, and I agree with you. A lot of spice, and we're looking at it. The Coast Guard now starting their Shadow Moon burial grounds. The Air Force doing their own Shadow Moon, and it's, of course, being chunked through like crazy. As long as they don't have the same disastrous happenstance that happened to the Marines, they should be okay. Marines are looking good inside of their own 20. The 18 turned into a 20 Algothar Academy. But the U.S. Army still, that plus 22 is a thorn in their side that they just cannot get rid of. But we are going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, Mary Elia is going to give us the updates on all of the stats that have been happening for our 4 teams. So don't go anywhere. As you can see with our beautiful faces on screen, we are back, and it's been an exciting day already. The U.S. Coast Guard has been having one heck of a day so far, making that 4 DPS composition not only just work, but sing, and the melodious tunes coming from it has been music to our ears. Before we go any further, though, I'd like to direct everyone's attention to the fact that we do have a sort of little charity thing going on. We have a GoFundMe link. If you type in !GoFundMe. Now, here's the interesting little tidbit, Liffy. Whichever team is going to be winning here this weekend is going to get to choose the charity of their choice from the Activision Endowment, one of the charities that they have. So something really cool for the teams to incentivize them to want to win.
Oh, that's incredible. No, I love the fact that we're able to support some great causes. Of course, kind of putting a little bit of a, so to say, prize on the winner of this tournament is awesome as well. I'm very, very glad we can do this. And of course, if you guys want to support this whole endeavor as well, you are more than welcome, and we'd be very, very grateful if you can. And hey, just spreading the word just helps as much as well. So tell your friends, like, share, retweet, subscribe. Wait, sorry, Sam, did you ring the bell? Or wait, are we... Damn, wrong topic.
Notification bell. Yeah, definitely though. ! Charity, that'll give you the link to the GoFundMe instead of ! GoFundMe. It's !charity. So hit that link up and go support some really amazing cause of whichever team is going to be winning. Now, Marielia has a lot of information to be giving to us. Some interesting statistics that have been coming out of these first 2 hours and 20 minutes of gameplay.
Yes, I have had my notebook with me the entire first half, and there is a lot going on. First, let me catch you up with the scoreboard and take a peek. The Coast Guard are in first place. They actually just cinched first place while we were on the break. It was the Air Force up until a few moments ago. They have managed to complete a Shadow Moon Valley, which is what makes all the difference. Only Coast Guard and Air Force have completed that key. As we saw earlier, Marines with the heartbreaking walkout with 98% trash, and so they do not get put on the leaderboard. We've got the 21s down on Algathar for Coast Guard and Air Force, and they are the only team for a 21 on Ruby life pools.
Oh, damn.
2 teams. Yeah, 2 teams completing all 3 of the dungeons, but obviously the Coast Guard having a really good time. And that Shadow Moon is only going to keep getting bigger and bigger. So that 15 is... put an asterisk on it, because it's basically about to become the 18.
Definitely. And as we hop back into the quad here, I have a couple other interesting tidbits for you. Like I said, I've been looking for, the spicy moments, and I can tell you that every team is on their 7th or more. Actually, now that Coast Guard have just started their 18, they've got 7 runs completed so far today.
Damn.
7 runs completed, and I don't think the Coast Guard has restarted any keys either. So those have been 7 runs.
They are the only team who has not restarted any keys.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Especially if you consider they're doing 4 DPS and no healer.
Yeah, and then there was the U.S. Army struggled a little bit on, when I say a little bit, it's a lot. They struggled a lot on that 22 Algathar Academy. Do we have the statistics on how many times they went in there?
They did make 3 attempts before deciding, you know what, bashing our head against the wall is not the way to go here. This is a marathon, not a sprint. We have all weekend to play, and we need to take care of ourselves and our mental. So they've elected to go into Shadow Moon, get those easy wins, make your players feel good again. It's a great strategy when you're stuck on a wall, like we've seen them be with the 22 Algathar.
Absolutely. It's all about that mental game. You got to make sure that's sharp and on point. Now, for the Marines, they're looking to right the wrongs of the past here on Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. It's just makes you feel. It really does. It's so much pain. And now I think they're actually walking out of the dungeon. I think they may have had a slight issue with the affixes, or had something wrong going on there?
I will take a deeper look into that. While I'm doing some digging, you guys all were around for WOD, right? Do you guys remember this dungeon, or are you going back to it just because it's a current season?
Oh,
Key.
I can appreciate the last blueberries so much because those guys were a massive pain back in the day already. Even if, well, there was no M+ back then, but seeing these on high keys just absolutely annihilate groups is hilarious. I love it.
Yeah, I wasn't around for WOD, so
You're a BFA,
it's a fun dungeon,
baby, right, Sam?
Yeah, I'm a BFA baby.
Oof.
All right, so Lithy and I can just sit here and geek out about how great this dungeon was back in the day when we were, young bucks.
Yeah, young, eyes full of hope and dreams.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't even really
When new planets.
yeah, I wasn't even really an RWF yet either, was there? It was still
Nope.
like you still have World First, that was a big deal, but there was no RWF. It's a different time,
Indeed.
different world. The Marines are stuck in time, stuck in this loading screen. That's not looking good. I don't think that's a good sign right there. That when you've been loading for about a minute now, a minute and a half.
I'll be honest with you, Sam, that
And
looks
that's-
like an Alt F4 angle for me here.
Well, interestingly enough, it is both POVs from the Marines. So
Oh, no.
we might have a technical
Oh, boy.
challenge. Well, no, at least one of them is still streaming. So we're going to do some digging here
Are they playing in the same
and
facility?
see what's up.
Like,
No, they are playing a different... hang on. Our Marine primary feed has kicked back in. It does look like some technical challenges there for the players.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
that's a black screen. That's a character select. Nice mog there on the shaman. Can appreciate that.
Hang on. This is a 4x3 loading screen. What has gone wrong to get to this
Uh-oh.
moment?
everything.
Yeah,
Everything.
everything is probably the right call here.
For all four of our teams, though, it's a Shadow Moon Burial Grounds type of life, which
Yeah.
makes sense that we're in the final half of the day. Now it's time to get as much done with the easiest key they possibly can. Push it as far as it can go, and get as much free real estate that we can purchase.
It's free real estate.
All right, guys. I think I'm going to leave you here. Let's take a peek at the Air Force as they make their way through Shadow Moon. Just catching up with a 21.
21.
And I'll see you later.
Absolutely. Thank you, Marielia, for all of your interesting statistics, facts, and knowledgeable know-hows. Now, 21. Shadow Moon Burial Ground. We're on the first boss, Sadana Blood Fury. Lithy, since you're the Shadow Moon expert, I'm gonna let you talk the bosses.
Ah, man, I'm not an expert. You know what I did back in the day with these things? Bought a boost for my
What's
challenge
that?
mode dungeons, and I was done with it. That's all I did.
Lithy, you were the boost. You were a boosty.
It's the
You got boostered.
This is the only time I've ever bought a boost for something like a meta achievement or anything along the lines, man. But I really wanted those weapons, and I got those weapons, and I'm very happy with them. But also, well, of course, these dungeons are very interesting. No, it was actually during Walls of Draenor was actually the first time I started taking high-end content somewhat serious and started raiding Mythic. So yeah, no, it's fond memories of that one. Good old Hellfire
Yeah.
Citadel. But all in all, I mean, the first boss isn't all that crazy, right? It's not a massive vomit of mechanics. You really just have to get away from the fall-off damage of the daggers that are spawned every now and then. You have some pools that are left behind on the floor, so you struggle a little bit with space. And in between, the boss, one, does a massive AoE explosions where you have to stand in the white runes to not get nuked. And the boss, of course, spawns an ant every now and then that will travel to her, can be CC'd off, can be stunned, slowed, whatever. And you basically want to kill that before it gets to the boss, because if it doesn't, then bad things happen, and you really don't want that. In the meantime, well, Sam, these guys, these exhumers, they're not just bad at comedy shows, they are also fairly annoying in terms of casting, so you want to basically kick them as much as possible.
Fairly annoying in terms of casting. Me and these fellas have a lot in common then. Yeah, it's all about taking care of them, though. Making sure to take care of the exhumed, hitting the interrupts before we make our way over to the second boss, Knowledge. And Knowledge, also same thing with the first boss that we saw. Not a lot of difficulties there, really. It's a pretty simple boss, mechanically speaking.
It is a very simple boss. In general, the level of mechanical complexity in these older dungeons is not too crazy, which is why we are seeing exactly this, Sam. Some nutty pulls into the boss, which is incredible to see. But we've also lost Drock, which is not a fun position, because without your hunter, you're lacking a lot of damage.
Yeah, you're seeing the loss of all of that AoE. And I wonder if they popped their cool. Yes, they did. The Bestial Wrath is on cooldown, and so they don't have that going into this fight.
Oh,
you're seeing how long this mob is surviving, where it should have been dead by now, had Drock not gone down like that. Also interesting to note, we got 2 shamans, 2 paladins, 1 lone hunter all by themselves. Wait a minute. Liffy! Liffy!
What's up?
Look at that, they're evading, they're immune!
Oh no, is it actually happening? It's probably the soul. It's probably the soul phase. As soon as this is over, everyone has collected their individual souls. It's gonna be all cleared up. See, the mobs are done and dusted. Everything is cleaned up, and we are alone with Nalish, with the second boss in this dungeon. And well, immediately moving on to the dodge orbs I'm throwing at your face.
It scared me for a second because the immune keeps coming out from the consecration. It's that weird, annoying bug going on right now with paladins.
Might also just be
and then I also saw
pets.
Might also just be the pets. And that was also the evades that I saw a lot of. But that immune going off like that is.
Oh no, I know what it is, Sam. There's
what is it?
Talent for paladins. Red Paladin has it.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure Prot has it as well, where your consecration slows. And the boss is immune to slow. I'd assume that this is it.
It's painful. It's painful because I have that. I suffer that same problem.
No,
all right, back in the soul phase.
It's not painful, Sam. He's immune.
Oh God, Liffy, please.
No,
Liffy.
You're not gonna take this away from me.
Okay. Anyways, we're not gonna take that. You know, I'm not gonna take that away from you. Just like Knowledge is not gonna take away this win from the Air Force. They're gonna take him down. He's just chilling out here waiting for the final soul to come out. Less than 7% to go. Final void devastation. Really, who cares about that? We don't. Easy second boss once again in this 21 tyrannical.
That's the thing, right? This is a 21 tyrannical, and they're making it look like a cakewalk right now. So the Air Force is underway with some very, very solid runs, even though they're not using the no healer strat. So, quite honestly, so far, Sam, I think day 2 especially will see the Air Force and Coast Guard set themselves more and more apart from the other 2 teams. The big question for me is, how well can the Marine Corps keep up?
Yeah, how well can the Marine Corps keep up, especially with what they've been going through? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, okay, never mind. I thought the mind control went off. I saw purple, thought it was a warlock. No, it was just the exhumer. But then I remembered this team doesn't have a warlock, so we're perfectly fine. There is one mob in these packs though that can hit you with the mind control, and at that point you have to do the only logical, reasonable thing, and kill the MC'd player. Right? That's literally the only thing that you can do. But yeah, the Marines are definitely interesting, especially with the difficulties that they've been having to go through leading up to this event. Seeing how well they start working together, especially in day 2 and 3, once you've had more of an idea of how to play, once you get the synergy going once more, that's the most important thing, because Mary Elliott brought up the importance of that mental game, right?
Yeah.
The mental health and watching out for yourself and being able to tackle these situations. And when you get demotivated, when you start feeling the pressure mounting, that's when things can start. Teams can either crumble or rise to the occasion. They can use that pressure to become diamonds. It just depends on how you take advantage of the time off as well, right? Because even though they can't play the dungeons, they can't go back into the tournament realm once we are done for the day. they can still VOD review. They can still talk. They can still say, okay, here's where we need to line up our cooldowns better. Here's where we could have made a better pool. We stood in the swirlies, so on and so forth. Important things that you need to do, especially when you are trying to gain as much of an advantage as you can with the amount of disadvantages that you have.
Exactly. It's going to be a long weekend. There's a lot that can go right, that can go wrong for any of these teams. So, well, party isn't over until it's over, Sam, and that is going to be Sunday night. So for now, we will see how far we can go on day one. And quite honestly, it's shaping up to be a solid first day. I don't think we'll see any of at least the Air Force and the Coast Guard finish any dungeon lower than a 21 at best. And the Marine Corps might be getting up there. What I'm curious about is how well the Army is going to do. They've dropped the attempts at the 22 Academy and now went into Shadow Moon Burial Grounds as well, catching up on some of the other dungeons, which I think is a great call. As Mariella mentioned it earlier, right? This is a marathon, not a race, so it's definitely going to pay off in the long run for them. But for now, well, it looks like 7.5 minutes, Sam. It comes down to Bone Maw and how long this fight is going to take for the Air Force before we can say if this is going to be a +3 or a +2.
Agreed. Just got a little bit of information update. Teams actually can practice overnight now. So even more of a reason, once the stream is done, to keep working on improving. You can still go back into those keys. If I were the U.S. Army, take things slow. When you're on stage, right, when you're in front of a audience, that can be kind of nerve-wracking. That could put you under a lot of stress, a lot of tension, having to perform at the peak while you're also dealing with anxiety. And so maybe, you get off, you can have more discussions, you can take things piecemeal by piecemeal and potentially work better.
Oh,
who knows? But anyways, Bone Maw.
Yep.
Gonna eat us.
Oh boy, we just finished 5 hours of keys. What are we gonna do now? Yes, more keys. And I am joking to an extent, but that is exactly what
average WoW player,
what the average plus player does, right? So I'm curious. It's gonna be exciting for sure. Day 2 is gonna heat up even more, and day 3 is gonna be the absolute banger we all expect it to be. I can guarantee that at this point already, basically. Bone Maw. Bursting, melting, whatever you want to call this, cracking, maybe even, because I mean it's a bone, right? Does that count? He's down to 65%, Sam.
I'll give it to you, Lippy. I'll give you this one too.
Thank you.
You know what?
Thank
That's all yours. Anyways,
sorry, I really tried a little bit too hard to worm that one in.
Oh, God. It was all a setup.
Yep.
It was all a setup.
Fell for it. I love casting with you, Sam.
You can't trust Lithy when you're behind the desk with this mad lad. There's always, you can't trust the words. You never know what's going to happen. All right, so the focus is going to be on Bone Maw, really. You don't need to worry about the other individual worms that are out there on the field. As long as you can dodge and make sure you don't get hit by them, you're going to be totally fine. And that's what's happening here for this group. Focus on Bone Maw as quick as they can. The good thing is, once more, with this being tyrannical, the big pain point, which we mentioned earlier, was those blueberries, the final 2 ones that you're going to have to deal with. But since it isn't fortified, much easier to burn through the health and actually survive through when it is fortified. Basically another boss.
Yeah, exactly. And with the pace we're going at, oh, Dart down for the count. That's unfortunate, but of course there's an Unk available, like Battle Res as well, so we're just going to kick that one in, and he is back on his feet. Bone Maw down to 10%, Sam. We were talking a little bit about the timer here, right? Because we went into this fight with 7.5 minutes. We're 3 minutes into Bone Maw, and this boss is about to be done. So the pace is pretty good, but I'll be very honest with you, with 2 packs after this, it's gonna be incredibly tight in terms of DPS to finish this dungeon off with a 3 chest.
Very close to getting it done, but I agree. The timer is still not in their favor, having to go through the double bat, double spider. These mobs are also very, very important to get your interrupts off correctly.
Yes.
Otherwise, you're going to be hit with the dot. You're going to be hit with the healing reduction. It
your
is
healer's
a
gonna hate
very
you.
painful. Yeah, the healer's going to hate you. Which I guess for the Coast Guard, right? If they decide to, when they're doing this, the no healer to hate. It's just going to be the off healing DPS. But it looks like they have everything pretty much under control. The Paladin doing of course, Protection Paladin with that Avenger Shield doing a really great job at controlling the tempo and hitting these interrupts. So if anything does go wrong, one of the other DPS making sure to cycle through them correctly, though, not hitting them all at once, is going to be very important. And now we're pulling into
The double
final
blueberries.
2 blueberries.
Hell yeah.
You like blueberries, Lethe?
Not by themselves. They're okay if they're in things like cupcakes and cake and wait, was it what is it? That's a word I actually need to look up right now.
Okay. Well,
'Cause
Lethe
I-
is looking up words. Air Force is looking up
So-
how to cook a blueberry inside of Shadow Moon Burial Ground. This is impressive.
The only thing I'm cooking, Sam, is you. There you go.
Huh?
Huh? What? Excuse me? So
Excuse me?
there's a word in German called Müsli, which is, I think that's the literal translation would be muesli, but it's basically cereal, but not necessarily sweet, right? It's mostly things like oats and fruits and stuff like that, more on the healthy side. So that's something where I can see blueberries in for me as well.
Okay. All right. I makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I have been educated on the on the intricacies of the German and English languages, and I'm also being educated on the intricacies of how to completely destroy Ner'zhul. Some might say dominate Ner'zhul.
And of course his skeletons, because those are definitely a thing, and they need to be taken out quite quickly, because otherwise there is this really nasty AoE that they carry around with themselves. That's straight up gonna murder you if you stand in it. But of course, sorry. If you kill one of these skeletons off, there is a gap in the wall and you can walk through without any trouble. Little, somewhat known secret since the MDI. If you have a Warlock, you can actually gateway through this wall and save yourself the DPS and time to go through the health bar of one of those skeletons. I'm not sure if it's ready for every single wall, but at least every second wall you can Warlock portal, and makes you very, very happy. You can also see they don't care about explosives, and Drock actually loses his life for it. So, man, that's a lazy DPS moment that is gonna cost you a lot right now.
But yeah, it may have potentially costed them this +3.
No,
it was
they
gonna
wouldn't
be
have gotten
tight.
that either way. I'm
You know what?
pretty
you're
sure.
right. You're right.
I'm pretty
Yeah, it's 60%. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm gonna go with it.
Fair enough. Can you see a battle res timer? Oh, there. Right side above the enemy nameplate. There it is. 30 seconds before they
This
can
is
get the
the-
hunter back up.
This is the fun part about having a non-consolidated UI, right? Like an MDI overlay. Is
it's-
trying to figure out where the BRES timers and the lust timers are.
It's always my favorite mini game, both in MDI, TGP, and of course the Race to World First. If you switch UIs and POVs every now and then, find out what is where on their interface, if they even have it. If it's not hidden behind their chat cover or something, which is often the case, sadly.
Poor Drock. He's just chilling out on the ground.
Yep, there goes the battle res, and that's going to be the hunter back in the game. Oh. Malevolence.
Maybe taking a bathroom break or
No,
eating his.
He was waiting for the
Hot pocket.
malevolence to be over. You don't want to accept the res immediately. You get clapped by the boss after all. So good awareness here from the team, and immediately popping off with that bestial wrath, just tearing into Ner'zhul. Down to 20%, Sam. They are about to finish off a 21 tyrannical bolstering explosive Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. That's going to net them at 23, and I think the current first place on the leaderboard.
Ooh, that's an exciting moment to be able to take that for yourselves. The Air Force has been having difficult times, like I said, in the past couple of AFDLs. Coming in 4th place every single time. heartbreaking moments, especially in the first one where it looked like they were in contention for first place, but ran into a lot of issues. And we're seeing that we saw what could happen there had you maybe potentially had done something else or adjusted. Regardless, though, Ner'zhul is gone. The 21 Tyrannical Shadow Moon Burial Grounds completed, +2 to that, now to become a 23. So,
And
on the flip side of things, the Army just started their 21 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. So maybe we can get an idea of how things are going to look different for them when they do theirs.
It will definitely be interesting to see. Meanwhile, the Coast Guard also underway with the 21, without a DPS healer, if I've seen that correctly. So we're gonna check in a little bit later how that went for them, and we can see Holybeard going on a kiting mission away from these nasty skeletons. Oh no! What's
It's always the kiting mission.
Poor Watts. What is happening?
Oh my gosh, what is happening?
Holybeard
This is
taking a lot of
okay.
damage. This is stress pure for Dark FS. Holybeard just gets annihilated. The Paladin gets absolutely clapped here in this moment. And these skeletons, they do hit hard like crazy.
I guess you could say they have a bone to pick with the U.S. Army.
Nice.
Yeah, I had to join in on the puns.
I had the feeling you were just shambling through the day a little bit on the pun side with me, Sam, but now you're really there.
Gosh.
You're digging deep, my friend. I like it.
I had to go in there. I had to find it out. U.S. Army, though, the 21, we wanted to get a little bit of an idea of how things are going to look versus what the Air Force had done with them, and we just got that idea. The U.S. Army, whenever it comes to these 20s, 21, 22, they struggle. They struggle intensely, Lithy. And this is, it's so painful when that happens. And it just makes you, feel bad and wondering what else they could do to maybe potentially fix things for tonight. Mary Elliott, though, is going to be joining us with apparently an interesting fun fact about how things are going.
Yes, I do have something interesting for you. Earlier, the technical glitch that we were seeing with the Marines was caused by multiple players attempting to start the key for their group at the same time. So it confused everything, took them a moment to get back in. Now, that is a bit of a time loss. We saw it take them approximately 2 minutes to get that resolved. And by the time they'd gone in and out of the dungeon, it was about 3 minutes and 30 seconds that they'd lost to that, which may not seem like a lot of time right now, but it could be a big impact later on in the weekend.
And it could. It's those little moments like that that keep adding up. But the worst part about it is it's out of their control. There's nothing that they could do about it. It was just technical glitch. But Lithy, these things happen. It's just something you got to deal with.
Exactly. It's all stuff you need to adapt to. And well, if you don't, well, that's not the way to win a tournament.
You gotta take your lumps, right? You gotta just accept the bads with the goods and make up for that lost time by being very good. Just be good, Forehead.
Yep, just get good. That's
Just get good, kid.
When did we get to our Korean advice, Sam?
I think we got here. I think just now is when we got there.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Thanks to Marielia as usual for the fun stats and information. And in the meantime, let's talk a little bit about what else we are seeing, Sam. The Coast Guard still in their 21 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. On the other side, the Marine Corps is doing a +18, working their way up. And on the bottom right, we see the Air Force off to the Ruby Death Pools on an 18 as well. Was that 15? That's an 18.
It is an 18?
Yeah, they're pushing that one up to make sure they stay on top of the leaderboard. But why don't we jump in with the Coast Guard here for the rest of their run, because I'm really curious to see how they manage the 2 blueberries without a healer.
The Void Pulses are where things are going to get scary. A lot of that AoE damage going back out. How do you handle that? Well, the question is, I guess maybe you throw Blueberry Maybe Scotty whips out the blueberry of their own and makes them meet each other right in the face. We'll definitely not that, but you know, Golden Maw is not long for this world anymore. We're about to have a deworming of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. This is where the rest of the dungeon is going to get interesting. Regardless of whatever happens here, though, they're definitely going to +2 this without a doubt in our minds. Even if they were to wipe on the blueberries, they still have such a huge buffer of time. It almost seems like practiced, right?
I mean, probably, maybe. Maybe these guys are some of the madmen that do life keys without a healer. Like Psy, for example. So, no, it's impressive, and all in all, I like it a lot. I'm very happy we get to see a little bit of perspective on the change up here.
This is mirrored too. This is hurting my brain a little bit. Okay. All right, I'm fine. I'm okay.
All right.
Here's both of the void spawns.
Okay. Let's go. The big thing really
Let's
is
do
going to
this.
be the burst damage happening at the same time. If you can desync it properly, you're going to not have too much trouble on a 21 Tyrannical. Luckily, these don't hit as hard as they could.
It's like it's not even an issue. Look at how.
Yep.
Listen, you don't have to worry about healing if the mobs are just dead. There's no damage to be healed through if there's nothing to be damaged from. Already the first one goes down, the second one to join their friend shortly thereafter. And yeah, I'm having blueberries for dinner tonight.
I like some blueberries for dinner, man. It's looking great, and of course now it's only Ner'zhul left. Sam, let's quickly talk about this timer here, because we just saw the Air Force complete this on a 21 on a +2. These guys are going in without a healer. They are blasting it, and they got 2 minutes 50 left to finish off Ner'zhul to +3 this, and this would be massive.
They have over, they have a massive time bank, over 150 seconds, right? So if they get basically 1.5% per second, a very easily timeable key. No lust, though. Having to go through the Ritual of Bones, putting it over on top of Ner'zhul, get that little bit of extra AoE damage, but you're seeing how much easier this is for the team, because it's not a lot that you had to worry about when it comes to the AoE side of things. And then we got to remember, for the Air Force, they lost their Hunter, their BM Hunter, almost right off the bat. You're looking at it, 62% with 2 minutes left on the clock. They are blazing through Ner'zhul.
I keep saying it again and again, man. This is some disgusting damage they're pumping. Scotty on the Warlock, man. He is just standing still and pumping from range. Demonology has been looking some fantastic numbers over the past course of this patch, and he is making it count. Meg also, honestly, the flexibility to come in on multiple different classes and perform on this level is absolutely impressive. The 21 getting cleared up without an issue. Even that explosive is going to be taken care of in no time. So Ner'zhul down to 30%. And Sam, there's no stopping these guys anytime soon.
There is no stopping it. The Coast Guard are full speed ahead. They've ripped out the brakes. And they have a determination for this weekend. The crown that they want to have on their heads. And the more they keep going, Lithy, the more likely that is becoming. But now Ner'zhul, the 15% HP left, 50 seconds to go. This is done and dusted in the bag, of the Coast Guard are continuing to put forth that dominance once more. Do we just ignore the Ritual of Bones and take down Ner'zhul? Yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna do.
Who cares about the skeletons? We have a Warlock Gateway for the worst case scenario, and they're just gonna blast on through. Not even an issue. They're shambling closer and out of the dungeon. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a 21 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds +3 just bombed out of the dungeon.
The Coast Guard... Sorry, I had to pick up my jaw from the ground after what we just saw from the Coast Guard. That is an impressive scoreline, and this is what we were saying about Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. This key is the gimme key. It's the easy key. It's the key that you can use to really start I mean, putting yourself so firmly in the lead. Now, when we talk about the Air Force, they +2 their key. So at the very least, there's 2 more dungeons they're going to have to go through. The Coast Guard decide to go back into Shadow Moon, which they are. If they time this key, regardless of whatever happens here, even if the Air Force were to, it's more than likely going to be a +2. That's where they're going to be meeting the Coast Guard, who just +3'd.
Exactly. So, Air Force and Coast Guard, man, this is really down to these two here in this first day in terms of who is going to go home with number 1, at least. For now. Of course, tomorrow we'll get another dungeon and more shenanigans and more fun. But overall, I love how tight this race is already, and it's only the first day. Sam, we are 30 hours in, if I'm counting correctly?
You are counting correctly.
Yeah, no,
3 hours. 3.
Man, time flies.
Yeah, when you're having fun.
Exactly.
Time is a construct anyways of man. But I don't know why I went into that. I think we should take a quick peek. Speaking of time, we got that preservation evoker using time abilities to rewind things all over the place. Take a quick peek at the U.S. Army, see how this 21 is going to go for them, which they've been struggling with so far. Maybe some adjustments are being made, figuring out what they need to do to make it work for themselves. It's been a tough day for them, and we're hoping that they might be able to pull something out of their hat.
Indeed. 21 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is definitely doable, so it's all gonna come down to Holybeard and Dargev trying to coordinate things, especially this last pull. Gave them a lot of trouble. These skeletons, we brought them up already. They do a lot of damage, but with this lineup, if they layer the CC correctly, if they layer the defensive CDs a little bit correctly, then it's gonna be just fine. Holybeard just dropping immediately, getting rezzed up, and Dargev is trying his best, his damnedest, to keep everyone alive at the moment. Lazy War went down in the meantime, and this pull is really getting spicy, Sam. You can see the Fear Sigil and the CC coming through. They're doing a great job at keeping everything under control here for the moment. Holybeard keeping aggro like a champ, everything down to half, and the Bone Mender about to die.
It's the most important thing. Get that Bone Mender out of the field so no bones can be mended. Right there, the Shadow Bolt does go off, but Holybeard, they're okay. They're fine. Dargev, that's a scary position to be in with the amount of health that they did have. The bones are...
But look at all the odds, man.
Dootin'. Yeah.
All the healths are out on himself. Holybeard dropping low, has some nice words of glory to stabilize himself, and of course his evoker to keep him company. Another nice Fell Nova stun is going to make the last few percent a breeze here. Big problem here is Zoro fairly low on HP, but he is now just rejoining and the combat is over, so he should be fine. He's going to catch some hots and be done. We're moving on to Sedana Blood Fury, the first boss in this dungeon, Sam.
Took 3 deaths to get there, though. That's a little rough. That much is for sure. Hopefully things will go well here for Blood Fury. We're not going to find any more deaths. Otherwise, you're playing a game of catch up, and sure, you're on this 21, but cleaning up things here and there to make sure that you optimize the rest of the routing is going to be very important.
The beautiful thing with Shadow Moon Burial Grounds is that you don't have too many crazy differences in routes going on, right? This dungeon is very straightforward in terms of what trash you want to pull, what trash you don't want to pull. I don't think really there is too much that you actually skip, so all in all, as I just said 3 times in a row already, I think it's a very straightforward dungeon, and I can appreciate that very much. And so far, this first boss seems to be going over pretty well for our friends here in the army.
That's what they needed. They need this win. Looking very clean so far. 45% for Blood Fury. That's a little bit more. And 28 minutes left to go throughout the dungeon. 3 deaths. If they do decide to go throughout the entirety of the rest of this key, that is going to be them timing it for sure. Whether or not they get the...
Oh, no. Sorry. That was a very low Demon Hunter, had literally like 1 health.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh no, too. That's okay. All right, but we're okay. We're fine. The recovery is here for this group. You can see that Blood Fury is surviving a little bit longer. They're starting to. I think they might be struggling a little bit to get the final few percentage out of the way.
Oh, Holy Beard. Okay, stabilizes himself. Solid heals coming through from Dark F, and Blood Fury down to 15%. Sam, we got another AoE explosion that, of course, needs to be healed up, even though it doesn't do too much damage if you stand in the white runes. But all in all, with another Spirit coming in, then the next daggers, this is where a little bit of AoE damage will come through, but not too much. Great knockback here from our Evoker. Coming through on the Spirit, a little bit more CC. The heals once again thrown out. The Dream Breath, such an important piece to the Preservation Evoker's kit. Just a massive hot going out on everyone. And now the Whispers. These things hurt like crazy, but with the next daggers being baited beautifully, they should be fine. But down goes Holy Beard. Luckily, we get another Dark Eclipse, and this should be more than enough time to finish off the boss before she starts whacking one by one. No, never mind. Watt's down for the count, and they are struggling to stay alive. Zoro down.
No
it's only
way.
Lazy War able to stand and fight, but down goes the
gosh.
boss. The army clutching it out for the boss kill.
That got a little scary. More than a little scary. That was. Someone needs to make a horror movie about what just happened there, and it'll scare everybody into thinking twice about wanting to go up against Sedana Blood Fury on the 21 Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Now, Marielia does have another update for us. So, Marielia, what you got for us?
Yes, hello, gents. I have a small update for you while the army are progressing Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, trying to catch up with the leaderboard. We've got Coast Guard finally making an interesting decision, and I bet you'll never guess what it is. Lithy, what's your guess? Sam, you get one each.
They're running without a healer.
I'm gonna go with
Sam?
I'm gonna go with they're bringing in the healer.
All right, well, when you go with the two choices, one of you is bound to be correct. And I can confirm that Sam, the believer, is correct. The 24 is, I think, where they're drawing the line. That's about what they're going to be entering in a moment. They're really taking their time here. They've been messing with their talents, just sitting, breathing, getting ready to go. It's going to be interesting.
That's fair, though, the 24. For sure. Even in Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, you've just leapt up in the damage table so much that you will not be able to survive through the void pulses of those blueberries. There's just no way. I don't see it happening, even with the off healing. So yeah, good call from the Coast Guard and hitting that realization. You can see bringing up MDT, trying to figure out how they want to take these packs on, but by little, piece by piece. Very, very, very good planning and thinking ahead from this group.
Oh, I like it. You can see we're going into this first big pack, and then of course the whole batch of little spiders after that, into the Bone Mender with its skeletons, boss, into the next packs, and the boss, and of course the trash afterwards. So that's all the things that need to be cleared. If this exact route is what we're gonna see, I'm not exactly sure, but there is a high potential. Of course, once we get to a 24, you need to change things up a little bit just to stay on target and stay competitive and not get clapped some way through with some of the more massive pulls these guys have been doing on the 21, for example. In the meantime, bottom right, Air Force about to finish off their 18 ruby life pools, if I see that correctly. The Marine Corps top left about to finish their 18 Shadow Moon, going up to a plus 21 after that, since this is very much on pace for it. 3 chests, there we go, down goes Ner'zhul, and on the bottom left, the army who we were just with on the second boss, finishing that off in not the too distant future, on a good course through their 21 Shadow Moon.
Alright, well, once again, big thank you to Marielia for coming in with those statistics, those facts, those fun little shenanigans. And now the Coast Guard. Well, the Coast Guard has finally met their match, and that match is the 24. 24.
Oh, I think
Now, Lithy, I gotta point out the Marines. I gotta point this out. 99.33%. They did not make the same mistake.
this time around it is on point and clear. Yep, they had to go back and get some more trash, but well, this time around the dungeon is completed appropriately. So that 18 is locked in. They still made it on the +3, so well done to those guys. But Coast Guard, Sam. Oh, we're looking at the 24. In the meantime, bottom left, the army also making solid progress. Would you say, based on how much burial grounds we're seeing here at the moment, Sam, would you say that these teams have a bone to pick with this dungeon?
Hey, I already made that joke, Lithy.
Oh, you did?
I did. I already made that joke.
Damn.
I've been thieved.
Damn, sorry. Yeah, I didn't mean to unearth old material.
I walked into it. I'm a chump. I'm a chump. Okay. You ruined me. I can't even do this anymore. We still have 2 more hours to go, Lithy. I wish you the best of luck by yourself, buddy. No, I'm just kidding. Of course, bro.
I didn't mean to bury you there, Sam. Sorry.
I can't do this anymore.
I'm having way too much fun here, man. All right.
Dying right now.
I deserve that. Anyway, you think
Actually,
the
I think
army
you're
is...
killing you now.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no, You think the army is gonna get through this on a 2 chest? I think it's a pretty good pace.
Yeah, I'm feeling the pace. I'm feeling like, yeah, this is actually going to be possible. It's the same situation, though, that we found the Air Force in, right? Because when you look at the Coast Guard, they got that +3, and they're already on the 24, so they just continue to push that lead ever so much further. So when the U.S. Army hits that +2, which is going to be that 23, if I'm doing my quick maths correctly here, Lithy, caster brain, you can never trust it. They're going to be okay to get that. But then they still had to go through another dungeon, the same dungeon that the Coast Guard just did with a 1-up on them. And so the time there is just going to be it's just going to be compounding even more so for the Coast Guard how much of a lead they're going to be getting.
Yeah, exactly. Timing thing, the time is definitely a solid factor, and the fact that they've been running with 4 DPS so consistently through all these 21s is absolutely incredible. So now that they're bringing in the healer, I don't think this 24 should be too much of an issue. We were talking a little bit earlier about the maximum levels reached for these keys, right? And if we remember Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, the highest time keys are 2 +29s in the world currently. And there you also have to consider these guys in this tournament have better gear than those groups. Lots of potential on the table here.
The tournament realm gear is
spicy.
We can't understand. Yeah, we can't understate just how easy that is, right? Because let's say that you haven't been able to get your grief torch the entire time, or you hadn't been able to get XYZ piece of gear that's been holding your DPS back. There's no worry about that. You can perfectly optimize what you need in order to get min-max the perfect amount of DPS when you're running your sims, etc., etc. So yeah, this is. I definitely could think of probably the cap for Shadow Moon Burial Grounds being 27.
27,
maybe even 28. Maybe even 28. Probably 28.
Honestly, I think Air Force, one of these two, Air Force or Coast Guard, is going to attempt a 29 before the end of the weekend.
You think so?
I am pretty sure, yes. There is gonna be a time 28, and they will attempt a 29. I am convinced that that is gonna happen. Maybe even for more than these two teams. You have no idea what the Marine Corps can get up to. We also don't know what the cap, kind of the potential ceiling for the army is either. So we'll just have to see. We will just have to see. You can tell that the Invis pod or stealth past this first pack at the start of the dungeon that we see for the Marine Corps right now seems to be a fairly popular strat.
It does. It's a little bit of moments like that, right, where you're able to optimize and maybe even be able to take some inspiration from some of the best players in the game. So yeah, we're starting to see now, though, even for the Coast Guard, just the level of what the amount of health is being brought to the table inside of these 24s, because we're still on Sedana Blood Fury and how crazy this has been. And now we're understanding why they need the healer, because look at the health bars even with the healer. It's just too much to be able to survive through. And this is just going to keep getting more and more difficult the further we get into SBG.
No, absolutely. You need some solid cooldown management. You need pre-planning. You need to know exactly what you're doing. It doesn't just go for Shadowmoon Burial Grounds. It also goes for all the other dungeons. High Key and Plus is a dangerous territory. You can get one-shot just as much as you can in Mythic rating. So, gotta watch out. Definitely gotta watch out. In the meantime, let's watch out for the army on Bone Maw. Down to about, I want to say 60, if not even less than that percent. Oh, that looks more like 50, quite honestly. On a solid pace, 2.5 minutes for that 3 chest armor. They're not going to make that, but I think the +2 very much still in reach.
I think so as well. We're starting to see kind of like this moments where you just got to take what you can get, right? And for the U.S. Army, who's been having so much difficulties today, yeah, it's got to take those wins, got to take those dubs. And now the Marines are on their own 21 Shadowmoon Burial Ground, making sure that they got the actually running into a bit of an issue right at the initial pulls. So jumping out, restarting it, and trying it again. These 20, you're starting to see just the difficulty levels, the spike in difficulty that happens when you start getting even into these low 20s.
I've
Air Force
lost my train of thought. I wanted to say something smart about what you just said, but I can't. Never mind.
Hothead has a question for you.
Yeah, I saw. Okay.
What do you call a druid who melees in tree form?
I mean, is he branching out into other roles? Oh my god, a combat log.
The joke itself isn't funny. It was Lithy's reaction.
Oh, no, that's such an old one, man. I can't believe I didn't remember it. It's horrible. Oh. Thanks, Hothead. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Anyway, Bone Maw almost dead for the army, Sam. That's a reason to party.
It is a reason party. Big reason. It's just going through this tyrannical health pool. It's insane how much you have to blast everything that you need to do in order to stay alive. The nice thing about it, though, is that with the mechanical simplicity of bosses inside of SBG, you don't really have too much to worry about when it comes to that. Just making sure that you survive and getting your DPS off here. And I think the U.S. Army has been able to adapt to that situation. The only thing that scares me now, though, for this team is going to be that double blueberry death combo.
Oh, it's a single blueberry death combo right now for the Marine Corps. These guys pulled massively with the spiders into that pole, and yep, that's an immediate, we'll call it quits and reset right at the top of this dungeon, because that's a time loss you don't really want to have on your counter if you're going through. And of course, well, it's not too much of a time loss actually resetting on the first pull of the dungeon, so one way or another, that one's done. The 2 blueberries, Sam, that you just brought up, these guys are dying fast. The big question now will be 21 Tyrannical, Ner'zhul. How well are these guys gonna do going through that last boss fight?
question of the hour. Ner'zhul is going to be...
Are you sure, Sam? It's the question of the hour. We're only 50 minutes in.
All right, question of the previous hour.
Okay.
Question of the minute. Question of the 10 minutes. Half hour? I don't know. Anyways, Ner'zhul, are you okay, Lithy? Are you dying?
Oh, I'm totally fine. No, I'm still nursing a little bit of a, I don't know, sensitive throat, I just want to call it. So I just randomly cough. It's annoying, but it's gonna happen. So apologies for that. It's just gonna be a staple of the weekend.
Kind of appropriate that you're coughing inside of the dungeon of death. So,
At least I'm not choking.
At least you're not choking. At least, right? At least.
At least not yet.
At least not yet. Well,
Knock on wood.
let's hope that the U.S. Army also doesn't choke.
Nah,
be
man,
disastrous.
these guys are fine. It
Yeah,
really,
it would be
really
disastrous if
feels
they did.
like after the start of this dungeon went so fascinatingly wrong last run, they have found their groove. Yes, they've just
Yeah, let's
lost
go ahead and
their warlock,
pull them up,
but
too.
so far it's been looking solid. The moments where it's really gonna get a little bit spicy is these new spawning Dark Fall lasers, right? Because those do a lot of raid-wide, group-wide damage. And of course, we have the walls coming in once again. Gotta be careful not to walk too close to it, but still bait the Malevolence. Very well done here in this situation as Ner'zhul nears the 50% mark.
Nears the 50% mark, now has surpassed the 50% mark for the U.S. Army. They are giving Ner'zhul the business end, wanting to make sure that they stuff him. I guess preventing him from being stuffed into a Helm of Domination or something like that. Still looking pretty good. The DPS is on point. The Fury Warrior is going to be the one topping those meters, and Fury Warrior, whenever they get off and start popping off, and they have that opportunity to, and all of the crits are lining up in just the right ways, yeah, it's going to be fine. Here comes another Ritual of Bones. Don't get caught inside of that. It looks like, ooh, the Malevolence too, but you can see the Warriors just going to back away from that. Dodged it like they're pros.
Yep.
And the U.S. Army, after so much struggle, after so much rough times, have been able to turn things around and turn them into good, solid run through of Shadow Moon Burial Grounds.
The thing is, we need to also keep in mind, yes, these guys have been struggling a little bit more than the other teams over the first few hours, that this is still a 21. This is very much up and competing with the rest of the teams. I don't think they have stepped foot into the Ruby Life pools yet, so they're a little bit behind on that regard, but still, having 2 dungeons on an equal level to the rest of the teams is a very solid position in to go through the rest of the day, obviously, and into day 2. So, really curious how well the army can perform throughout the rest of the tournament. Zoro needs some heals. This Warlock is dipping low. Nice big chunk coming in, and there goes the boss. It is done. Sam, stuffing Ner'zhul in a helmet, man. What the hell? That's rude. Very mournful situation, and I can't believe you'd be so frosty about it.
You got to tell that to the U.S. Army, Lithy, because they're the ones who did it, not me.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's
The
talk
Air
more
Force.
about Ruby Life Pools.
Yeah, Ruby Life Pools is so great. Hold on, Marielia has something to say to us real quick. I think.
No, I just felt that Lithy's beautiful puns deserved some recognition from someone who actually would have understood them. So well done,
Thank you.
Lithy. You know, it's probably one of my most sad moments is when that beautiful, beautiful comeuppance of Ner'zhul's was, shall we dare say, retconned. But, you know, it's good that there are others who still remember.
Oh yeah.
I'm hanging out with a bunch of boomers right now.
Oh my god, you did not just call me a boomer. Excuse me?
I play a druid, so I can't argue that much.
It all ties into everything. I think I personally offended Lithy like this. Lithy, I didn't realize that this was such a sore point.
I'm not even 30, Sam. You're a BFA, baby. Why are you even talking about this?
Exactly. I am but a baby. You two are like WoW boomers to me. Not like actual boomers.
Can we like change topic quickly or something?
Yeah. Let's change topic.
Yes, so
Oh.
Sam has now been ejected from the broadcast, and
Oh.
we will be continuing with the rest of the event. Just the people who are apparently of age to understand the humor.
I'm too young for this
God.
ride. I'm not old enough to be able to get on this ride.
How tall are you, Sam?
5'11".
Can
So
you
in
can you
centimeters, you
express
gotta-
that to
Oh.
me in non-freedom units, please?
Wait a minute. We've met in real life.
Yeah.
I don't recall you being quite that much taller than I was.
I recall being very much taller than you.
The question is, were you wearing heels? That's the
No.
That's the thing.
Gosh, no. You can't wear heels when you're in production. Are you kidding me? Running around, back and forth, screaming at players for not showing up to their matches on time. You can't do that
I
in
have
heels.
not tried it, but I'm down.
All right. Well, next broadcast, you heard it here, folks. 180 centimeters, Lithy, by the way. There's your
Oh.
non-freedom units.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you're tall enough to stay on the broadcast, Sam, so I don't have to do this alone.
Excellent. Excellent. So I guess, Mary Elia, you gotta... That's, Are you tall enough?
No, I'm definitely not tall enough. That's my 5'3" self, and our production has rightly pointed out that I very often did not have shoes when we met in person. That's also true. But if Sam is too young to ride the ride, and I'm too short to ride the ride, Lithy, we're kind of running out of proof that you aren't the odd one out here.
I mean, I'm here already, right? What else do you want?
I snuck on. Yeah, I snuck on the ride. We both snuck on, but it's too late for
Yeah,
us to get off because
exactly.
the ride is in motion. The ride is in motion. If we get off, we die.
Exactly,
Rest in
Sam.
We can't have that.
We are in Shadow Moon's burial ground, and there is no escaping from Mr. Bones' wild ride.
God. Let's bring up the Air Force since they're not in Shadow Moon, and I want to get out of the drab dreariness of this death hole into some nice sunshine, fiery pits of death and doom from Kokaya Blazehoof.
So you did want to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride. I can understand. Is
We're
that
going from Mr. Bones' wild ride to
is
the
that even a
dragon flight.
reference you understand, Sam?
No, it's not. It's not.
It's not. No,
It's not.
like
I have no
actually,
clue
like
what you-
actual for
I
serious now.
genuinely have no
genu-
clue what you're talking about.
Oh, I'm so sad now.
this-
That was the first joke tonight I was actually proud of.
Really?
Yes.
And it just went right over my head.
Oh no.
Mary Ellie, do you know this joke?
I'm sorry, I wasn't listening. What joke?
Okay, never mind. We're okay. Lithy, your joke fell on deaf ears.
No.
so
No, tell
sad.
it again. I feel like I missed out. I took my headset off for one moment.
I was making jokes about getting off Mr. Bones' wild ride because of Shadow Moon Burial Ground.
Oh, I did
Okay,
hear
good.
that. I did hear that. I just didn't realize that it was. Yeah, it was real funny. I thought it was hilarious, and
All right. Yeah, no, I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but let's focus back on the dungeon, Sam, because last 2 or 3 trash but Sam, can you like please take over for a minute? I need a second.
It's okay, Lithy. It's okay. See, this is what happens. Old people, they get it's boomers. They get emotional. It's a thing. Okay. Air Force looking good though. This 21, it's not gonna be +3, but will definitely be +2'd. The Air Force having a really good showing of. I mean, with the composition that they're working with, and having to remember that the Coast Guard went through this with 4 DPS, it seems like
Mm-hmm.
having the extra little bit in their pocket, that healer, is working out well for them because, well, guess what?
Yeah.
They haven't died.
The big,
Right, they-
the big thing really is that the Air Force is incredibly consistent.
Yeah. And that consistency is going to build up over time. Whether or not that's going to stand up to the Coast Guard is going to be seen, especially once we see what our next 2 dungeons are, which I genuinely hope that there is no Halls of Valor in there. That is, man, I will feel for these teams if there's a Halls of Valor.
If you-
Halls of Valor is such...
Is Halls of Valor the one you would ban out if you had a ban available to yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The problem with Halls of Valor is that it is such a long key. And it's also a weirdly tight key with its timings. If you don't make the right pulls, if you don't make big enough pulls, then the key is bricked. There's really no 2 ways about it. And that can, for inexperienced teams, if they don't realize that, you've just gone through a 40-minute key that is not timeable anymore. And that's why I hope. And speaking of which, here's our first deaths. I may have hit them with the caster curse.
Yep, nice one, Sam. It's just Rivati now left alive, but the shield's coming in. So the big question really is if Vampire can stay alive. Leo just got one shot with that eruption. The shield not down in time, and then of course it blows up and takes you all down with him. Still, Paladin tank, luckily, has a lot of sustain, so slowly but surely the rest of the group is gonna rejoin the party. Just gotta watch out. Stay out of range of this next Tempest Storm Shield here, because otherwise you might just fall over right away, and there goes the tank. Luckily, Hunter in range to keep the pull going. The rest of the group arriving slowly but surely as well. Pet rezzed up, and you can keep it going, but it's gonna be so tight for Venom to make it back, Sam.
It is. You're gonna have to go there real fast, real quick. Get back with the group and start. So hope that pull isn't over, because at this point, if you do fail that, you've just wasted so much time. Where the +3 was definitely not a possibility, the +2 was, but even that's starting to become put into question, all at the hands of Ravati.
Exactly. I think we found 2 more deaths in the meantime. Leo and our Red Pally missing at the moment. Here's the next Storm Shield. This needs to be bursted down immediately, otherwise it's gonna wipe the whole group. Half down, and there goes the shield. Beautifully done. Rivali is gonna die. 5% left on this mini boss, and then we can finally move on to the last boss in this dungeon. It's gonna be Kuraka and Eckhart Stormvein. With 3 minutes 50 left on the +2, Sam, this is gonna get close. No
It is gonna get
bloodlust for
close.
7 minutes.
No bloodlust. It's a 3-minute and 30-second timer. The biggest ray of sunshine for this group still, though, is that it's not tyrannical. So as long as they're on point, they do the mechanics correctly, that's going to be the most important thing. These lava pools could cause chaos for these teams. And of course, not getting caught inside of the fire breath. But still, I have a feeling that they're going to be able to pull off the +2. And with the way that things are looking like right now, a very strong start.
Solid start, but the problem here really is that Kirak is just staying out of range so much. You lose a lot of uptime and DPS on this dragon, especially with the BM Hunter being so reliant on the pet being on the mob to do good damage. But for now, you get a little bit in, and of course you still have Leor on the boom. He can pump in a considerable amount of DPS into the dragon. And Stormvein, in the meantime, is gonna drop quite nicely as well. 60% on the troll and 65% on the dragon. Everything fairly close together. And soon we're gonna hit that second phase where Eckhart is just gonna mount up and try to murder you from the back of his dragon.
Back at that dragon. Still, though, this is looking very clean. Not too many poles that have been put onto the ground. That's going to make things very annoying, getting out of the way of the fire breath. And good job from Venom to bring Stormvein over towards Kairaka to try and get that AoE damage out there. We're about to enter into phase 2 very shortly here. Just a couple more
There we
fire
go.
breaths every now and again. There we go. It's going to be popped on there. Now this is where the DPS gets to be big and huge. Pop all the cooldowns. Pop everything that you got as they're coming up and clean this dungeon fast.
Storming.
But with the way that things are looking,
Okay.
this is going to be an easy +2 here for the Air Force.
I was concerned here for a second because the storming was about to stun everyone. They cleaned it in the last second. Leor dropping lower.
See these
Guardian
bullets are starting
comes
to get a little out of
in
control.
for Venom as well, but all in all, Kiraka is gonna go down, and with that, a lot of the danger of this fight is done and dusted. Sam, you were correct. A +2 on the horizon here for the Air Force. They are staying up and competitive with this 21 timed Ruby Life pools. Down goes the boss, and that's gonna be it, folks, for this dungeon at least.
Beautifully well done. Look at that. 21 +2. We're going to 23. I actually do wonder if the Air Force wants to go back in there. Wait a minute. Let's go. We need to go to the Coast Guard. We need to go to the Coast Guard right now because they are they look like they're on point to maybe be able to get to a +2 of a 24 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Hopefully we can get there in time. I gotta see how that's gonna go. That is a very, very close dungeon.
It looked definitely solid. They've had some great runs so far. A 24 timed on a +2 would give them a 26, and that's a spicy key to be at. Very, very nice to see all in all. Air Force and Coast Guard, I mean, this battle has been going on for a while now between these two teams. And this would enable them to pull ahead. Now they've missed the +2 timer, Sam, it seems like, but still. This is going to be timed for sure. And that's still a solid performance on this newest, highest key for the tournament so far.
Not unexpected for the Coast Guard, of course. With the way that they've been playing today, anything less than perfection, anything less than a timed key, I would have lost my mind. Maybe it would have been a slight misstep. The Juggernaut has some weaknesses that we don't know about, but for now, the Juggernaut is still as strong as ever. And it looks like the call to switch over to the, by the way, Preservation Evoker was the right call.
I mean, it is a very, very solid healer. As most of the top and plus groups are running Preservation Evokers because it not only brings a solid amount of throughput with it, it also brings an insane amount of DPS, because if you look at that damage meter overall, 33k average DPS and almost as much damage as the Prot Warrior tank. And in this fight alone, 22k DPS, that's barely 10k DPS less than the tank. And that is a solid number that not many healers can reach with this amount of throughput they can deliver.
No, they can't, but here it is. The 24 done. Taken out. Eliminated. Well, almost. They still got to get 4% more, but that's easy peasy. Really good job here, though, from the Coast Guard. And I mean, with the way that they keep putting themselves in the lead, with how they keep pushing the envelope inside of these dungeons, I wouldn't be surprised if they go back in and go for the 25. They have a pretty good buffer of time, only 4 deaths on the board. Why not? Do it again.
I mean, hey, of course, just keep blasting, right? Luckily, well, good to see they didn't leave the key right away. A little bit more percentage that needs to be picked up. Maybe adjust the route afterwards so you don't lose additional time by going back to the start of the dungeon. But all in all, this key is done and dusted. Very well done here by the Coast Guard. And I think, Sam, not exactly sure, maybe we can get a little bit of an update from Marielia in a little bit on the current standings of the leaderboard, because that was a pretty solid run.
Yeah, we're getting a lot more keys done right now. We're getting some pretty decently high keys done. We did get the soon TM from Marielia, the Blizzard special, as some people would like to say. Good job, though. Of course. All right, so I think we should go back and take a look at the quad view, see how the rest of our teams are doing and what they've decided to do. Shoo, okay. Air Force. It's the SPG again. The Marines They're suffering a little bit under the pressures of this 21. Dipping dangerously low. They're inside of the pools. Got sucked in. They're doing everything they can to avoid it. Tried to get back over there, and there it is. Bone Maw at the 11% mark. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the Marines and see how the rest of this dungeon is going to go for them. It's going to be a +2 regardless of what happens here. The +3 has been taken off the table with Bone Maw less than 10% to go. Has to fight their way through the final 4 double spider, double bat, and then of course the blueberries and the big man himself.
You're saying this so easily, Sam. 5 minutes 30 left to go. That's not necessarily guaranteed. If something goes wrong with any of these 2 packs, the spiders, bats, or the blueberries, or of course Ner'zhul, and we're still talking about Ner'zhul on 21 Tyrannical, this could look dicey very, very quickly. So we'll keep an eye on how this is going. The explosive are being taken care of quite nicely. Our healer here doing a great job. HP has his buttons at the ready in that regard. So really just the blueberries and Ner'zhul left after this one, Sam. It's starting to look better and better for this +2. I'd like to see it.
I'd like to see it too. I want it to happen. The Marines need this. That's going to be a big victory too. You got to remember, this is the team that had to make a lot of roster swaps. A lot of decisions had to be last second had to be done basically. And so to still be able to get this kind of performance out of a team that had chaos happen to them literally at the last second is nothing short of impressive. And those are victories that you can always take for yourselves. It's looking good, though, with the way that the blueberries are happening. The first one is about to go down. Health is looking good across the board. Nobody too low until the void eruptions happen, of course. And that's going to be a lot of pain no matter how you cut it. But yeah, the Marines, this has got to be like the feel-good story of this evening.
Absolutely. I mean, catching back up, getting up onto the board, competing for that second spot, being in competition, theoretically even for the first place. It's a good spot to be in. It's where you want to be, ideally, at the end of the first day.
All right. Ner'zhul, the final barrier between them and a +2. It's bringing them to a 23 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. If you heard that small pause there, that's because I had to do the math real quick, and I'm not even joking. I wish I was. Ner'zhul's Ritual of Bones have come out. Let's see how they handle this. No, they do have a Warlock, but electing to not use the gate, rather just holding on to that maybe for another moment, waiting for the right place to set it up, potentially. Mm-hmm. Or they also could maybe not feel comfortable with doing it. There's also that fact. But here's a fact for us all right now. Buck Boozled goes down, has to be hit with the B-Res. And
grabs the res, immediately gets clapped again. Ner'zhul is dangerous in that regard. You can see where he got rezzed up, directly next to the big laser, and you know how hurtful these things are if you stand close to them. So being rezzed at a little bit sub half HP, where battle reses usually leave you, immediately got one shot by the next tick coming in. So a little bit of an unfortunate positioning, but also really at that point, if you get a res over there, you don't really have any other option than either gamble your healer sniping your health bar, you having a immunity like Cloak ready on the Rogue, or you just need to decline the res and hope you can get one on a safer spot. So all in all, tough situation here for the Marine Corps, but they truck on, they have everyone up and alive, and from here on out I think it shouldn't be too much of an issue to get Ner'zhul done and dusted. The problem here, Sam, that I'm seeing is we have 1:40 left on the timer, and we were talking about this whole thing. 5 minutes 30 could get close, and Ner'zhul has still 40% left, considering, of course, we have another wall of skeletons to go through, at least, if not even 2.
Here it is. Speaking of the wall of skeletons, the wall has been erected, and now it's marching towards us. Never a fun sight to behold. Hopefully, this team has no more deaths because, well, they die. There's no more battle reses to bring them back and into this fight. We still have that loss on a 3-minute timer, so with 1 minute, just over a minute left to go, that is...
It's
okay,
gonna
purple
get
crayon.
close, Sam. They did about 15% in the last 30 seconds. This could be enough. Azul down to 20. You don't have too much execute, if any at all, outside of the tank in this lineup. 45 seconds. You got 15% on the board. That's 5 million HP. You got another Thundering up right now. A little bit of a damage boost. And Nazul down to 10%. It's becoming more and more likely. 3.7 million. And I think at this point we can safely say this one is done and dusted. You don't even need to do these skeletons anymore because it's not worth it. Nazul goes down. And with 21 seconds to spare, the Marine Corps is gonna finish this key on a +2.
Whew. Got a little sweat on my forehead there from that one. A little bit too close for comfort, but hey, that's what this is all about. How much we can push that comfort level. But it's once again the buffet of the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Each and every single one of our team having been in or just completed a Shadow Moon Burial Ground. We have and we got like the smorgasbord of different key levels too. We got a
Absolutely.
25 Shadow Moon. Actually, not even a smorgasbord. It's going to be 23s, except for the Coast Guard pumping away at a 25.
So I have no idea what it is, Sam. What exactly is on a smorgasbord?
A smorgasbord is. I think you could put like anything on a smorgasbord. I think. I don't
Really?
know. I don't know. It just sounded
Is
fun.
there like a traditional form of a smorgasbord, or is it just literally a generalized phrasing for?
Well, it does have to do with food. It does have to do with food. It's like, from what I'm understanding, it offers a variety of hot and cold meals, like meats, right, salads, hors d'oeuvres, etc., etc.
Okay, we're getting French.
Hors d'oeuvres. Hors d'oeuvres.
Your French is good, huh?
My French is pretty good. I don't want to brag or anything. Just like my German is.
Do you speak any other languages, Sam?
It'd take me too long to list them all, so I may as well not even do it.
Gotcha. So we're not even going to get into it. I can completely respect that.
You know. What I can get into though is this Sedana Blood Fury. The Coast Guard has been here for quite some time. This 25. The percentages just keep stacking and stacking, and it's so much that you have to go through. Look at this. She's only at 35% HP.
That is a spicy boss fight. It is at 25 after all, and you're just moving up in key levels. It's everything is getting tankier. Everything has more HP, does more damage. So ultimately, your run is going to become a little bit slower. And if we think back to the 24 the Coast Guard finished earlier, we were getting into the direction of maybe the timer being a little bit close. So I'm really curious to see if they were able to clean a little bit of this up after this 24. Already talked about the missing percent at the end, right? Do you adjust the route a little bit? And so far, it seems like they are doing absolutely solid. Boss down to 20% with the next ghost coming in. And so far, especially the healer, doing a solid job.
Kind of funny to say that, right? When it comes to the Coast Guard, the healer doing a fantastic job. Which they are. Never want to take that away from them. But we're still on Sedana Blood Fury. 6 minutes. It's probably going to be 7.5 by the time we take her down. The way that things are going, it just goes to show you that this is a lot of health, a lot. Can't even count that high. That's how much that is. Looking at the rest of our teams, the U.S. Army engaging onto Bone Maw. I'm loving the comeback story here from the U.S. Army, where they struggled so much on that 21. Now they're doing this 23.
It looks great to see, especially if we also cannot just consider the struggles on the 21, but we also got to think back to the first few hours, right? The multiple attempts at the 22 Academy, it looked rough for them, and we know they've had, like, literally, basically an hour before the tournament started or something. They had to shuffle around players and everything. A lot of changes going through the reigning champions' lineup here. So it's gonna be an interesting thing to see where they end up at the end of the tournament, but for the moment I definitely think they found their groove and they are hunting for some catch-up.
And this is also an interesting point that we never really brought up, right? Ooh, the Coast Guard. I think that might be one of the first big missteps that we've seen from them so far. I think a full group wipe, yeah, they had to wipe it up, which after that 6 minute and 59 seconds that it took to get to Sedana Blood Fury and get rid of it, there's just not, they've realized that this is not enough time. They've made the executive decision. This is going to be their first reset.
Damn. That is interesting to see, but at the same time, understandable. You are fairly early into this 25, right? And now you at least know what the challenges are going to be, what your struggle points are going to be. You could change up the comp a little bit, maybe change up your gear a little bit, focus on different stats if you think you can get a little bit more performance out of your setup. But first and foremost, you save yourself the trouble of trying to finish the dungeon in time and then ending with a 20-second depleted key after the last boss.
And that, as the great Lithy once said at the very beginning of this show, it's better to make a bad decision but make it quickly and stick with it than to make a good decision that took you 5 or 10 minutes to make, right? So we're very happy to see that from the Coast Guard. They made that decision. There was no ifs, ands, or buts. There was no thinking. Well, not much thinking anyways. And it was just done. Deplete, tank it, get rid of it. Let's try it again. We'll go from there. And it looks like they're still going to be running with the same composition. Fair enough. And yeah, the Coast Guard, a very good insight into wanting to get things done quickly.
Indeed. But Sam, this also gives us an opportunity to talk a little bit more about the army, because they are deep into a 23. So is the Air Force, and Bone Maw sub 10% with 15 minutes left on the timer to finish off Azul. So if that's not a comeback story, I don't know, man. These guys are looking great at the moment. Watch them wipe now that I praised them.
Yeah, listen, Lithy, if the 1% wipe happens, I think they will come to your house and burn it down to the ground. I'm pretty sure. But no cast of cursing happening here today, so Lithy, you still get to have a house.
Nice.
And living arrangements. Yeah, me too. It would kind of suck to have to cast out in the... is it so cold in Germany? I don't know.
It's been 5 degrees. Currently it is 5 degrees outside, but it's also 1 a.m. in the morning, so
It's
it's
still
been
pretty chilly, though.
cold over the week. Although yesterday was a beautiful sunny day and really nice and very pleasant outside.
5, 4.
It's been a torrential downpour here where I live, and I actually lost power for 5 hours last night. I was very scared that I wouldn't be here today, but thankfully we're all sorted out, and obviously I'm here to be able to tell you that the U.S. Army now on the Blueberries 23 is looking very good for them. I love the comeback from this team, right? That 22 Alcathar Academy, the initial 21s, were causing them so much troubles, causing them so much pain. But they fought through the pain, Lithy. They gritted their teeth, and they pushed their way through it. And now look at where they get to be.
They get to be at the Blueberries, and they get to live through it too. So everyone gets topped off. Really gotta compliment Dargif at this point, getting comfortable on this Preservation Evoker and keeping everyone alive. This is looking so much smoother than it did just a few hours ago. And by now, well, they are just breezing through this dungeon. The trash count is there, and it's really just Ner'zhul left.
It's just Ner'zhul. Look at that. Look how smug he's looking. And they're about to wipe that smile. Well, probably not a smile. It's not really a smile. Orcs don't smile very often. So they're going to wipe something off of his face. And it's going to be Well, this key is getting it timed, basically. I don't know where I was going with that.
Nice
Anyways,
jinx, Sam. Nice jinx.
yeah, thank you.
We gotta... the big thing, really, that you have to watch out for with this boss fight is the Omen of Death, right? You can see the laser on the outside. If that spawns on the group, you can basically be assured everyone is gonna drop down to 40% immediately, and if they don't move in an instant, well, basically you're all dead. So it's gonna be very dangerous. Luckily for them, they have a hunter that's standing on the outside constantly baiting those omens of death, but the next one is gonna come in soon, and it looks like Holy Beard touched one of the skeletons, or rather the wall of death, and gets taken out. Do they have a combat res? That is the big question, because it's taking a while for this guy to be rezzed up. I don't think they have one with an engineering res. Oh, healer?
Oh,
yep, there it is.
Maybe.
The heal's
There it
coming
is.
through. Oh.
Yeah, they hit it. They were just waiting for the right opportunity
Just
to
keep
get there.
everyone
We're
alive.
back
The
up.
Omen of Death is taking so hard. Oh, they're all through. Holy Beard is back up and has
Oh,
the
I don't
aggro.
believe it.
Malevolence saves the group here for a second. Clutch plays here from Dargev once again, Sam.
That got a little too close for comfort, though. Every time that Holy Beard goes down, you can tell that things are going to go into a side. This is the problem with having your tank be your only battle reser like that. You having to rely on the engineering battle res of Dargev. Sure, it's a good second option, right? It's better than nothing, but geez, I would much rather see this team try to find something else, or maybe even give it to like the hunter or the warrior.
Oh, there it is. Omen of Death spawning on the whole group, but Dargev has some heals already. Everyone topped off once again. Holy Beard still dropping low. Malevolence coming in, though. This should give them a moment to stabilize. Dargev has all talents full to keep everyone alive here right now. Sam, 23 Ner'zhul does not mess around. The ticking damage coming out from these omens is insane.
It hurts. It hurts big time. You can tell that Dargev has been on their toes almost this entire time, sitting at half of their mana. This is how intense this is becoming for this one preservation evoker to keep everyone alive. The Malevolence goes through. The Ritual of Bones, it's laughing at them, but they managed to make their way through. Back over here, another Malevolence happens, and the team is looking like they're doing a good job at executing through this. The disaster that almost struck them earlier, they managed to weather it. And this is what I'm saying about the U.S. Army. They're great. The determination. Even in the face of odds where you should have fallen, the other teams would have given up. No. They find a way to recover, and they find a way to make
Nice dodge there on the Malevolence. And once again, Ritual of Bone coming in. You just gotta deal with these. Play it slow and secure. Oh, that's okay. A little bit of a spicy spot to be in here for a second, but Dargev has everything under control. Ner'zhul now hitting sub 20% on 15 almost. Mana still looking solid for our healer over here. Super easy. Just continuously baiting those omens beautifully. Of course, refresh your dots, refresh your hots, and everything should be fine. 6%, super easy, dropping down to 20, and there goes the big Life Blossom. Beautiful reaction here from Dargev, and that is gonna be it. A 23 Shadow Moon Burial Grounds timed for the US Army.
That's what we're talking about. The U.S. Army coming up big and showing up strong. The 23. You got to imagine that's kind of that's a comeback story that you can talk about for quite some time. Where the 21, you faltered over and over and over again, but now you're back, you're strong, you're in fighting form. It took a little bit of time to get there, but better to have gotten there than to have not gotten at all. That's poetic, Lathy. Mm-hmm.
Are you a little bit of a poet, Sam?
No.
No?
Definitely
Have you ever considered an interest in or a little bit of a attempt at hip hop for yourself or rap? You know, as a caster.
No, I don't think I have.
No? It's interesting.
No.
It's interesting because play-by-play casters usually are considered the rap gods, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not smart enough to create a lyrical beat for some reason.
No, I feel that.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but we still
is it-
make it out here, Lithy.
Is it at least your type of music? Do you listen to rap?
Not very often, no.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But you have a few songs or artists or something that you enjoy.
My musical tastes are like they're kind of like video games. That's it. I really like video game music and maybe some like classic rock, I guess.
Okay.
You know, like
okay,
80s, like
okay.
80s.
This is
Good 80s
getting
music.
interesting, Sam. As much as we are dissecting your music taste over the next remaining hour we have, we're also dissecting a little bit the members of the Marine Corps here, as one of them after the other is dying at this poll currently. 8 deaths now on the board, and the rogue about to drop again. But our shaman just pumping on through, saving Buck here for another second as they're stabilizing and trucking forward on this one. Thundering is in. You need to clear, otherwise you will be stunned, and that's not good. A good position to be in. There we go. Offield's coming through, but Enlarge gets completely clobbered and is down for the count. The good thing is, you are in a position here where you just killed off a boss and unlocked a checkpoint. You can just zerk these guys down.
Yes, you can. And zerg it down. They don't even need to worry about dying. They're all
Can we-
okay. It's all
Can we
under lockdown.
quickly
Oh,
mention the impact StarCraft had on video gaming that we call running it down like this zerging?
zerging it. Mm-hmm.
And that, like,
Man, I miss
that's
StarCraft.
that's a universal kind of phrase
Term now.
Yeah, it's
I
incredible to see. I love it.
I miss StarCraft. That's all I'm gonna say. I miss it. I miss it a lot. One day, maybe one day.
Maybe one day.
Well, it's a powerful property. I think a powerful IP. If Diablo can get a big resurgence with 4, then maybe there's something they could do with StarCraft. There has to be something they can do with that IP. It's such a rich IP. With so much lore.
Gonna come back, man. I believe. The army managed to come back, so StarCraft can make a comeback as well.
Yeah, exactly. I want to go to the quad view real quick, Lithy,
Okay.
if we don't mind, because I want to bring up that timer real quick because we've been having there it is, the ticking timer, the hour, 2 minutes 20 seconds left. Lithy, here's the interesting thing about that timer, right? Because that timer is ticking down, obviously, and once that timer is done, that means we are done for the day. But and this is a big but. If the teams manage to sneak in right before the timer ends, so if, let's say there's only like 5 seconds left on the clock. As long as they start the key before that 5 seconds happens, before it goes away, they are still allowed to complete it. Which is massive.
Exactly. If you get the key start before the time is over, you can finish it out for the day, especially on Sunday. That is going to be super interesting to see if those last keys of the day could potentially net a team the all-deciding points. But of course, for today, well, a little bit of min-maxing. We'll see how many teams go for it and how close to the end of the timer we're going with this. But with basically on the dot 4 hours being done here for this first day of this event, I do think we can get a little bit of a leaderboard update rolling here. Don't you think, Sam?
Yeah, as we get into the final hour, I think it is time
Yep.
to get our bearings straight on how things are going to look into that.
Yep.
But before we get that leaderboard update, I do want to remind everyone that we are currently trying to raise money for charity. If you type in ! charity, it will give you a GoFundMe link. Now, you may be asking yourself, Sam, why is it a GoFundMe link instead of a specific charity? Well, there's a very good reason for that. If one of these teams win, right, whichever one of these teams wins, Lithy, they are going to have their choice of a charity that is chosen from the Activision Endowment Fund. So there's that extra hey, this is why we need to win, because we can choose a charity that means the most to us. All of the money raised through the GoFundMe's, if you type in once again !charity, are all going to that. So please, if you have the spare funds, definitely make sure to donate to that. But if you don't, you can always spread the word. You can always spread the love around to other people and tell them about the awesome stuff that we're doing here. And with that, I think it's time we bring in Marielia Liffy for a small, maybe big leaderboard update.
Yes, hello guys. We have 1 hour left and I have a lot of information to share. We are taking a look at the leaderboard right now with Coast Guard solidly in the lead, the only team to have completed a 24. The U.S. Army coming in close with a 23, but their lack of Ruby Life Pools runs is what's keeping them in 4th place. Air Force Gaming holding a steady second with 3 21s, and Marine Corps in 3rd with a 20, a 21, and a 20 respectively. So lots of wiggle room here. I just want to break down for you what these points actually mean and what options are available to the different teams right now. So Coast Guard is running a total of 66. Air Force is running a total of 63. That 3-point difference can be made up in a single key if they play it right. The Marine Corps is down another 2 points at 61, and U.S. Army, while it seems like they're trailing incredibly behind because they only have 43 points, that is not actually the case. I would like to remind our viewers that this has been a strategy we have seen before, and it has worked well by saying, hey, we've got this dungeon that we just don't want to deal with. We want to take our time getting higher keys on a particular 1 or 2 and then come zerging in at the end to rack up those extra points. It can work in their favor. Army's going to struggle with this, though, because of the challenges that they've had with their 22 Algathar. But I'm interested to see, guys, how you feel about Air Force's chance to make up this gap in the hour that we have remaining.
Liffy, I'll let you go first on this one.
I don't even know what to say, man. It's gonna be a heck of a comeback run that the U.S. Army has to do over the next few hours, and of course 1 hour today, the next few hours tomorrow on the Saturday. But all in all, incredibly close. I quite honestly didn't expect the competition to be this tight, but also very surprised by the fact that the Coast Guard comes out swinging this hard.
Yeah, I know, for the perennial number 2 team to, I mean, storm out the gates with the quad DPS combination, which we are definitely going to be seeing more of this weekend, especially once we get that new dungeon tomorrow, which, a reminder, this is not all of the dungeons for the night. If you looked at that leaderboard, there were still 2 question marks. 1 for tomorrow, 1 for Sunday. So, Marielia, I think you have some more information for us still.
Yes, I want to break down what the actual possibilities are right now. With U.S. Army currently running this 25, that'll bring them 2 points. If we assume that the 21 is a minimum barrier on Ruby Life Pools, which I think is fair to say, 2 of our 3 teams who've gone into that dungeon have completed it, that would push them well onto par with their competitors. In fact, it would push them a little bit higher than even the Marines are sitting at. Their failure to complete the first 15 Shadow Moon has absolutely crippled their progress. They should really have this 23 done by now, be on the 25 alongside Army, and just solidifying the gap between them. But because they're not, Army really have a chance. Now, shifting over quickly to the Air Force, they are running the 23. That will give them 2 points, bringing them even closer to the Coast Guard. If they can complete another key, which, if I'm looking at what they have in their bags, they have a 23 Algathar and a 23 Ruby Life Pools. That's another 4 points that they could get in the course of this hour. Remember that if a team starts a dungeon before our regulation timer hits 0, they get to complete it. So with Ner'zhul dying imminently, they definitely have time to get both Algathar and Ruby life pools down if they can one-shot their 23s.
It's a lot of information on the board there to have to process. And for these teams, we're very fortunate here because we have Marialia. But for these teams on the ground, right? Boots on the ground, that is trying to figure out and strategize appropriately is difficult. Having to think on the fly, having to make those second decisions unless you have like an analyst in the background, which I'm 99% sure they don't, but what do I know anyways?
Yeah, who knows?
Still, yeah, who knows? But still, yeah, these are the moments that are gonna start compounding the more and more we go through this weekend.
Exactly, and quickly. Thank you for the stats, Marialia, but we need to zoom in on the Air Force because these guys are about to finish off their key. It's one more Ritual of Bones. Ner'zhul left on sub 10%, and they got about, if I see this correctly, 45 seconds left to 2 plus 2, this 23. Shadow Moon Barrier Grounds, and there's Ner'zhul down below 1%. That's going to be it. 30 seconds to spare. A +2, 23, moving up to the 25 next to the Coast Guard. Massive run here from the Air Force.
Massive indeed. So now they're on the same key level, right, Marialia, as the Coast Guard. Like when they go into this key, the 25s. But the Coast Guard is still in the lead because they had a 24 done that they only +1 to the 25.
Yes, that is correct. So a reminder to everyone in the audience, the way this works, teams have to complete their keys. The timer really only affects how quickly they can get points. Once you've timed a key, that total is added to your score. So for every dungeon, the higher a key you complete, the more points you have. Time only factors in when we get down into the detailed minutia of a tiebreaker. So it really, really is just about getting as many runs in as quickly as you can and just performing as good as you possibly can at the same time. But hang on a moment, I need to double check this because I think Army's they've gone into Ruby life pools, but I didn't see them complete that Shadow Moon. I am gonna dip you guys. I'm gonna let you talk and go investigate.
They, I think, wiped up the first few pulls on that 25 and thought to themselves, well, this is a bit rougher than we were expecting, so why don't we play a little bit of catch-up on the dungeon we haven't touched at all? That's pretty sure the angle that's happening here right now. But that, of course, is gonna set the army on a nice route for more catch-up here, Sam. And, wait. If we're already talking about catch-up, Sam, is a mayo a condiment, and is it a good one?
Yes, and yes.
Okay. Good.
Yes and yes. I also live in the deep south of America, and mayonnaise is like it's like if you don't put it on literally everything, then you basically get kind of kicked out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So how do you feel about mustard?
I like mustard. Yeah, I could tell a cringe story about when I was a kid, but I don't think I'll do that. I'll save everybody the cringe factor.
Gotcha.
Unless Lithy says I should say it. If Lithy says yes, then I'll do it.
I mean, I'm saying mayo with a German accent. I think it's mayo, right? In American.
Yeah, it's mayo.
Okay, mayo. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no. Give me a cringe story about yourself, Sam.
This is gonna be cringe. When I was 5 years old, sometimes I would get really hungry, and I would make myself some food, and my decision would be to create an abomination of just a straight up mustard sandwich.
Wait, what went on that mustard sandwich? Except
nothing.
Bread
it was just
and mustard.
Bread and mustard. Yeah.
Oh no, I can. What? Next question: what type of bread?
I was just like plain white bread, like crappy American white bread.
Toasted?
No.
Damn, I thought we were going full circle here, man. All right, not toasted, but no, I can get behind that, Sam. That's not cringe. That is I mean, it's not based, but it's okay.
You're the first person to tell me that, so I feel pretty okay now.
Nice.
I don't feel like I'm a cringe lord anymore.
Nice. I mean, it doesn't change your personal cringe level, right? But it doesn't make it worse.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah. No.
Does it? Yeah. Here's the thing though. You know what's not cringe, Lithy? How well the U.S. Army is handling Meladrusa.
Man, I was hoping you'd segue to the Coast Guard in their 25 on Bone Maw, but no, I can get
the
behind
Army some
as well.
love.
It's,
I gotta get the Army some love. They've had a rough day, but their rough day actually has kind of turned around for them. In big ways where we were kind of like discounting them a little bit.
Yep.
No, they've come back in a big way.
Absolutely, and I mean, especially on the plus 15, these guys can show off a bit. Like, blood just straight up blast through this boss. We have another Frost Overload come in, so gotta be a bit careful around these health bars here for a moment, but you can see how far this boss is getting annihilated. No Whelplings left standing. Oh, the AoE touch of death. Yeah, you'll love to see that as a monk.
Yes, I do. When I was my monk days, but now I've moved on to readier and Shadow Priestier pastures because the monk tier set is the worst thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life.
The new content isn't even out. Your Shadow Priest isn't even max level. You don't get to talk about I have rerolled already. That's not okay. That is just not okay.
It's too late, Lithy. I've already done it.
Oh God.
I've made it happen. I've made it happen. Okay, so let's go back over to the Coast Guard, though. They are the only team to have completed a 24 so far, and it looks like they're on track to become the only team to complete a 25. Oh, they're still on Bone Maw. Ooh, okay.
It's a big worm. It is a big worm with a lot of HP.
The big thing I also hate about Bone Maw is that Bone Maw goes down into the ground, right? So there's moments of time where you can't even attack Bone Maw, and that is I hate that so much in Mythic Plus.
So you're saying
you cannot.
The boss sucks.
Just trying to inhale through this. We have a score update from Marielia, though. Marielia, you gotta take over for me. I can't handle this anymore.
Don't worry, guys. I got plenty to talk about. I want to let you know that Air Force have closed the gap. They are currently 1 point behind the Coast Guard. 1 point. Now, Coast Guard is about to time their Shadow Moon, which means that'll edge them a little bit farther ahead. But as we said, Air Force still has time to run 2 dungeons and catch them back up. And since Coast Guard is running these 25s and higher number keys, there's a greater chance that something goes wrong and they lose time. There is every possibility that Air Force could be our #1 team after day 1. I also want to flag U.S. Army, since they're in Ruby life pools, this will give them 15 points. This will bring them up to 58. If they get the 18 done, assuming they +3 this, which I don't think any of us would be surprised if they do, that'll bring up to 61. That's tied with where the Marines are right now. There's a lot still shuffling around, and this is anyone's game. Coming in tomorrow, fresh-faced, ready to go, especially with a new dungeon, you know,
variety.
There's a lot of points up for grab.
Delicious variety. I think that's going to be the most important thing here for these teams. Having the opportunity to really shake things up as compared to the 3 dungeons that you've been banging your head against. Then you throw that in some more. You get to go back over and just blast that dungeon all day. Push it as far as you can. And if you need to, go sweep up Ruby Life Pools or Algothar Academy if you need to.
Indeed.
If you notice, I didn't say Shadow Moon because, well,
no one cares about Shadow Moon.
Algothar. Yeah, no one cares about Shadow Moon.
No, it's about ketchup, Sam. By the way, we all rated mayo and mustard. Where does ketchup rank for you?
I'd probably put it at the least of the condiments, actually. I'd probably put it in 3rd place. Mayo in 1st, mustard in 2nd.
How far down is ketchup, though? Is it like close 3rd place or far out?
It's pretty close third place, but the only reason I say that is because I do use it with like as a dipping sauce for fries. But that's it.
Well, okay.
Maybe sometimes I also do it. Put it on my burgers too, like my hamburgers.
Okay. Then let's move a little bit further down the list as Ner'zhul's health bar is melting to the 80%. Barbecue sauce.
Barbecue sauce. Ooh, okay, if you throw barbecue sauce in there, then yeah, that takes the second place easily. It's not even a contest.
Ranch. With beans.
Okay, now ranch is taking the second place spot. We're you keep throwing in these delicious condiments that keep going in second place. But mayonnaise is still number one for me. Mayonnaise is always the number one sauce. I can mayo it up for pretty much almost everything.
All right. Okay. That's okay. Let's
Ritual
talk
of
about
bones, by the way.
No, let's
Ritual of
yeah.
bones.
Let's talk about Ner'zhul a little bit more. What?
Oh, what happened there?
What was that? Excuse me? Referee, I'm gonna need a replay on that one. Like, what? Did he get one shot by the Ritual of Doom? How did Scotty just die on Ner'zhul? That's what I want to know. At some point.
Yeah. What happened there?
He's
that
getting rested
caused them to die?
He is
Yeah,
getting
they still have a multitudinous amount of B reses that they can use. I'm pretty sure we got to find the B res
Yep.
slots again. I don't think they have it.
No, we have
on,
four. We have 4 minutes left to go here, Sam, and of course Ner'zhul is dropping fairly low, or actually 56%. It's gonna take a little while, but unless anything else goes horribly wrong, which I honestly don't assume, this should be doable. Next Omen of Death is spawning, and Scotty making a quick escape from that one. I honestly do think the Malevolence clipped him somehow. Not exactly sure how that happened, but you can see the Omen of Death is not doing enough tick damage in an instant to one-shot a Warlock from like 30% health. 70% health.
The ritual of bones had already been done at that point too.
Exactly.
So it had to have been just like the pixel touch their toenail and nuke them into oblivion. So I would imagine that Scotty's now playing this very carefully. I wish were able to get that recap though. I wish they clicked the button just to satisfy our curiosity.
Oh, that's a spicy
I
spot,
can't even
but
believe
he
it.
makes it through. Okay. Yeah, no
gosh.
sweat on forehead, my friend. Very easy.
Here's another one. Okay. Scotty's
Scotty.
playing with
No!
malevolent fire. No.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Scotty.
This poor Warlock has been in the worst possible positions when things start spawning.
And he goes
That
down
was
again.
absolutely-
The Omen of Death spawns directly on top of him after the battle res. Worst case scenario here for Scotty Log. It is a nightmare. And at this point, I'm not sure if they have many battle reses left. Ner'zhul still on 30%. And keep in mind, Sam, with every one of these deaths, they just lost 5 seconds off of their timer. So 2 minutes 20 with 1 DPS down. And you gotta be real here for a second. Scotty has been by far their most powerful DPS over the last few keys. So this is a massive loss, and this really makes me wonder if they can make it. The wall is done. Oh no! Tacos goes down!
That's not good.
Uh-oh.
Everything
That's the
now is
healer.
going to have to rely on your self-healing to survive. And when you have things like the Omen of Death, cataclysmic. This is what I said.
No.
This is why I said you got to be careful, because Mary Elia said that when they time this 25, I was like, we got to be careful saying that. It's the caster curse, Lithy. It's the caster curse.
Oh no, man. That is 33 minutes down the drain as they wipe it up on Ner'zhul on a plus 25. Such an unfortunate combination of circumstances here that kill off Scotty multiple times. Unlucky, but that is what M Plus is all
Cookie
about.
crumbles sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah, that's how it happens. I mean, you really had to feel for Scotty though. Just every single mechanic on top of them every single time. But that kind of forward thinking when it comes to your positioning is so vital.
Yeah.
To survive through these mechanics. It's just unfortunate that it had to have happened like that. We have a lot of Algothar Academy in front of us now.
Oh boy.
We have two not one, but two. Yes, I can count that high. A miracle, I know. A 21 Academy for the Marines, however, a 23 for the Air Force. And both of them relatively at the same position, with the Marines a little bit further ahead with them taking down Overgrown Ancient. But once again, that is a 21 against a 23.
What is also interesting to see is that Coast Guard is preparing to go back into Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, and with the current timer, considering that they will take about 30 minutes to complete this on a good run, they have about a full clear plus another key in them for the day, in theory. Of course, should this 25 go wrong again, which already has happened once or twice for the Coast Guard, this might obviously turn into a single clear on the 25, but still, solid position to be in for the Coast Guard. In the meantime, of course, the Air Force, on a little bit of an easier key, can play catch-up. As Marielia said earlier, they're only 1 point behind the Coast Guard right now, so the Air Force looking firmly back in control here.
Back in control.
Yes, let me jump in
Oh.
real quick, guys. With the failure of that 25 key, I just want to reiterate the math because, you know, as we get to the end of the day, this is where all of my spreadsheets finally get to prove their value. With that 25 failed, Air Force has an increasingly likely chance, like very good odds, of managing to beat out the leaderboard here. Completing this 23 will boost them into first place. Coast Guard, if they manage to get the 25 on the next run, will then tie them. If Air Force complete a second dungeon, either of their 23s from Algathar, for example, that would loop them back into first place with a 2-point lead. So that failure from Coast Guard could actually be incredibly crippling.
It hurts. And Marielle, you gotta apologize to the Coast Guard because you hit them with the caster curse. I'm sorry. I gotta bring it up again. You gotta. Whew, that was a rough
The
one.
numbers don't lie.
They don't. The numbers are truthers.
Well, how the turntables.
Oh, the turntables. We'll see if the Air Force can actually pull off this 23 though. Because we were feeling pretty confident about the Coast Guard's chances in this 25, but our confidence belies a slow and painful key that got depleted. So very unfortunate moment. And still, for the U.S. Army, I really do want to bring them up. They got that 15 done, taken care of, plus 3'd it at that. Now we're seeing them beginning their 18 Ruby Life pool. So a lot of action happening across all over the place. And I saw it right there, the loading screen from the Coast Guard. They want to make sure that everything is perfect.
Indeed. 38 minutes left on the timer, Sam. That is enough to clean up that 25 and, of course, go through another key. As we mentioned before, if the 5-hour timer expires at the end of the day, any key that has been started before this timer's expiration can be finished. So, a little bit of wiggle room left for the Coast Guard. They need to get going soon, though. You can see them rebuffing, ready checking right now. In the meantime, Air Force on the Ancient, looking solid in their run so far, but it's only the start of the Academy. Army still working their way up through the plus 18 Ruby Life pools. And on the top left, of course, with the Marine Corps, which we honestly haven't checked in with in a while. So let's go ahead and jump right into their fight with Krog right now. Sorry, Krog. A little bit of a WTH. Yeah. Do you know the draconic name for it?
At least we know that works.
No. No, I don't. Sorry.
It's Lishlash, Sam.
I muted the dialogue.
Or was it Lish?
So long ago.
Lishlash? Well, whatever.
It turns out we don't know.
Skins.
Marielle,
That's what she says.
Yeah, Marielle, you got I think a question.
Lishrath.
Question that you want to answer.
Yes, the actual reason that I'm sneaking back is to answer a question from chat. Hawkman87 asks, is there a maximum score that you can get on each dungeon? And the answer is no. There is no key cap. If your team can beat it, you get the points.
Easy.
Well,
Done.
Already
If you
looking
if you
forward
got
to
the
those
skills,
plus 50, Sam.
Me too. If you got the skills to pay the bills, well, plus 50, sky's the limit. You know, we can plus 50, plus 100, plus 1,000. But if you're going to a plus 1,000, I got to have a discussion with you. And you got to teach me how to play this game then at that point. I think...
Yeah,
I think Blizzard
I'll
may
be
actually
very
be worried
honest.
if that
plus
happened.
plus 1,000 is a that's a bit of a
You have a quantum
tech
computer playing the game.
thing. Yeah, not just quantum computers, man. There's a whole different range of things going on. One way or another, Croth is down to 50.
Croth is down to 50. Lish Wrath. The second part does start with an L for some. It's a silent L, hothead. It's simple. It's the L is silent. Okay, I just had to say that real quick. But here we have
That's a line that some esports orgs could use, man.
Yeah, right. The L is silent. Not silent. Wait, what? If it's not silent, then what is it? This is in our prediction.
It's Lishlrath.
It's not Lish.
Lish.
Larath.
Larath. Yes, but if you say it fast enough, if your
Lishlrath.
tongue is dexterous enough, Lishlrath.
Lishlrath.
Like you can do it.
Lishlrath.
It's a Lishlrath arena.
Lishlrath.
Lishlrath.
How do you train
Lishlrath.
tongue dexterity? I don't know. Don't answer that question. Nobody answer that question. That's gonna get a monk of
That was a choice.
Croth is almost gone. The interesting thing here too, though, no goal of the rushing wins. Not electing to go for that extra haste buff. We're just chilling out here. We're taking down Croth purely without the power of wind on our side. I'm okay with that. You know what? Whatever. The Marines, they're living their lives and their time and keys. That's all that matters. And this 21 Academy is actually looking really good for them so far, in all honesty. They still have a very generous time bank to be able to just time this key in general, right? And with the way that things are shaping up for them, 13 minutes to +2, and the amount of, like, the amount of pulls that they're making and how fast they're going, that's a very likely possibility.
Yeah, it's looking solid. Of course, the 6.5 minutes, considering we have both Vaximus plus the trash and everything around that still going, it's not gonna happen. But you're correct, Sam. 13 minutes for that +2, very much attainable for the Marine Corps here, and they are just marching on through, pulling the next pack into the one dying off right now. You can see already there's a lot of ranging mobs coming through. That's a lot of damage on the party. Sham going low, the tank down. Not a great position to be in, and everything is just wiped up. The tank gets rezzed, but another DPS loses his life. This is looking horrible right now for the Marine Corps. Just a second ago we were praising them, and now everyone is dying left, right, and center. These enraged dashes are just so damn painful to deal with. And for the moment, I think it's looking like it's stabilizing. Just a little bit.
Stabilization is the most important thing coming out of something that can be very scary. Oh,
And
no.
they're
Yep,
dead.
all right. It's all scary now. It's still early enough for them to be able to survive through.
Oh, absolutely.
But yeah, that's going to be just fine. They're going to be okay.
You can at this point also consider just ignoring that trash pack and just starting out with the trash here at the entrance and just going straight to the boss, which it looks like they might be opting to do. They also have a rogue, and I think Shroud is... not sure if that's Shroud being tracked there on the UI, but I don't think so. That should be Vanish. Maybe the Shroud is ready. Maybe they can just stealth through here for a second. Oh yeah, no, the Rogue vanished the pack off and is heading back to the team so he can shroud them through. So they're gonna ignore the pack that they just wiped to and adjust their route a little bit. No, they're
Someone said
resetting.
Oh, they're just deciding to reset. Okay.
We need to, no,
Well,
no.
that's-
We're not doing caster curse statistics. Otherwise, we're not gonna get invited anymore. Can't do
Yeah,
that. Can't have that here.
We've lost our rights to get back on the show. I'm actually pretty sure that we would have caused more deaths than when Sylvanas set a certain tree on fire.
That's also a reason why your shoes could be on fire, Sam.
I was intelligent still when it was burning down.
Oh yeah.
That's where my shoes caught on fire. That makes sense. Okay, you know what? I'll go with it.
All right.
Lithy,
Yeah, Sam.
are you a Sylvanas apologist or a rebel?
I have nothing good to say about the Sylvanas.
Okay, all right. Good enough for me. I'll take it.
Oh. Okay, almost. I was watching our monk on the army roll into a lantern, almost getting stuck in that explosion, but luckily he got through
You know
just
what?
fine. Huh?
I hope we have Temple of the Jade Serpent as one of the temple
No!
dungeons.
Oh god, anything but that.
I need it now.
No,
I think I
man.
need it now.
No.
Lithy,
No.
I gotta see it.
No.
I gotta see the pain.
Go play it for yourself. You just reroll Shadow Priest. You can do it.
I can do it. Yeah, of course I can. The other funny thing about me being a Shadow Priest now is that I have access to Mass Dispel, but that's never gonna happen ever in the entire.
No, you have to
history.
talent into it. I think you drop damage for talenting into Master Spell.
From what I've seen, at least from the Wowhead guides I've been reading, you do take Mass Dispel.
What do you know? Well, there you go.
Yeah, what do you know? What do you know? It's actually it's pretty early talent that you can get into, and you don't have to sacrifice much to get it.
Oh, I know exactly where it is. I play a priest after all.
I thought you played a paladin. I'm lost.
playing-
Okay, never mind.
I'm
You know what?
playing-
This is a big pool, by the way.
I'm playing multiple classes, Sam. But yeah, let's talk about the lashes here. No! Oh, the wombo combo! You hate to see it. The thundering comes through, stuns him up, and knocks him out. Oh my goodness. The Marine Corps can't
That's a
catch a
reset.
break right now, man. Yeah, this is another reset, and with
You know
the
what?
way the academy is going, if they catch another reset here, I think we might start to look at possibly last key of the day for the Marines.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm starting to feel less bad about what happened to the U.S. Army because this is happening to everyone now on the same level. This Algothar Academy is proving to be kind of a pain.
It's rough.
Insane.
But you also got to consider, right? These guys have been at it for 4.5 hours straight. No breaks, non-stop, balls to the wall action, and that can get very mentally exhausting. Just sitting there and full power trying to play everything right, because once you get to these hierarchies, there is so much you need to pay attention to as every single role in this group, and if you misplay once, you or the whole group is instantly gonna die. So that is not a fun position to be in, and it's gonna cost you a lot of mental fortitude to be able to power through an entire 5-hour tournament session like this.
Indeed, because you know what, we as casters, Lithy, we were lucky enough to be able to get a break, but no, these players have been going the entire way through 5 hours, and on top of that, beyond playing, you're making strategic decisions of how they want to go about doing the keys, where the keys they want to go to will be, how they want to go about doing them. Like for the Coast Guard, they're back in Ruby Life Pools. They're doing a 23 Ruby Life Pools. This time, though, with a healer. U.S. Army is finishing up their 18 very shortly. The Marines are also now in a 21 Ruby Life Pools. It's a Ruby Life Pool trifecta, except for the loners over here. The Air Force still working their way through the 23 Algothar Academy. And so I think we need to take a quick look at that, a quick peek at how the Air Force is doing in this 23.
Which, to be fair, does match my general knowledge of the U.S. Armed Forces in general, right? I do think the training for the Air Force is a little bit longer,
Frontal.
or
Frontal.
what do you call it? Yeah, sorry. This late into the night, my English is escaping me a little bit. There's a little bit more to learn about airplanes than about crawling through the mud, so to say.
A little bit. But the important thing here is that they're making this 23 work for them, and they once again still a pretty decent time bank that they have to
Dance.
give themselves a little bit of a buffer.
Yep.
Now, where we saw disaster for the Marines, it's not quite the same point
Frontal.
for the Air Force. They managed to get past that disaster.
Hallows down, though.
tick.
Stop cast.
Aber,
I don't
but
think that was my fault. I don't think
interesting,
that was my fault.
interesting change up in comp here, Sam, that we need to talk a little bit about because we're seeing some things we haven't seen the whole day. We're rolling
yeah.
over to a Fire Mage Shadow Priest with the Resto Shaman and the Boomy together with the Paladin tank. Interesting choice because with this triple caster lineup, I'll be very honest with you. Yes, Paladin is incredibly strong, but I'd almost have expected a Demon Hunter tank instead.
You would have imagined that, right? But maybe they're in that mindset of how paladins are right now, with their incredible self-sustainability and keeping themselves healed up, and honestly, the rest of the team acting as kind of a pseudo off healer. But it's working. I think that's the most important thing, is that it's working out very well for this team, and they are doing a phenomenal job. Look at how the Shadow Priest is blasting away. I mean, you know, that's my main now, so this is looking pretty good. A good choice for me, anyways. Regardless, though, I like the adaptations from the Air Force to switch over to different classes,
Definitely.
switch over to different specs if they need to. And I think this is going to be one of the things that this 23 is going to be timeable for them.
Oh, absolutely. I have no doubt in my mind about that. 7 minutes 20 seconds. No, well, 7 minutes 10 seconds now to the +2 timer. That is what these guys are gunning for, and it's basically including this one, 4 trash pulls, maybe 5 left to go, and then of course the door dragon herself at the end of the dungeon as well, and then you're done. So it's getting
I think
tight.
I'm understanding now why the Paladin is here, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is fantastic for all the interrupts with the shields.
Yeah.
You can just knock out a lot. But at the same time, you have some tools as a Demon Hunter as well. You got the massive Silent Sigil, you got the Grip Sigil, so you have similar utility. But still, no, totally agree. The Paladin, a great tank for this dungeon.
It is. It once again, though, it goes back to Dragonflight in general, right? You have a lot of flexibility with the classes and the specs that you want to play, and that's been the beautiful thing about it so far. It's been really cool to experience, and I'm loving what we're seeing out of these teams and taking advantage of those facts that, okay, yeah, maybe something here would have been better, but we're comfortable enough playing the Protection Paladin versus a Vengeance Demon Hunter that we'd rather go for the Protection Paladin because it still can work.
Absolutely.
And I think too, when you're in these TGP style formats where you don't need to be MDI pulling big pulls, right? Then you can probably lean back on the comfort picks a lot more.
Yes. No, totally.
Not like when you get to a certain point, yeah, then you need to start looking.
No, I do think you're very much correct on that. I don't think we are in a state of the game in general with Dragonflight at the moment where meta specs become mandatory before you are trying to push for world first keys. Like if we would be talking about the highest academies being run at the moment, which is this group of people trying to time a 28, right? If we're talking about 26s, but first and foremost 27 keys, that's where I would suspect meta comps to be really, really important. But even then, if you look at the top comps, there's still a lot of variety, and you see rogues, shamans, monks, windwalkers, warriors, boomkins, mages, shadow priests. There is a lot of variety in there, so you can tell, even on the top end, there is no like clear-cut meta, as much as it has been a case in, for example, BFA and Shadowlands at the end.
Exactly. I do miss the Shadowlands
Well,
season.
except for
3.
tanks, most of them are paladins, so, well, there you go, go figure.
There you go. Go figure. Who would have thought? Anyways, I think let's go ahead and take a look at the quad view. Check up on the rest of our teams.
Hell yeah.
We're seeing how the Air Force is progressing throughout this Algathar Academy. Now, these Ruby Life pullers. Liffy, we had been looking at the Air Force for quite some time now, but for our 3 teams on Ruby Life pulls, this looks like the beginning. I'm pretty sure.
Yup. That is not exactly where I expected most of these teams to be with 20 minutes left to go. Okay, Sam, straight up, unless Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and the US Army +2 this dungeon on a 21, and Coast Guard obviously on a 23. For the top left, these are the last 3 keys we're gonna see for the day.
Yep. Unless they decide to wipe up here very quickly. This is it. If they go through all of the way, this is the final key.
It's 19 minutes
Air
left
Force,
on the timer.
The Air Force in a very generous position for themselves.
Air Force, absolutely. But I don't think Air Force is gonna get the
nope,
+2. Oh no,
nope.
2 done. That's 2 dead.
Nope.
They don't have any reses. They had a combat res set up for 1 there, but they're rather opting for the Maximus reset. I still think they're in a position to finish this key and time it, but I'm not sure. And also, the fact that there's something that so majorly went wrong with Maximus also means that there's a lot of potential for it to go wrong again. So we'll have to keep an eye on the Air Force here.
That's heartbreaking for the Air Force. They have to wait for Maximus to come back up, and yeah, they've just decided it's reset time. That's rough. That is really rough, especially for how long they'd been in that key and how close they were. Again, these Algathars are just it's painful. There's really no other way to go about saying that other than disastrous over and over again for a lot of these teams. Now, Liffy, we're in we're seeing a similar position here for the Air Force now. If they go through this entire key, this is it for them for tonight.
Indeed. Oh wow. Yep, they are out, Sam. They are out. They are changing up their comp a little bit. They're looking to make some adaptations, and with 17 minutes left on the clock, they will be starting out the last key of the day. Of course, obviously, they reset once again, but if they want to finish it, it's the last one they can go for this day. The big question really is the other 3 teams, Coast Guard, Marines, and Army. Where are they going to finish? What timer is going on here? Do they have the time to start another run after? Because it's going to be tight. Tight.
Yeah, I think for the Coast Guard, if they do go through this entire key, this is it for them. I just don't see any other way that they can go about, like, with the amount of time that they've had, they working their way towards Meladrusa. They haven't gotten to her yet, and it's already 5 minutes off the board. It's going to be I think this is the Coast Guard's final key, and you have to hope that they can actually time it.
Totally agree with you. Look at that. Air Force going for Shadow Moon Barrier Grounds. What?
Okay, all right. They love being that difference maker. They love going against the grain, breaking the mold.
I can appreciate it, definitely. In the meantime, the first boss, Meladrusa, currently on the docket for Army and Marines. And you can definitely see the healers struggling a little bit. Here comes the next shield for the Army, and there's a lot of pump to be done here. But it looks to be completely fine, and the Windwalker obviously having a field day with the AoE Touch of Death just going in for all the resets. Look at that. Willops cleared out in no time. And the boss obviously gonna suffer in the same moment. So now it's the last 20% here for the Army. In the meantime, Marines have the boss below 10. She is gonna flop in just a second. And the Coast Guard just pulled the first boss of the dungeon.
We're seeing this, though. it's a fortified key still. But these bosses, these non-tyrannical bosses, are still tanky. They're so tanky. There's it's just so much to have to burn through, so much health to have to deal with. And you got to think your lucky stars that this isn't a tyrannical dungeon. Otherwise, both of these teams would still be here, still fighting it out. Fortified is tough and everything, but I always find tyrannical to be one of the biggest pain points, and especially for Ruby life pools where the boss mechanics are so punishing if you don't do them correctly. It is very fortunate that they are doing these fortified. I think maybe Hothead was feeling kind of bad for them. They wanted them to be able to take it easy.
Well, he
on Ruby
definitely
dead pools.
didn't take any inspiration from Syrah, so...
Syrah-
these affixes are way too harmless for that.
Yeah, Sarah takes out his anger on
No,
the
that's
competitors
not even it. Syrah isn't an angry person. He is a very, very happy person, but he
Yeah, that's 'cause
also
he inflicts
enjoys
torment.
shenanigans a lot.
Listen, I remember some of the keys that we saw out of different events. Yeah, that they're very funny.
Yeah. the best part is Syrah is on the WoW Esports team currently, but they don't let him do the MDI key affixes, which is
I wonder why.
low-key hilarious to me. But yeah, no, it's nice. It's nice. In the meantime,
I actually kind of Yeah, I was gonna
Go
say I
for it,
kind of
go
like the Marines and the U.S. Army sort of neck and neck with each other in this
Yeah.
21 Ruby life pools.
Oh, it's
We're getting
lovely.
to kind of see the difference between the compositions that we've chosen, and I am a bigger fan of the Marines composition that they are running with versus the U.S. Army, even though the U.S. Army does have a monk and a Fury warrior in it.
Exactly. I'm also curious how fast the Coast Guard can catch up with these guys, if they can at all, because they're still running this on 2 levels higher, right? It's at 23, so pretty impressive for them to keep the pace this close to the other two. And of course, we still need to worry about the Army and Marine Corps getting through this clean. 2 deaths on the board for the Marines and 3 for the Army right now, but so far, so good. I'm really curious how they're gonna make it, how well rather they're gonna make it through this last passage of trash before the second boss.
Let me take a look at that timer. 12 minutes to go. For the Air
Yeah.
Force, if they want to keep going through this key, they better make sure that they decide probably in the final minute whether or not it's going to be timeable. A 25 SPG at that. Small reminder there. That's a beefy key. One that took down the Coast Guard right at the very end on Ner'zhul.
Oh, yeah.
Heartbreaking moment in all actuality. Heartbreaking. So for them, like I said, it's got to be figured out very quickly whether or not that is going to be timeable and whether or not it can actually be completed. Especially with the interesting composition that they're running. A Ret Paladin, Enhanced Shaman with a Fire Mage.
Fire Mage is great. Some solid DPS.
It is.
At this point, quite honestly, Sam, now that we are hitting the really high levels of keys on the first day already, this is where I'm going to start cross-referencing a little bit with the popular meta comms, right? If we're looking towards healers for Shadow Moon, it's a lot of Evoker, but also a good portion of Resto Shaman at the very top, but mostly Evokers and Druids, and the odd Priest in and out every now and then. And in terms of DPS, well, actually, a lot of Boomies together with Enhancement Shamans, Rogues, or Fire Mages. So there's a very distinct pattern. And I feel like the Air Force sitting pretty smack dab in the meta with this current lineup, especially considering how good Red Paladins are currently. It's maybe due to the fact that most of these M+ teams don't have any Red Paladins properly geared through on the live service at the moment.
That would be the imagination, right? You've gone throughout this entire season. Now that Red Paladin is popping off, sure, that's great and everything, but you still got to get your Elemental Lariat crafted. That takes some time. You got to go out and actually get the gear that you need to get the Ret Paladin up to snuff. Tier sets, even with the creation catalyst, that's still time that's got to be invested into actually making it possible. So, yeah, I mean, for the and Ret Paladin is good, but I mean, so are the other classes that everybody's been playing regardless. So, really, no point, especially if you're trying to go for that top 1% title, 0.1% title. Or if you're trying to go for the just trying to push keys as high as you can, really no reason to be working on a paladin this late into the season. Unless you're me.
I mean, aren't you working on a Shadow Priest?
And a paladin. I kind of like the paladin tier set too. But the Shadow Priest tier set.
I haven't even looked at this tier sets for next season, man.
You haven't seen the priest tier set?
No, I haven't.
You need to look at it right now. If you play priest, I can't believe it.
I played this priest, Sam.
What does that mean? That doesn't have anything to do with the appearance of the tier set, does it? Coast Guard not looking good.
Oh,
by the way.
you're talking about visuals.
Visually.
Yeah. I thought you
Yeah, I
were
don't care
talking
about
about
the-
set bony and gameplay.
Yeah, I don't care about the set bonuses and gameplay. I care about how I'm looking. Because that's an extra 20% DPS
Yeah,
for your
but
transmog alone.
I don't need to
Or
reroll. I can get
HPS.
I can get the appearance of multiple characters, man. That is no problem. Like,
I'm a little bit worried now, though, Lithy, for the Coast Guard. Because the Coast Guard got...
they got clapped. Yeah.
They got clapped a little bit. In a big way. 5 deaths on the board. Look at that. Now they're going to have to make the... I think they still made a pretty decent headway into the dungeon itself. But around this upper ring, yeah, I think they did make a pretty decent dent into it. Now it's all just about recovering and getting it all done and taken care of. Meanwhile, for the U.S. Army, already pulled the boss, Kokaya Blazehoof. The Marines taking a break in front of her for some reason. They're just chilling out and looking at her, which you gotta imagine now, Lithy. Take the couple of minutes that we've had so far, right? Give it back to the Marines and give those minutes. With 8 minutes left, they may have been able to start another key now at this point.
This is
Be more comfortable.
This is the big question on the board, right? An Air Force dipping out of that 25, 8 minutes
just done
on
for
the
the night?
board. They're changing up the
okay.
tank. There's a Demon Hunter coming in. So a little bit... I want to say a little bit more tankiness, but a little bit less utility for the group coming in for the Air Force. But of course also the 5% increased magic damage buff that you gain from having a Demon Hunter in your party. So... one quick reset, one quick restart up here for the Air Force, and that is going to be the last key for them for the day. And at this point, we're really getting to a timer level where even a reset could end your day.
A lot of tension on the line now. A lot of tension. This is... yeah, you got to figure it out real fast, real quick. What you going to do? The U.S. Army now finished with Blazehoof. I don't think... no, they should... No. I take that back. They do have enough time. Because there's 6 minutes and 50 seconds. They have enough time to complete this dungeon and still be able to start the next one if they wanted to. For the Coast Guard, yeah, with that wipe happening, that is it. They need to start over. There is no way that they're going to be able to just even time this key in general, in my opinion.
I'm not sure if I agree there, Sam. We still got half the timer left and about a little bit over a third of this dungeon, because they finished up most of the trash on this side already. So it's one more pack into the dragon, into a boss, and after that it's really 2 more trash pulls and another boss. So I think this is doable, especially considering that these bosses are gonna die in an instant on Fortified. So very much still at the level of being completable and timeable for the Coast Guard, but it's gonna get risky. If they allow themselves another mistake, it is gonna go south very quickly in this very moment. The Shaman dying off, Ankh used immediately, and Scotty is just trying to stay alive on his Warlock right now.
They are trying to live as best they can. It's these pulls for them though have been rough. A death or two almost every single pull that they've had trying to get through this, and you're seeing that it's starting to become rough. It's all starting to add up. The time, this could potentially be costing them a lot, even just getting reses off and everything there to go along with it. Meanwhile, if we take a look at our U.S. Army, it looks like they've had a couple of unfortunate. They're still dying. I'm watching that graveyard symbol keep ticking upwards. For the Marines, it's a walk in the park for them.
Well, walk in the park. I'll be very honest, Sam. At this point in the day, at this level of dungeons, I will go 2 steps backwards away from calling anything here a walk in the park.
You got to give it for Ruby life pools, like comparatively, it's kind of a walk in the park, right? Right?
I'm not calling anything a walk in the park anymore, Sam. You can't get me into that. It's not.
I tried my best, chat. I tried.
Yep. Not happening. In the meantime, we can look at one more time at the timers here. Look at the Marine Corps top left. These guys are taking so much damage right now. Spirit Link coming through here from our healer, doing once again a great job to keep everyone alive. But this was another channel, and this is gonna come back to bite you in just a moment. And this time around, no Ascendants, and first and foremost, no Spirit Link. They need to finish this pull off and do so nicely. But now, of course, they still have this last mini boss to deal with before they can move up on to the last boss. On the other side, the army, on this very same pull, they've lost multiple members to the damage coming in. Now sitting on 10 minutes left for the same duty to do here. One more mini boss with a trash pull into the last boss.
This is a... Man, I'm loving this. I'm loving the fact that we get to see 3 teams like this right against each other, backs against the wall, the timer with only 3 minutes to go. What can they accomplish? Can they do it? Right? Can they get it done in time? The Marines, a very good opportunity. Same for the U.S. Army.
Indeed.
Coast Guard, though, there is no chance.
Stop
of them beating
jinxing
this
the
timer
Coast Guard, man. These guys are looking
No,
great. They're
I'm
on
saying-
Blazehoof. Blazehoof is dying 60%.
They're on Blazehoof, but this is their final key regardless. If they do time it, this is their final key regardless. There's no other ifs, ands, or buts about that one.
Yeah, that is correct. But they're gonna time it, man. Like, no, like, I am convinced. I believe. I am a Coast Guard believer. Sam, we talked at the top of the show, we talked about how the Coast Guard is underappreciated, so you could do your part and appreciate the Coast Guard and their performance throughout this day a little bit.
I gotta be the devil's advocate.
Oh,
Okay, Lithy?
no,
I gotta be the one bucking the trend, right? I gotta be the naysayer. Boo. Otherwise, I don't want them to get an inflated ego going into the next
this
day.
man, Chad. Boo.
Boo! I'm booing myself. I didn't want to be in this position, Lithy, but someone had to do it.
Are you Saul in this thing?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I am.
Okay. All right, we'll just wait and see. For the moment, the tank is taking a lot of damage, but still, healers pumping through. It's gonna be fine for the moment. Blazehoof on 30% and melting. And on the other side, well, 2 last bosses underway. Lots of damage on the rogue here for this Marine Corps, but everything's stabilized. It's continuously looking very sketchy, but ultimately, maybe that is just how Resto Shaman functions, right? Maybe Resto Shaman just looks a little bit scary in general. On the bottom, the army very much underway on this boss fight. The problem for them here right now is they are running triple melee, so they have no way of DPSing the dragon except for when it lands, and that is going to set you back a little bit.
Final minute, Lithy. This is it.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, indeed. The Marines still working and chewing their way through Kairaka and Urquhart. Then you just have to hope that they don't run into a technical issue again. right?
Yep. Yep. Basically, no. I'll be
'Cause
very
you still
honest.
gotta-
No, this is
I don't
over.
think they
the
can
day
start
the day
another
is done. There's just
Yeah.
the Marines. Sorry, the army just popped Bloodlust and are blasting through this. But even if you consider just the time you need to run over to the NPC to port you into the dungeon, get ready, buffed up, etc., to actually have a good run going, you need more than 15 seconds after this boss dies. And with a dragon down, the army is looking solid, but 1 DPS on the floor. I don't think anything else can go wrong. They will time this possibly with a +2, 30 seconds to go. And on the top side left, the Marine Corps ending this dungeon on a +2 for the 23 next to go. So does the army. It is looking great for both of them right as the day ends.
That's it. All right, the Marines and the Army, they are now done. They are completed here. Fantastic job, I think, from our players. Hey, look, it's us. We've returned. Hey, how you doing, guys? I think a really good first day, and I'm very interested to know what happens with the Air Force whenever that happens with them, if they do manage to complete that 25, or if they unfortunately won't be able to complete it. I do kind of want to see what happens with that Ruby life pools for the Coast Guard, because I was trying to hit them with the reverse caster curse. I was trying to. I was on their side the entire time, but I can't see them anymore. So since they're out of my sight lines, since they're out of my view lines, I don't have to worry about that.
I see where you're coming from, Sam, but I am not buying it. I am not buying it. Reverse caster curse for the first time today? You are
Okay. All right.
You are established on the anti-Coast Guard side, Sam. I can tell that already.
Well, tomorrow I'm gonna change that narrative. Pretty good. Hey, we're back. Oh,
no.
That's not what you want to see.
No, that's
not what you
what
wanna see for the
wanna
Air Force.
especially not 12 minutes. Well, not 12 minutes, but a few minutes into this key with a few people dead on the floor. 9 deaths overall already. Spicy for a burial grounds, man.
Very spicy. Can we take a look at the Coast Guard? I want to see how they're doing on their Ruby life pools. And
We're gonna get there in just a second.
You just gotta look at us first.
Sam. You know they're gonna time it.
With a pit stop to the real action.
See, let's go, man. They got 5.5 minutes
they're
to go. They got the mini boss on 45%. The shield is not gonna stop them. And after that, it's really just burning down the boss. They just popped Bloodlust, though, for this mob, for this mini-boss, on 23 fortified. Honestly, I can totally understand and get behind that decision.
You got to. For a fortified, you have to. There's no other choice. If they wanted to make up that lost time, otherwise it would have been a tanked key, because you don't need to worry about the health pool of a non-tyrannical Kairaka or Cart. And with the way that the Coast Guard has been playing, I don't think we have to worry about them not being able to deal with the mechanics.
Nah, man, Scotty's just gonna plant
boss.
his feet and bomb this dragon out, man. It's gonna be easy clap for the Coast Guard. Can we, by the way, quickly appreciate Tacos now healing on the Evoker? Previously topping the meters on the Red Paladin. Hey, is there anything this man can't do?
If it's been there, we haven't been able to find it out yet. If it exists, we don't know about it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they said, "Hey, we need you to tank," and they'd be able to take up that mantle easily. Now the only thing that concerns me for the Coast Guard is they don't have the percentage lithy. So they need to go all the way to the back of the dungeon, or not to the back of the dungeon. They just need to go find something on the ring there.
Yeah, maybe there's some mobs they can pick up. Mirren down for the count, though, now. That's a dead enhancement shaman, and you do not want to have that happen here in this boss fight. 3.5 minutes, or actually 4 minutes left to go, Sam. If you wipe here, then this key and the whole 30 minutes you spent grinding it are gonna go to waste at the end of this day. It would be heartbreaking for the Coast Guard, because They've been there before.
It'd almost
today.
be like a Marines situation, right? Almost, except for they wouldn't lead the key. 98%. Sorry, Marines, we got to bring it up again, right? A little boo boo.
No.
That.
Oh my god. No, I haven't even thought about that. Imagine they kill the boss and pour it out because they don't realize. Oh god. Yeah, Sam, thank you. New fear unlocked. Kiraka down on 30%. I'm trying to not think about it as we're heading into phase 2. No Bloodlust available, and of course, now Tacos needs to pump. Meg going down. Wombo combo with the spit and the AoE shear. Not a position you want to be in, and also Scotty needs to maneuver around these fire patches. Looking fine for the moment, but of course, there is Thundering, and I don't think they can completely clear it right now. Oh, the res coming through. Soulstone is in, but he gets locked on his Chaos Bolt. Thundering gonna come through in a second. No, it's cleared out. No problem here for the Coast Guard right now, Sam. But down goes the dragon. It's only Eggard left, and I think they're gonna be okay. 2 minutes to go for the last 30% and picking up some trash.
Okay, we're getting confirmation from the Coast Guard that they know they're short. So now all that's left is to get the kill here and then go back and pick them up. You can already see themselves setting up to
Don't
begin
reset
that
the
trek
boss
over.
now, man. Don't reset the
Yeah,
boss.
don't reset the boss. That would make me cry. You've just gone through all of that.
Okay. We're
All
good.
right.
Sam, we're good. Just
We're good. We still need 1.21%.
yes.
Oh, they can go back and pick up the Tempest Channeler.
They skipped this pack. Okay, that's easy clap percentage here. 1 minute 40. They just don't have to die to the channel storm. There it is. Lightning storm coming through. Mirren dropping low. Taco.
Oh, Mirren, that's
Taco
scary.
has him. Everything under control, Sam. It's gonna be fine. Totally
We're okay. Yeah, we're good.
fine. 1 minute 30. And this is just a formality to be cleaned up. It really looks like the Coast Guard is able to finish day 1 on a high note, Sam, as they finish a 23 Ruby Life pools with a minute and 7 seconds to spare. And with that,
Yo,
I do
any
think they
doubters
will
in chat?
retain first place for the day. Yeah, Sam.
Imagine being a doubter of the
Yeah,
Coast Guard.
imagine.
Right, Lethy? Imagine doubting them. That wasn't me. I never doubted them, not for a second.
Wasn't me.
Still, though, like you said, ending it on a high note and further securing that indomitable lead that they want to continue to hold with an iron grip. Coast Guard coming out incredibly strong on day 1. But the Air Force is still going. Let's peek our eyes over at them and see just what shenanigans they've been getting up. Again,
Nice.
what is this?
That's a boss. That's a boss just dead. I heard the victory fanfare, so they can res up now and continue on. But I'll be honest with you, Sam. 12 deaths
no time.
already.
There's no time.
Like, how long is just the Bone Maw fight, and you have knowledge to do as well, on top of all the orc ghosts and necromancers here?
Look at the damage Leor and Halos has already taken just getting into this initial pool. It's so much that you have to chunk through. It's going to be tough for the Air Force to make their way through. I'm not going to say they don't have enough time, but it's going to be a really close key. And if there is going to be another wipe, then that is going to be it for this dungeon, unless they're able to take down Knowledge.
I am very much on board with that statement, yeah. It's going to be clutch for what it is right now, but let's believe, Sam. Let's believe here in this group for another
Any believers in chat?
20 minutes until this key is done, basically.
The Air Force needs your energy. The Air Force needs your strength to get through the rest of this 25 Shadow Moon burial grounds, which has proven to be the downfall of even the Coast Guard themselves. Not an easy key by any stretch of the imagination, but one that the Air Force still thinks that they can get done. And by golly gosh, I hope they can.
I hope so.
Then they'd be the only team at this point with a 25 if they get it done.
Yup. That would be a pretty impressive point to finish the day on. Because this is a key level that the Coast Guard has already attempted and not beaten. So
And they don't only have the 23 in their pocket, right? No, 24.
they have the 24
So
timed, yes.
yeah, they have the 24 times. So at the very least, the Air Force will get the advantage on the Shadow Moon burial grounds, and then they'd be able to take that into tomorrow whenever the next dungeon comes out, whatever that's going to be. Which, once again, still fingers crossed for Temple. Letty, what dungeon do you want to see tomorrow? Out of the list.
Oh, that's a very good question, Sam. Let me think here for a moment. I'm sorry, Sam. I am sorry. I want to see Halls of Valor.
You want to see Halls of Valor?
Yeah.
Oh,
No, I love Halls of Valor. Such a good dungeon.
I can't.
I still can't forgive Blizzard that they removed Scorval's RP.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fine. That's fine. We'll put a pin on this and we'll come back to it later because Nolish is getting demolished. That was a pretty good one. No, but for real, the Air Force is looking like they're having a pretty good attempt at it. The Soul Steel. Nolish is not a hard boss though. Nolish is, in my opinion, the freest boss in the entirety of Dragonflight Season 1 right now. Good work from the Air Force.
Oh yeah, no knowledge in general. Temple of the Jade Serpent, I think the only nasty part of the dungeon is the
final pack.
last pull before
Yeah.
the last boss, and of course everything leading up to Wise Mari, and I hate that fish with a passion.
You hate Wise Mari? You don't like being hit with a jet of water while having to dodge geysers sprouting up out of the ground and
Sam, any slimy bald man telling you to get into the get in with him because the water is fine, I do not like or trust.
Lithy, you bring up an excellent point.
That's what
I
thought.
couldn't agree more with you.
Yeah, no,
If there's
man.
anything wrong with being
The dude
bald,
just
of
seems
course.
a little bit too fishy for me.
Lithy! It's too much! It's too much!
The fact that you're so that you're so angry about this, Sam, makes it even better. I appreciate you so much.
Okay, all right, we got that. I got that out of my system. Lithy, knowledge is still taking a really long time.
Knowledge.
Knowledge, they're perfectly fine on it. Like there hasn't been any issues. It's just the amount of time that this is taking
Yes, exactly.
is becoming, in my opinion, insurmountable at this point. They only have, at this point, 14 minutes left to go in the dungeon,
Yep.
and you still got to go through Bone Maw. I don't think there's enough time.
Makes me shiver to hear that name. 5% still left on knowledge, and look at how slowly this health bar is melting. The DPS isn't looking bad. Triss is doing solid with 75, Venom and Lear both on almost 70, and Halo as well as Skunk both doing their 30 plus as tank and healer. So this is solid performance, but time, Sam. 25 tyrannical. That is the main thing here. It takes so long to kill these bosses off, and I don't even want to think about Bone Maw. It's gonna be a 8-minute fight or something.
Yeah, because the issue with Bone Maw, once again, it's not that it's a difficult boss, but it's a boss that goes into the ground. When he goes into the ground, untargetable, can't do any damage to him, so you're losing a lot of time in that fact. And you really have to hope that the Air Force is going to be clean with their interrupts on the spiders and the bats. Yeah, this is going to be... This is still going to be tough. They got to go through the blueberries. They got to go through a lot more of the mobs. Rest of this is, yeah, it's 12 minutes and 49 seconds on the clock. I fear for them.
It is problematic. But we said we would believe. Here,
Believe. Still timeable. Still timeable.
No,
Okay,
Venom!
no.
Ah!
Venom goes down. There's the
no.
checkpoint, though. They can get back quick enough as long as they get. You can see they're using their stuns, AoE stuns, trying to draw out enough time for Venom to get back here. And it looks like they're able to do it just in time before anyone else suffered the unfortunate fate of having to go to the Shadowlands. But Lior, Skunk is looking kind of dicey as well. Good recovery from the Air Force. Very good recovery to not lose anybody else other than the tank.
And with that, with these Exhumers down, right, it is a lot of the most dangerous trash cleared out. From here on out, it's really just, if you miss a few kicks onto these spiders and bats, it could get ugly, but other than that, you really don't have anything super dangerous left in this dungeon. So that's the worst part of the trash done. Now it is really just 11.5 minutes for some trash and Bone Maw. And also Ner'zhul, but mainly Bone Maw.
Bone Maw. Driss is pumping the meters right now.
I mean,
that's
Red Playground here, Divine Storm, excuse me.
Yeah, just keep pressing Divine Storm, Blade of Justice, Judgment, Divine Storm, and then the new Judgment, which I actually really like the new Judgment rework.
Oh yeah, the red rework, absolutely beautiful. I have not had this much fun on my favorite spec in the game in a long time.
I'm a big fan of Retribution Paladin. I just like the tier sets too of Red Paladins. And in fact, I think
always has W tier sets, man.
In fact, I think the priest tier set and the paladin tier set should have been exchanged with each other. But that's my opinion. And I'm not going to repeat that to anybody else.
I can see a point for that argument, yes. But at the same time, I also want to say, glad priests have something, man. Have you gotten any of the elite versions of the sets this season?
Oh, goodness no. Withy, goodness no.
No? Are you missing out, man? They are super sexy.
Yeah, I've been a little bit lagging on my World of Warcrafting, probably because I'm too busy playing 50 alts. There we go. Because, well, Dragonflight really is that alt-friendly expansion. It's just a lot of fun to play this game. Like, leveling my Shadow Priest has been a blast because every time I do a dungeon, it's a level, and then I just do questing while waiting for the dungeon key to pop, and boom, I already get another level in between going into the dungeon itself. This has been a really good expansion, and now I'm looking forward because Forbidden Reach, right, has the catch-up gear, the 385 catch-up gear. So yeah, this has been a really good expansion for alt catch-up and alt friendliness.
That's the thing for me, right? Because I admittedly, I really don't do any PvE at the moment. I've not been raiding, I've not doing any M+, outside of some friends asking me to hop in for a kiosk or two. I've just been playing PvP, and the amount of time you have to spend to get an alt PvP ready is, compared to what it has been in the past two add-ons, literally zero. I can play a single afternoon and I have a new alt leveled up, fresh to level 70, and gotten it arena ready by the end of the day. And it is beautiful. It is so good. What is not good, Sam, is the timer here, because good
no, it's
lord,
not.
8 minutes 40 and we haven't even started Bomo. This is
Chat, place your bets. Is it still timeable?
No,
is it still timeable?
Come on, Sam. We're not believing anymore. This is over.
Yeah, I'm not believing you. I'm not, but I want to see if anyone in chat still is holding out the faith for the Air Force.
Don't think so. Twitch chat is very smart, Sam. Other than us two.
Twitch chat is very smart.
They know what's going on in these dungeons. And
yeah, because Twitch chat's
Twitch chat's 6 minutes.
Twitch chat's completed these dungeons at 30s and above.
Twitch chat is 4K Rio.
Yeah, 4K Rio. They've completed these at 30s and above. They've already beat Aberrus, the Shadowed Crucible on Mythic. We love you, chat. We love you and your elite skills at video games. This is how I'm not going to get invited back, by the way.
Here we go, Sam. We are here. The big worm himself. It is
the wall.
Bone Maw.
Here's the inhale. Right in its face. It's all good.
Solid positioning.
They're actually making pretty decent, like, headway, though, Liffy.
Oh, yeah.
On that
they're
health bar.
shredding through his bone plates here at the moment. It's looking solid. But, of course, that is only one part of this boss fight. In general, you gotta bait these skeleton fields, whatever you want to call them, really, appropriately. This is a very lucky coincidence of a dungeon where you don't have quaking for these shenanigans, because, yeah, no, I just know this boss with quaking, absolute nightmare. But outside of that, you still have the 2 worms that you fight on the bridge before you get here, hanging around, and they also do the same cross-platform slam as Bone Maw does. As you can see, there's a lot of space denied on this platform that you have to dodge, so the more melee you are, the closer it's gonna get, and you want to cleave down these worms at the same time, which adds to the already massive health bar Bone Maw has. And as you can see, Sam, we're already about a minute 30 into this boss fight, and Bone Maw is at 60%, so we're probably gonna end this at about 4 minutes 30 with the current DPS being pumped, and that is not fun, considering we have 6 minutes left on the timer.
It's still a tough ask. Oh, my word. Venom realizing that they were right in the line of sights of being crushed by Bone Maw, and the worm behind them needed to quickly dash around and make their adjustments to get to safety, but back into it once more. At the 50% mark, 5 minutes and 45 seconds to go. Bone Maw looking as strong as ever, still as beefy and tanky as ever. And then we have to look forward, look towards the future, look in the crystal ball, and remember that there's still 2 bats, 2 spiders, 2 blueberries, and 1 Ner'zhul. 2, 2, 2, 1 that they still have to chew through.
And of course, Ner'zhul skeletons.
How many of those are there? 5?
Yeah, a little bit of trivia here, chat. How many skeletons are in Ner'zhul's Wall of Death?
5, 7. Locking it in. 7. Locking
7?
it in. Done.
7?
9. Ooh, someone says 9. Someone says 7.
7?
And I agree 100%. Bone Maw is such an annoying boss. Oh gosh, like I said, him going back into the ground is the worst part.
The thing
Sorry,
is, and we can lean into a little bit of a design discussion topic here, right? The thing is, Bone Maw is a perfect example of a remnant from old dungeon design that was not adjusted appropriately for the modern game. Because Bone Maw, as you can see, it is not challenging, it is not fun. If this fight takes forever, and the health bar not appropriately adjusted for M+, he is incredibly tanky. Or on the other side, you could argue that you'd need to rework his entire kit a little bit, at least to make him exciting and interesting for M+. So
Bone Maw is a... When you think back to the good old WAD days, right, before we've had all of these amazing movement capabilities and high-speed octane gameplay with demon hunters, and you know the way that things are looking like right now, yeah, it just feels so lax. And then you compare it to something like even Kokaya Blazehoof and Ruby Life Pulse, the second boss of that dungeon, where you're having to deal with giant meteors crashing down from the ground. It's a lot of pain. And that was really unfortunate there too. The last possible second, the boss went into the ground when they were at literally less than 1%, and they had to wait for them to come right back up. So at this point, no. The key is
dead in the water.
Not going to be timed. Yeah, there's no way, because they still had to take on Ner'zhul. But I think they still want to get a feel for how the 25 is and see if they can actually complete it.
Yeah, I mean, at least see how Nazul feels, right? Then you can come back tomorrow and kill this thing on the very first run of the day.
Yeah, you get the practice in.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the most important thing. You get an understanding for how the dungeon is going to be, right? And at the very least, you get to have it in your brain. We did the 25. We didn't time it, but we did it. The Coast Guard could probably say the same thing because they could have easily finished this dungeon, but yeah, they weren't. They were in the same position that the Air Force was in. They are nuking these blueberries.
Yep. The question is, how hard are the new blueberries gonna nuke them? Because there's some pretty intense bursts going on here, and Skunk has all hands on deck here to keep everyone alive. Luckily for him, two paladins in this group is gonna be a lot of off healing, and in theory, you also have a Boomy that can throw in some regrowths here and there. But all in all, this is gonna net themselves a nice little run through these double blueberries. Of course, lots of swirlies. Sam, imagine playing this pack in Season 2 with Entangling.
I don't want to, and I'm very glad that I don't have to because this is not in the dungeon pool. What I am scared of, though, is Brackenhide Hollow.
Oh wait, right, they're removing this.
Yeah, they're removing this.
Okay,
They're removing
now I'm
this,
disappointed and glad at the same time.
It's a little sadistic there, Lithy. I don't know how I feel about that. But
I'm a
yeah.
caster. What do you expect, man? I gotta make some fun for myself as well. Not
fair
saying
point,
that this isn't fun. This is fantastic, but yeah, no, some spice is great.
Look on the bright side. We get to go back to Freehold in Season 2.
Oh yes. Oh, I already drank the delicious tears of the whole WoW community on Twitter. It's so good.
We also get to go to Underrot. Yeah, this is all good.
I love it. Freehold and
Let's
Underrot
see.
are some of my favorite dungeons from BFA, actually.
I loved all of the dungeons in BFA. Even Toldagor. I loved them all thematically. I thought they were so
I mean,
cool.
that you like Toldagor is not surprising to me.
I mean, I didn't like it from a gameplay perspective because we all know the horror stories of pulling through the walls. I just like the design of it.
Oh yeah, no, on the design level, I mean, art-wise, etc. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The art team never misses for a while, so can't really fault them for anything, right? And here we go, Sam. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that 7 skeletons I see, or is that more? It's 7, right?
That's 7 skeletons, Lithy. 7 skeletons for these 5 players.
No, it's...
But all you need to do is take down one. Ner'zhul, 82%.
Exactly. There we go. Azul down to 80. It's gonna take a little bit longer. Of course, we are above out of the timer zone already. 30 seconds overtime now, but that also means we are 30 seconds. No, sorry, actually a minute 10 into this fight, and Azul already down to 75. So you can already tell this boss in total probably gonna edge closer to the 5-minute mark, and that is an important piece of information for the Air Force to gather today before they head back into this to clean it up tomorrow.
Alright, dipping a little close to the ritual bones. Got a little dicey there, but back right into the fight. Just at the last possible second they could have. Ner'zhul still proving to be a very generous health boss with 37 million HP. That is a lovely amount that they still have left. Still ticking away, still ticking down. The Air Force, as strong and determined as ever, is seeing this final boss right in front of them. And even with an untimed key, are fighting for their lives.
And look at Leor's health bar. Every time these omens of death come in, man, it is so spooky to watch this boomkin run around. He gets a literally tick down in an instant to 20%. So in case he is not topped off and has taken some sort of tick damage beforehand, Skunk wasn't on point to top everyone completely. Leor is just gonna get shredded by these spawns.
That they are. And we also got to remember, too, like, the teams can go back in later tonight and try these out again. So another good opportunity to see what could potentially be fixed, right? What could potentially be worked on and what could potentially give them the edge going into tomorrow.
I really
Another
think
ritual.
I really think everything past the first boss has been very clean and solid from the Air Force. I think tempo-wise they can definitely do a little bit more, especially on the boss DPS side of things, but all in all, this has been a very clean run after they've managed to get past Sadana Blood Fury. The problem really is 13 deaths going through those initial trash packs and the first boss. That is not something you can afford on this 25.
Nope. Every single second counts. Every single death, every single misstep, mistake is magnified to its maximum intensity. And like you said, Lior, inside of that omen of death, while the omens have been dispelled, no more. And again, this Ner'zhul has us out for this chicken.
I mean, can't blame him, man. It's a boomkin, so yeah, let's just leave it at that. Ner'zhul down to 25%. 4 minutes in, we get another wall of death, and you gotta clean out these ritual bones as fast as possible. New Omen coming in 5 seconds. Also, one of the reasons why you have the boomkin with you in this party, you need one ranged player to bait this damage out, and there it is in the middle of the group. Venom taken down to 20%, but gets topped off immediately. Skunk with the right heals at the right time. Ner'zhul now down below 15%. Sam, we are getting into the final stages of this fight.
Yes, we are. The last little bits just going rinse, repeat, and make sure that you do not ignore your mechanics. Overconfidence can be a slow and insidious death. Before the Air Force, slow and insidious is not going to be happening today. No deaths here so far. As the ritual comes out once more, might be able to fit in another one with the amount of health that Ner'zhul still has left. Nah, you know what? I'm actually going to call it. No, they're not. They're going to be able to take down Ner'zhul. They're going to be good. This is it. Final. Say bye-bye to the bones, everyone, because there's no more of that. And then say bye-bye to Ner'zhul, because there's about to be no more of him.
Exactly. The Coast Guard wiped here. The Air Force is going to wipe him up. And that is the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, finished on a 25. Not timed though, so no points collected here. But you know at least that you can do it. You have the timers and you know how long everything is going to take. So back to the drawing board for the night as we are finishing out for the day. But tomorrow, I think the Air Force is going to be out in full force to grab some fat dubs here.
I agree. I think them wanting to take out this dungeon is an interesting choice, right? Because you got to think about the mental aspect and the fact that you still have to go through a marathon tomorrow. I honestly, if I were them, I probably would have just called it and taken a break, giving yourselves that time to just VOD review. Really, yeah. I admire it, but I do still think the time could have been used in a different fashion rather than working through it. But then there was also the argument that could be made. They wanted to see it. They wanted to experience it them for themselves. You can't get that by just looking at video. So a lot of different conversations and discussions could be had there. But hey, we have made it through the first day of the AFDL. So a couple of things to talk about before we end things out here. And a quick review with Mary Elia coming in. But I want to talk about the charity first. Remember, exclamation point charity. We have a GoFundMe being set up. The winning team for this weekend, all of the totals that are coming from that GoFundMe will be given to the winning team to be donated to a charity of their choice from the Activision Endowment Fund. A very, very cool opportunity to for our teams here for if they win, and a really neat way for them to be able to express their thanks to whichever charity they choose. Now, Marielia is going to come in here and give us a update on how the maps have been looking, as well as the score. The most important thing, right? We got to know what the leaderboards are looking like.
Yes, I have lots of information and updates for you. Before we quickly tally the leaderboard, I want to give you some perspective on that last AFG run that we saw, okay? They finished it 4 minutes and 46 seconds over time. They had 13 deaths, which was a total of 1 minute and 5 seconds. They need to make up 3 minutes and 41 seconds if they're going to clear this dungeon tomorrow morning. Now, that said, how long do you think it took them to kill Saldana?
They had
If you
They
had to
two
guess.
DPS dead for that boss. I don't know for how long, so I'd assume they are well above 2 minutes above average or something.
Yeah, I I'm just gonna toss a number out there. I'm gonna say it took them 10 minutes. No, 9 minutes.
It took them 13
What?
minutes
What?
and 19 seconds to kill Saldana. There is no reason that Air Force Gaming can't wake up
Wait,
fresh
wait.
tomorrow and
No, but
steamroll that
when-
25.
Didn't. Okay, I'm just gonna go back once we're done here and check the VOD when the timer ran out, because I'm sure they could have reset on that Saldana fight and still gotten another run in or something along the lines.
It is very possible. My memory agrees with you. So I just wanted to put that out there, but let's take a look at the overall rankings for today. We have the scores of everyone lined up, with Coast Guard managing to secure the first position for day one. Air Force a respectable second, but because they weren't able to clear the 25, they are 3 points lagging behind first. The U.S. Army has managed to eke themselves up into third place with their 21 Ruby life pools, and that puts them at 64 points, so only a 1 point gap between third and second. And Marine Corps, 63 points. So a 1 point gap between fourth and third. This is going to be an incredibly tight race tomorrow.
I love the fact that the army managed to pull ahead in Shadow Moon Burial Ground. Yes, they're still a little bit behind in Ruby life pools, but the fact that after, I'm just going to straight up call it the disastrous start, trying multiple runs into Algathar Academy, still pulling out such an incredible first day. Very impressive to see. So can't wait to see what the army is up to tomorrow.
Absolutely. So I asked this question a little earlier, but I'm gonna ask it again. Lithy, what are you feeling for tomorrow? What dungeon might we be laying our eyes on?
Honestly, I'd like to see Halls of
Very
Valor. Second one that's okay is I personally hate it, but Temple of the Jade Serpent is going to be fine. I really don't want to see a Zovault or Nokud, because those dungeons are just way too long and yeah. Nah, man. And please, wait, no, that's all of them. Never mind. Yeah, I got nothing.
Okay.
Sam, do you really want the Jade Serpent? Is that really what you're voting for?
I love the Temple of the Jade Serpent. I think that would be, because it's a relatively shorter key. It's not Halls of Valor long, but it's still a very tough key, a very, very deadly key, and you can't really find out whether or not you're going to time it until you get all the way to the end, and then you get wrecked by the final pack.
No,
Make it
actually,
a fortified key too.
Actually, now let's go with Jade Serpent. You can do a lot of fish puns there.
Oh. Okay, we've got 2 votes for Jade Serpent. People in the chat, let us know what you think tomorrow's dungeon is going to be. I'm not telling. It's already set. It's locked in. Tomorrow, don't forget to tune in 15 minutes before the runs start. We will announce the dungeons live, just like we did today. I want to break down a couple of other interesting bits for you going into tomorrow, so you know what to expect over the course of the weekend, and then I will let the guys wrap us up. So first things first, with the point differentials that we have, there is a spread on the Algathar Academy of 1 point. Teams either have completed a 21 or a 20. So strategically, we're probably not going to see a lot of Algathar, with maybe the exception of the U.S. Army, because they have that 2 point option. But it's kind of a nice even pace where you can go grab an extra point towards the end of the weekend if you need. That said, the Shadow Moon Burial Grounds, with the 25s kind of on the cusp for so many teams, it's very likely we'll see multiple runs of that tomorrow. And then we have the Ruby life pools. Everyone's sitting at a 21, a 22, a 23. Probably a chance that we go back to those, but if I had to guess, tomorrow there will be a lot of new dungeon with maybe some Shadow Moon and maybe some Ruby dribbled in there.
All right. Well, if
I can get on board with that in general. I think the start of the day is going to be, for most teams at least, heavily invested into the new dungeon, and then we're going to slowly but surely walk over and clean up the remaining dungeons once they've gotten to a level where they're happy with the new dungeon. So yeah, no, it's going to be good fun, and I'm going to be all here for it.
All right. Well, we're all going to be here for it tomorrow because, well, that's what the day is going to be like. We get to see that new dungeon. We get to see what the team's strategies are going to be. And we're going to see how they're going to tackle the insurmountable odds that are going to be put in front of them. Because these teams have proven time and time again, even when the cards are stacked, they are able to pull off some incredible feats. We saw that from the Coast Guard. We saw that from the Army. And we saw that from the Air Force. And we saw it from the Marines. We saw it from all 4 of the teams today where things were looking incredibly grim. But that is all going to be happening tomorrow. It's an exciting time. It's all going to be live at the same time, which was, I believe, 2 p.m. Well, actually, it's 12 p.m. Pacific time.
Noon Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern.
I was going to go with my time, but nobody knows Central Time anyway. So
nobody's in your time zone.
Nobody's in my time zone.
Why don't we just speak in EU time zones, man? It's way better.
7 p.m. British time.
7 p.m. British time and 8 p.m. German time. No, 9 p.m.
So no matter where you're at in the world, that should do you for knowing when to show up. Don't forget, there's lots of action all weekend, and we're going to be here.
Yeah.
You can also,
we are going to be here.
You can also follow the AFDL on social media, especially on Twitter. To be updated and catch the live tweet when it actually happens. Then you won't miss anything. So definitely.
Big brain, Lithy.
Find that link. Mm-hmm.
Big brain.
All right. That's why I'm casting, Sam.
You heard them. Hit up the social medias. Make sure to follow the channel as well to get notifications when we go live. Hit the notification bell too on top of that. From all of us here at AFDL, we thank you so much for watching today, and we will see all of your lovely faces tomorrow. We hope your weekend is cleared, that you have some snacks ready, and most importantly, that you are excited here because the AFDC is back and it is better than ever. And things are gonna get real spicy today.
2.3, 2.2, oh my god, the Holy Paladin might have this for our 29
Look at that! Bro, put your finger back on that release spirit! Put that back on there! You release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Release spirit immediately! Go and take out the mobs! Wait a minute, hold on, I have doubted again. 1 second. They timed it just. Oh my gosh! 0 seconds!
Goodness.
Literally 0 seconds!
I've never seen a 0-second clutch before.
Yeah, they got the +2. They've got the +2. The Marines are. Oh no!
No!
They might still have this though. They might still have this though.
Oh, he's at 1%. We expected to see more priests than we have. See, we got the Resto Shaman now. We've got another team running the Resto Druid. We've got Paladin in the mix. There's a lot of fun and flavor.
You know, I cannot believe everything we've been seeing. From the Navy to the Marines or to the Army. This is insane. The Coast Guard has been doing insane. Everybody's been doing insane.
It's really satisfying to bring home #1.
They have it. They have it in the bag. They're doing a DPS a second. 1% of health a second. Koromar is bouncing around all over the place. But the Marines at the last 10 seconds +2. This 25 iron dots. You're no longer racing against the haywire, but you're racing against the potential for a +3.
Go, 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 Pop Lust. Use everything you have. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. I don't think they're gonna make it. No!
Coast Guard just barely missed it.
This was the most amazing Keystone event in recent history.
Retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. Pain for their disease. Just like a wing, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.